He's gone away. Why don't you tell me what's going on? Why don't you tell me who's on the phone?
Hello, hello, hello. We're live, and we're fully operational now. So, a inflammatory title, no doubt, but inflammatory catches the attention of everyone, I suppose. I'm not going to be dishonest. I'm on that mindset of just basically get, anything for the views, kind of clickbait your way in with the rage-baiting titles. I find them funny just because it's kind of like whatever I come up with at the top of my head is just kind of like, okay, is it thematically related to anything? The funny thing is, and I know the drama that's going on Twitter and everything, the sort of the whole Vtuber sphere and everything, the sort. The problem is, though, is I don't even have Twitter anymore. I deleted my Twitter a while back because I just got tired of even having it because I just felt drained having it. That makes harder contact and probably less motion, if you will, for building a channel, but I feel as if just putting my own mind of stress or over just my actual enjoyment of doing streaming is just not exactly what I want to do, right? I wish to be better in the sense that I just want to enjoy what I do. And of course, I don't spend a lot of time even having Twitter, so I don't see the point of having it because I'm usually off my phone or away from the home. What I'd rather do, get pinged on Twitter about new V horror drama or anything of the sort, or would I rather just relax to some jazz and get back to work in my car? And which, by the way, she is home now. And it was something very, very, very stupid that caused my horrible no-start issue. And it's something that even I took a glance over, but I did not diagnose properly. I was given a red herring for what went wrong for my car, my beloved C30 Victoria, which, by the way, if Rue doesn't need to be here. I know she's streaming right now. She's in the middle of her donathon. Rue Plague Moth, I believe is not Plague Moth. That guy's a monster. Or we're talking about a nice lady here by the name of Rue. Miss Rue, I'm gonna call her Rue here. She is a very, very nice lady who comes to the stream sometimes. A very nice VTuber. But what happened is that my C30 decided to go for shit on me when I was trying to go take it to a shop to get the ABS pump blood, because I installed a new ABS pump, and whenever you install ABS pumps into a car, you have to get someone will have electronic scan tool, like it'll be its own electronic module that has to be scanned to flush air out of the pump, which is typically it just flushes itself out. That's to help with braking in the ABS. Car didn't want to start. Balls, yes, very much so, Brotherhood, balls. So I got the C30 back, and it was the dumbest cause, because Botres, yes, it is my little alert system I have here. The fuck is that bullshit? It's my alert system that basically fires off every time someone subscribes or, you know, rates the channel. It's my notification thing I have right now. I gotta get better software, but hey-o. What I was saying, though, is that the C30 had some issues. And I had checked the starter fuse. I legitimately checked the starter fuse, and I had full continuity. The fuse was not broken. I popped the little plastic cap off it to take a double look at it. It's one of those larger rectangular fuses. It turns out it was the fuse in the end. It was like a 3-minute diagnosis and 3-minute job. Hello, Rue. So, my beloved car had thrown the shits on me for that, and I nearly slammed my face into the desk when I got the phone call saying it was just a fuse, because they didn't charge me for anything. It was like a 5-minute job, so they only charged me 5 minutes of diagnostic time, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? I did the full starter system and electronics, and even installed a new inline fuse wiring harness, because I kept getting like red herrings for what it was, and it was the fucking fuse, even though I checked the fuse regardless. Sometimes you get thrown for a loop after long days, because it's when I was working. It was often when I was working underneath Delirium at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night to figure out what the hell's going on with the car. That being said, though, and Brotherhood, and I guess Rue, subsequently, you made me hear me referring to my car, my C30, as Victoria, because my family's had a long-standing habit of christening our vehicles with different names. People will give nicknames to their vehicles, but it sounds cliche, but a lot of men will christen their vehicles, typically a woman's name. I've had 2 C30s in my lifetime, and I've talked about the story. My first car I ever owned was Roberta, and Roberta's my first Volvo C30 T5. She meant a lot to me, and when she got rear-ended by some distracted woman, and I basically was at a standstill, and she rear-ended me at like 40 miles per hour, give or take. That was a write-off for the car. It could have been fixed. It honestly was very fixable. But because I insured it underneath the initial sale price, which was a very low sale price, the price of fixing would be more than the insurance, and the insurance company just wanted to scrap it. I had no say in the matter. Canadian insurance laws are very stringent. Happy merchant hand rubbing and all that stuff, if you follow my drill. So I lost Roberta, and she was my pride and joy. I bought Victoria a year and a half later for my second car after driving a shitbox for a while. And Victoria is my current car. But I had an artist friend I'm in contact with. And last year I initially commissioned him with the original concept for the model of my Vtuber, but he had some problems that were unforeseeable. So he could not complete commissions. He came to me a year later and said, listen, I want to make it up to you. I know you work out your Vtuber model. Is there anything else I can do for you? I said, you know what? Can you give the prototype designs for what I want? Because I want to immortalize my kind of cars being the channel girls down the line, because when you are a male VTuber, if you do pop off, how the fuck are you going to merchandise? Because obviously, more with male VTubing itself gets a male fan base, regardless. Yes, there are women women who watch VTubers, but the point is, you get a lot more male, male attention, and just even being a dude. I gotta take a shit. Yeah, very, very suit of you, brotherhood. But we decided to, or I asked him, and I said, "Can you please?" I might as well throw out his name, Psy _ USB Inc. So PSAY _ USB Inc. Like INK. And Psy did my art for the two girls. So I might as well show it because he completed this a while back, and I've shown on stream. These are just the rough prototypes for what I want to have my channel girls look like. But they're both based off the Volvo C30 T5 specific model of cars, which is a 3-door hatchback made by Volvo, and it's probably one of the most beautiful hatchbacks I've ever seen in my life. But I digress. This is Roberta, the original concept for what Roberta is. Where's that super chat thing? I want to do a funny thing. I don't have super chat, man. I don't have any payments account set up. I have not done any payments accounts. I'm not opting to do that for a while. But this is what Roberta looks like. If you want to do the super chat thing, you have to unsubscribe and then resubscribe or do some shit on other ends of other platforms like Twitch, because then you'll get hit with you'll keep talking to my message later. I'm trying to fill in the dead air. Okay. Keep talking, reply to my okay. Left 4 Dead reference. Okay. Okay. Anyway, so God damn it. Sorry, my one of my guys in my YouTube chat. But Roberta here is my first concept. She was my original car. I want her conceptualized as I would envision her to be. Psy kind of, yes, I know you would. Psy gave the R badge. I'm kind of like, why did you give her the Magic School Bus Ralphie badge on her chest? But I guess it would make it easier for him to discern which was which. Roberta's supposed to have angel wings though, because a quick story is that when I was cleaning her up one time, doing a full detail clean over, underneath the driver's seat. And by the way, I used to street race quite a bit on Back Valley tailgates, and I've had many close calls with almost rolling over and having near-death experiences where I probably would have been killed. When I was cleaning up the car, I found a silver Catholic coin pennant underneath the driver's seat that was stamped with an angel on a silver coin. So she became, in my kind of like a weird sentimentality. She's kind of like she was my guardian angel for a while, and she's supposed to have the angel wings. But I wanted to also be based off the model that was Lyndell Jarvis. Now, if you don't know who Lyndell Jarvis is, Lyndell Jarvis was a supermodel in the early 2000s. Why is that important? Well, in Metal Gear Solid 4, she was the base model for Laughing Octopus, and I figured Scandinavian woman. While Lyndell Jarvis is South African, she is ethnically Scandinavian in her descent because she's white South African. She's a Boer. So I want her to look like Lyndell Jarvis with the hairstyle. However, we have Victoria now. And Victoria is my second girl. And Victoria, now both Roberta and Victoria were black C30s, but Victoria now is getting some white trim because I do some body work and some paint work myself. However, I thought we have a very pale Scandinavian woman. What's part of European mythology? Well, elves are part of European mythology. But let's do a yin and yang here. What's the opposite of white? Well, let's do fucking dark chocolate, because why not? I want my second girl to be a drow elf. Oh god, playing MGS4 and seeing Laughing Octopus did things to me. Oh yeah, no, she was a hottie. But the second girl was Victoria. And this is my current car. And and Psy made her like a light skin, kind of like tan for a dark elf. I kept saying, Psy, darker. And I basically went, I want 100% cocoa dark chocolate. Basically, I had to tell him, I need her dark. So he got her. He designed, then this is what Victoria is in conceptualization. I want her to be a dark elf. I want to also add some vampire teeth too, because the joke with the C30 is that despite its racing pedigree, it is only best known for being in the Twilight series, in the first iteration of the Twilight movie series, because Volvo sponsored that whole movie franchise, and the C30 was the initial debut car that Robert Pattinson drove in it. Darker, exactly. Like, I almost wanted full-blown, like, blue ebony dark, like blue steel ebony. Like, you know, like how some women, like how there's some, like, sub-Saharan, like, races that are, like, almost blue-black. I wanted that shit. I guess, to sound porn-brained, I guess, Queen Nualia. If anyone knows who that is, she is, like, a dark drow elf, and it's just, like, black as obsidian. I'm like, I want that. But I think this is a good in-between. Victoria is my current conceptualization for my current car right now. Now, Sai did add his own style here, and I'm not going to complain too much. It's just, there are things I want to change up with the girls, mainly because the C30 itself, which I will now pull up, not my specific C30, because I would be doxing it myself, but if you know what the Volvo C30 looks like, it is a European, it's a Scandinavian hatchback. It's a Swedish hatchback made by Volvo. And it was based on, it had the rear fascia design of the P1800 ES, which was the initial Volvo kind of like hatchback shooting brake sports, I guess sports hatchback or hot hatch. And had a very unique glass design. Well, to put it in other words, and inside could not for the life of me, because he was trying to make it all proportional and look nice and everything, and it's just like, Sai, I don't think you understand what I meant by this. I just wanted to have more booty than every pirate movie that ever made. Because the C30 in particular, because I wanted these cars to be based off the car's kind of design. And let's pull this up here. And let me zoom on in. That is a horrible picture. That is horrible. Oh, God. No, that's not. That's very poor low. That's low image quality there. Oh, man, it's like trying to find a needle in a fucking haystack. Let's get a rear shot. I'm just typing rear. These cars are very ass heavy. If you, well, not heavy in the rear, but they are very. They have a very peculiar rear end on them. And I think this is the best I might just get. Okay, we'll run with this. We'll run with this horrible image that I'll have to just pull up here. I say horrible because it's not good quality. So I'm trying to fucking find a needle in a haystack here. There we go. We'll you know, this one will work. Okay. Open image, new tab. That's the one. This is what I want. Okay. That's what the C30 looks like from the ass end. Right now, I get it, it's on an angle. When you stand directly behind these cars, holy mother of God, do they look wide? Now, granted, they're still a compact car, but they are big booty bitch, essentially, from behind. Like they got, you know, an ass on them. So Sai couldn't understand why I kept saying I want the hips wider or I want the rear wider. It's like, it's because if I'm doing these channel girls that are going to look like the C30, I want them to be fucking, yeah, this is what I'm talking about here. This image of the car. This, oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. That is how wide we're talking. Like, just fucking massive rear. So Sai didn't exactly get that part down correctly, but close enough. My point is that I've been enjoying having her back on the road now, because talking aside from car waifus and everything of the sort of this weird fascination I have of making my cars into cute characters, the C30 is possibly my favorite car of all time. And I only found that out after I started owning one and driving one, because when you imagine yourself driving a car that, you know, you want to drive, you want to own, like, you know, someone wants to, my starter dream car is a Mustang, I'd work my way up to this, you know, exotic car. Well, you don't always realize what car fits you specifically. Your driving style, your driving capabilities, your skill, the type of driving you like to do, the type of comfort level you like to do, just everything in general, even the look of it. You don't really think about it until it occurs. And for me, I guess I stumbled into the Volvo C30 by accident. And I fell in love with it, because the car handles sublime, because the car's handling is just absolutely sublime. The platform itself, surprisingly, is actually not uniquely to Volvo. it shares the same subframe and suspension and braking components and basically most of the chassis with the Mazda 3, Mazda 5, Ford Focus, and Mark II and Mark I, and Ford Mondeo, which we never got over here. But it's on the Ford C platform, which is it's a compact car platform. But people praise the Mazda 3. People in the UK praise the Ford Focus ST225 and STRS and the RS, which, by the way, the second generation had the same motor as the C30 T5. They literally put a Volvo motor in a Ford hot hatch. The car itself is an absolute dream to drive. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Yes, it's got some flaws with it in terms of like a bit of a spongy brake pedal and maybe clutch is a bit too grabby, but when it's stock, but it is a joy to drive. And it's also a great car to tune and work on because it features one of the best contemporary engine tuning engine management systems, the Bosch ME9 system, which has plenty of sensors for adjustability and tuning for the car. However, it also is prior to the mandated lockdown on any software for tuning on cars for environmental protection, so it is able to be screwed around easily and cracked in easily to be tuned and modified. And these white block T5s, which, by the way, when I keep saying T5, that means 5-cylinder, turbo 5-cylinder, those cars love to fly. They have plenty of power under the hood. They are absolute dreams to drive. Like, you wouldn't believe. The noise, the torque, just stock. The torque is just incredible stock. The noise is beautiful. You get a nice catback exhaust on it. Oh, she sings. She loves to sing. But having such cars is it's expensive. They're not expensive to buy. They're just and not really that expensive to upkeep. It's just when you get into repair costs, Volvos are a bit more pricey than more other vehicles. And it's not like a BMW where it's always in the shop, but it's also a case of finding a shop to help you work on when you're into very technical stuff that you can't do your home. Good luck finding a shop that's willing to take it on. Now then, that being all out the way, we're going to go into a few React videos on cars, but I also want to make it a bit of a game night tonight because I've been meaning to get back to Persona 5. We'll start with another video on cars instead of our usual Reacts schlock. Because I know about the story, but a lot of people don't seem to quite understand the story. And there was and I personally in motorsports, when people get into motorsports, it sounds weird to say this because everyone looks at cheaters and they get disgusted by it. However, when it comes to cheating with cars in motorsports, the ones that we find the most disgusting would typically be when the rules are bent in favor, whether it be via money, privilege, or to prop up a shining star, make it to like a fixed organized sport to increase the popularity of the specific sport, or to make some sort of political statement. However, cheating in motorsports usually, and for decades prior, was an art where it wasn't breaking a rule per se, it was bending them as far as they'll go before you're noticed, and then they want to clamp down on you to even the playing field. We can talk about NASCAR's greatest cheater, which his mechanic, like what he pulled off to win races was absolutely hilarious. But this one we're going to start off with is then the golden age of Group A rally in the 1990s. Group A was the standardized platform that people often remember Group B, but Group A was the standardized platform for the longest time. And Group A led to one of the greatest cheats in motorsports history. Because to crack down on turbocharger intake, cars were fitted with restriction plates. This increases power, this evens the playing field, and it also, on the same token too, it also caused turbo lag and many other issues that basically the manufacturers were had to work around with. However, Toyota's racing team, the Castrol racing team for Toyota, decided to make the most beautiful cheat in the world has ever seen. And it is a spectacle of engineering, if you want to see, of backyard or back trailer engineering, if you want to see this.
There is a turbocharger sitting in a sealed evidence room in Paris. When you take it apart, it's perfectly legal. When you put it back together and bolt it to a car, It isn't. And for one full season of the World Rally Championship, no one on Earth could prove it. The man who finally caught it called it the most brilliant cheat in the history of motorsport.
I want to spoil just something here. I'm not going to say what it was, but in other words, the judges and the man who found it out, who we'll get to, basically said in layman's terms, I'm not even mad. This is so incredibly beautiful what you built to cheat in this race that we won't even penalize you and kick you out the final tournament. You won't even have to forfeit your current wins because it's so well done.
Then he banned the team that built it for an entire year.
No.
This is the story of...
Now that's incorrect. I will challenge that when we get later down the road, because the actual story of what happened with the team of Toyota's racing team is a lot different. In fact, I'll just say to you right now, the owner of the team was so insulted that they were caught that he himself did not want to take the slight penalty for the next upcoming races, that he decided to pull the team out of the WRC entirely. I'm not kidding you. That's where the story gets incorrect, because it was basically the owner of the actual Castrol Toyota TRD team was insulted at being penalized, even though they were going to keep all their prior wins with this cheat, because he was just insulted by the sheer notion they had to forfeit anything upcoming. So he pulled the team as like a final fuck you.
5mm, and how Toyota nearly got away with the most elegant act of fraud in racing history. Hello everybody, welcome back to The Car Nerd, and I just want to say first of all, to start off with, thank you all so much for subscribing, watching the videos, enjoying the Cosworth video. It's got us into the partner program and I really appreciate it. If you're new here, this is The Car Nerd, a series where every single week I dive into something that I just really want to find out more about.
History written by losers. Okay, I'm wondering what that book entails. I'm really wondering.
And I tell the guys here to go and do some research, and they always do brilliant work, except for Derek, who unfortunately doesn't. Although you did get some compliments on last week's episode, which really irritated me. But anyway, this week's episode was actually brought about by you lovely people who mentioned this GT4 story, the Celica, which apparently I'm pronouncing in a very Irish.
You're very Irish, unfortunately. It's so the term Celica. So the nameplate Celica, because even the gentleman on Top Gear, I'm talking about the Golden Age crew, not the New Age one. Richard Hammond in particular, heavily pronounced it with the Ika. The real pronunciation that is not heavily, well, actually, the non-anglicized pronunciation is Celica, and Celica is Latin for celestial. You know, like a star pattern and like a something celestial. The Toyota used to name a lot, and still kind of does name their vehicles with either Old English or Latin names for the nameplates. If you don't know, the Corolla itself is actually a smaller, lesser crown worn by royalty. So, and basically, Toyota used to have the cars stack, like their main production cars stack up their nameplates per the level of the crown name, because you had the Crown being the top one, you had the Camry, and then you had the Corolla, and I believe there's one more car underneath the Corolla back when the Corolla first debuted that had the plate of the least regal crown in the lineup. However, if you look at, for example, the A86 guys, the Sprinter Truno, the Truno nameplate, by the way, it was Truno and Levin. It was the Toyota Sprinter is the real name of the car. The Toyota Corolla Sprinter is what we have for Initial D and that whole shit show. The nameplate was Levin and Truno for the type of trim it was. The Levin was the fixed headlight one, and the Truno was the fog light variants. Both of them came as either hatchbacks or coupes. Initially, they were the hatchbacks. The Truno means thunder in Latin. The Levin is Old English for lightning. And with the case of the Celica, going back to the Celica though, is that what people often forget about the Celica is that the Celica itself not just only had its own nameplate, but it was one of the few Toyota vehicles that had its own emblematic badge that came along with it. Before any GR, before anything other, because Toyota never kept up with what the American manufacturers were doing at the time. Because in Europe and in America, just before the fuel crisis and during the fuel crisis, muscle cars were given little marquee badges of like animals or logos. Like Dodge and the Chrysler Group especially did this with the Roadrunner, the Demon, the original Demon, I believe the original Hellcat, the Duster. All those muscle cars also had those like ones. AMC did that even with their subcompacts with their compacts like the Gremlin and the Pacer. Chevrolet didn't. General Motors didn't really do it that much, but they did add, like, for Smoking Bandit later on down the road, they'd add the Firebird, like the Screaming Chicken on the hood. But for Toyota, the only car they gave an official logo to, like its own emblematic logo beside the nameplate, was the Celica. And the Celica had a Viking boat dragon little badge right beside the name Celica. They want to have like with a little star above the dragon. So it was supposed to be like at the time when the Celica released, it was Toyota's sports car. Well, they had made the 2000 GT prior and a few other smaller attempts at sports cars prior. Typically, that would fit the K car segment in Japan. To have a kind of sportier peel car, very obviously replicating American muscle in a compact platform, based on the Corolla platform, the Celica was Toyota's first kind of reinvigoration of bringing a people sports car to the masses. That would be appealing worldwide in the world market. The Celica was to be that, and people who are not car people may not notice that the Supra nameplate was formerly the highest trim of the Celica's nameplate. The Celica Supra, is what it was called, would last up for about 3 generations of the Toyota Celica until the Celica went front-wheel drive, and they decided to split the Supra for the Mark III onto its own and make it a rear-wheel drive platform, the Mark III Supra would come in the mid to late 80s, which is the lesser favorable Supra, though the second most favorable Supra, and then you have the Mark IV Supra, which everyone comes and jerks himself off to because, oh my god, Fast and Furious memories, oh my god, JDM bro. That's the one that people think of. The Supra got its nameplate start off the Celica's nameplate as the top trim, which it would come with the biggest engine and most luxuries, and basically it was like just the top trim of the Celica, the top performance package of the Celica. Yeah, Toyota at this point was on a roll, by the way, also, and from the 80s and 90s, Toyota was on a fucking roll. Like, and not just like, oh, they made great cars, they were selling. They were the top importer in North America at this time, and I believe the top Asian producer in the world at that time, like Asian market producer for the world market at that time too. There was competition, stiff competition, because Mitsubishi actually used to be the top competitor against them, but Honda in the 80s really took off and was becoming Toyota's new rival at the time. Nissan was still up there too. This before the long fall happened.
Way a lot of people, I know in America, call it Celica. I can't. Sorry, I know it's probably a mix of the two, maybe Cel or Celica. I don't know. I call it Celica.
Don't.
Let me know.
I would bite to say it's like Celtic, you say Celica, but no, it's Celica.
You pronounce it in the comments, but you guys pointed out this story which I hadn't heard, so we wanted to delve into this. So obviously these guys weren't around running the Toyota Rally Championship team back in the 90s. So all of this research has been done on the interwebs, which can be violently unreliable. And therefore, if there's anything we've
That's why with the intro of the video, I had to correct you on that. Yes.
missed, any fun facts you think need to be added, any context that maybe have slipped past us, let us know in the comments. And while you're down there, why not hit subscribe and like and share this with other people. Let's jump into it. Every great motorsport cheat begins the same way. Not with greed, not with arrogance, with a problem the rulebook won't let you solve.
Yes, for the most part. The cheats, and this is where I'm going to apply this here too, the cheats that people like is where this comes from. The cheating you hear now is mostly that people really dislike, is simply when the sanctioning body favors the cheater off the hop because the cheater has connections or his daddy's or you know, has got daddy up in charge there. Or you get some political motives to make a person win because of some underlying issue, and that's much more of a recent problem. They try to keep up hyping in NASCAR, and he's not cheated yet, but with NASCAR, they really tried to overhype Bubba Wallace because of his skin color, and then because they also tried to make the one with the false story of a hate crime. He already pulled a Jesse Smollett and his pit crew where they said an extension cable was hung like a noose, even though it was hung up in the butterfly formations, which you would tie a extension cable in. He was doing it because the fentanyl Floyd riots were going at the time, and he was pulling Jesse Smollett to get attention. People got annoyed with basically, and even though he didn't cheat, it was how NASCAR was basically running with him as like their golden boy. Even though for a winning sport like NASCAR, there was drivers that had a lot more interesting things about them than Bubba Wallace ever was.
For Toyota Team Europe in the autumn of 1994, the problem had a name. The ST205 Celica GT4. On paper, it was the future. A new chassis, sharper looks, the next evolution of a car.
When it comes to Celica, because the Celica, and I'm going to keep you interrupting here, the Celica is was initially my initial first car to have. It was attainable, it was affordable, it was reasonable. The ST205s are not the case. The GT4s are not the case. I'm just talking about Celica in general. My favorite Celicas are not the ones you're thinking of, that people like to think of as like the JDM legend. No. My favorite Celicas is the GTS3, the S3, from this same generation, which featured the Beams Red Top 3SGE motor, which is the high revving 2-liter Beams motor found in the Lexus. Just say the Toyota Altezza in Japan and Europe, but it was the Lexus, I believe, LS200 over here. The Beams motor is a high revving 2-liter, which had early variable valve timing technology, not on par with it. It didn't have the same complexity as VTEC, but people call it the Toyota VTEC, but really Toyota would get their own VTEC with VVT-Li later on, which we'll get to in just a sec. This Beams motor was a absolute monster for the time because the Celica would go against the Integra in that market segment, and it was a motor which was, even though making 200 horsepower, it didn't rev as high as the Integra. It still revved up over 8,000 RPM. It was a high revving 4-cylinder, and it was a part of the RPM wars of the time in the European and Japanese market. The RPM wars is another thing you should look into. It's a really fun topic. That's my second favorite Celica. My first favorite Celica is, surprisingly, the odd one of the family. In the 7th generation of the Celica, the final generation that we have currently, up until Toyota's had rumor mills of bringing the Celica fully back with prototypes upcoming, which I really hope they stick to the idea of the Celica's concept being based on the Corolla platform, being a Corolla engine on the Corolla platform. That's how you make a Celica. It is a cheap, affordable sports coupe for the masses. Liftback specifically for the masses. Not a super legendary $60,000 starting base model car. No, it's got to be $30,000. It's got to be $3,300. Compete with Hyundai in their market segment for their hotter cars, okay? Like the Elantra N, or like the lesser of the Hyundai N lines. That's what the base model Celica should be competing in, okay? My point is that in the 7th generation Celica, it had, in my opinion, the best motors the Celica's ever gotten. Because even with the base model, it was the 1ZZ FE. The 1ZZ FE is a work mill engine, which is stupidly reliable. 1.8 liter, mind you. Made 140 horsepower in the Celica application. It is a joy to drive. It is a manual throttle body. And it is snappy. It's great to learn manual on. It's great to learn throttle control on. It's a beautiful car. And the Celica itself, by the way, those final generation Celicas were a beauty to drive. They are great for handling for a four-wheel drive vehicle. The GTS is the one that I really want to get to. The 2ZZ GE, which famously was found in the Lotus Exige and Elise, which for the longest time was the best-selling Lotus in the world. Up until the Geely bought them over and made them SUVs, because we got to throw away tradition, I guess, to save the company, which is fine, I suppose, but I don't. But selling to the Chinese is like selling your son to the devil, to the slavers, as George Lucas would say. The 2ZZ GE was a reliable, basically one ZZ FE, but reworked head with a lighter rotating assembly in the crankshaft to allow the engine to rev up to 8,300 RPM redline, which was the initial redline for those cars. The problem was fuel starvation, which typically could be rectified with an upgraded oil pump and a baffled oil pan, which for some reason the 1ZZ got, but the 2ZZ did not. But those motors are also stupidly reliable work mills. They made 180 horsepower up to 190 horsepower, depending on your market for fuel quality based on your market. However, they were the pinnacle of Toyota's high revving salvo in the horsepower wars. And it made the 7th generation Celica such a beautiful car. However, the 2ZZ GE and that Celica was meant to go against the Honda B series and the last generation Integra. The DC3 Integras. The problem is, though, is Honda created the K series. And the K series was a complete revolution to the old ways of what they used to make for the B series. The B series was already a beautiful motor. The K series was a complete fire over the bridge salvo that no one saw coming, and basically everyone just gave up after that because Honda won the RPM wars with the K motors. It didn't rev as high as the B16A or B16B2. It could not rev as high as that stock, but the K series was just off the hop. Even as naturally aspirated, was a gold mine of potential for power, and that's under inducing forced induction into it. You cannot get any better than a K series, though they are kind of expensive to build nowadays, unfortunately. The 2ZZ, though, is still in my heart one of the best motors because it's also a Yamaha-built motor. And if you know anything about Yamaha motors, Yamaha may not make the most powerful motors in collaboration with cars, but they make the most beautiful sounding motors of all time. Right? You want my opinion on this? Listen to the Lexus LFA. That is a Yamaha built motor, but in collaboration with Toyota. You want another one? Look at the Volvo V8, the B844S Yamaha motor. Gorgeous sounding. Listen to the 4AG in collaboration with Yamaha's too. The Ford Focus Show. I could not forget the V6 and the Ford Taurus Show. The Taurus Show V6, by the way, can rev safely to 9,000 RPM if you remove the rev limiter. A V6 that revs to 9,000 fucking RPM before fuel cut. Now, how long can you do that for? I don't know. But Jesus Christ, when Yamaha wants to build a motor, it's not of, is it going to be the world beater in power? Is it going to be the super potential car? Is it going to be the ultimate muscle machine? It's going to sound beautiful, and it's going to respond like nothing else. It is a work of art. Anyway, back to the Celica.
Car that had already won them a World Rally Championship. The team that built it, TTE, based in a workshop in Cologne, run by a Swede named Ove Andersson.
Ove Andersson's the GOAT, by the way. Ove is one of the GOATs of automotive, of motorsports for rally.
Was at that moment one of the most respected operations in motorsport. They had the budget, they had the engineers, they had the reigning 4-time world champion in the seat, Juha Kankkunen, and they were about to discover that, well, none of that mattered, because the ST205 had a flaw that no amount of engineering brilliance could cleanly fix. It was big, it was heavy, and by 1995, the cars it was supposed to beat had figured out something it hadn't. The Subaru Impreza 555, the Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution were smaller, lighter, more agile. Cars...
As hard as this is sound, and people will often forget this too, there's a reason why Lotus was so dominant for their short time in racing. They didn't never have the budget, but Lotus was one of the most dominant teams and was the most feared teams in their line of racing. And it was Colin Chapman's philosophy. And he ran with underpowered motors. But his philosophy stood true. And to this day, I still say it stands true. You want to have a winning car? Simple formula. Simplicity for the reliability of it, and just add lightness. If you look at Lotuses, they are not powerful cars by the terms of the sport car market and segment they are aiming to go against. But Christ, are they light. And they are simplistic in terms of supercar levels performance, even though there are still roadsters, up until the more recent ones. But also, they are just a thrill to drive. I've had the chance to drive in a Lotus Exige once in my life. Brother, that was more euphoric than losing my virginity. I don't think I could ever top the euphoric feeling I had driving that Lotus Exige. It is one of the most beautiful cars ever put to wheels. And I love them so much.
Built for the new shape of the sport. Pointier, more nervous, more willing to change direction. The Celica, by comparison, drove like it was carrying a passenger. 100 kilos, 200 kilos, that was the gap. And in rallying, where every corner is a brake and pivot decision, that gap is the difference between winning and watching. Now, if the only problem had been weight, you could engineer your way out of it. Better suspension, lighter bodywork, smarter driver. Hard problem, but a solvable one. But for the 1995 season, the FIA had handed Toyota a second problem. And this one wasn't solvable because it was written into the rulebook itself. A 34mm restrictor plate, mandatory, on every turbocharged World Rally Championship car.
Exactly.
No exceptions, no waivers.
Because once turbocharging became the mass production sports option, or like hot option for vehicles, and while there was turbocharged cars prior to it, when Saab popularized in their runabout family car, the 900, it was never meant to be a sports car. The specifically 900 Turbo. But when Saab popularized mass production turbochargers, the door flung open on production cars and eventually touring cars and rally cars and any form of like semi-stock car or homologation car racing. Turbochargers are the way to go. You can have a tiny displacement engine where basically you can build a thicker engine, like you have a block that is built the same specification as your typical homologation engine block. But if you make it smaller in displacement, by adding more reinforcement with larger, with far more thicker piston walls or cylinder walls, and you basically cut down displacement to add more turbochargers to it, and basically get forged internals instead. Bro, the sky's the limit than anything above naturally aspirated. Like turbochargers and forced induction is just sky's the fucking limit, depending on how deep your wallets go. That being said, though, when Volvo started winning because the reason why also this whole crackdown turbochargers really began was not because of Group B's dangerous high performance cars. It kind of started in a different series. It started in the BTCC racing series, which is the British Touring Car Championship. When Volvo started to absolutely demolish German, British, Italian manufacturers with their 240 turbos in the 1980s. And won, I believe, 2 consecutive championships. The fucking FIA stepped down and cracked down on them on turbochargers because it was just that sheer advantage they had. How the fuck is a heavy Swedish brick with an old design single overhead cam iron block motor pushing out that much horsepower? Oh wait, it's turbocharged. It's literally just throttling the competition, and everything else was just up to the team just building the suspension after that. It's quite interesting when it comes to turbochargers.
No clever reading of the wording. 34mm bolted to the front of every turbocharger in the championship.
Yep.
And if you've never thought about why a 1 1/3 inch hole could possibly matter to a 400 horsepower racing engine, stay with me, because this is very important to the foundation of everything that's about to come next.
to those who don't understand, well, he's going to explain it better than I'm going to, but I'm saying, put it this way. Take 2 cotton balls, stick them up a racehorse's nose, and have it only breathe through its mouth. Yes, it can still perform, like, it still has a very high performance potential, but you're choking that much more oxygen out of the bloodstream. It can't compete for as long as it can, and while with a horse, it'd be more so the stamina taking effect as opposed to actual engine power, its performance nonetheless will still go down because it can't maintain a top speed for as long as it can. For a car, on the other hand, it can't reach higher speeds and have higher acceleration because you're throttling the engine of its power.
Turbocharged engine, at its essence, is an air pump strapped to a furnace.
Basically. He's going to explain it, and I can also corroborate. My own, because I got taught this shit in mechanics school as well. I'm not engineering, I'm not an automotive engineer, I'm in mechanics school, but I can corroborate this, how force induction works for those who don't know.
The more air you can force in, the more fuel you can burn, and thus the more power you make. A turbo's entire job is to win that argument with physics. Cram as much oxygen as possible into the cylinders. A restrictor plate fights back.
Now, I didn't explain this here. You're seeing this little graph here. Here's it simply. When you have a turbocharger, you don't get the top power immediately. People forget this. You have to build and spool up the turbine wheel, okay? The turbine wheel is right here. To spool that up, what we do is we take hot gas from the exhaust manifold. Okay, from the exhaust of the engine initially. You're typically at technically at vacuum or at net zero pressure. What you do is when that exhaust gas is put out through the acceleration of the motor, as more gas gets pushed through it, the hotter this hot gas, with its high pressure, because the hotter air gets, the more pressure builds up, the more it will spin the blades of the turbine. This in turn will cause the turbine to have a second inlet on the shaft here on the compressor wheel. And this compressor turbine here is then spun by the exhaust turbine. This one spins and sends compressed cold air on the opposite side into the compressor discharge that you can see right here. However, this air is being compressed and is underneath high pressure. High pressure air heats up. So how do you cool high pressure air? You have a intercooler, or as they call it, the charger air cooler, but it's the intercooler. The intercooler, typically for most cases, are mounted on the front grille. And what it does, it will run a pipe back up to the manifold where the throttle body is. And this will force air back into the engine. Now, back on the exhaust side, all that exhaust air, how do we stop it from Ouroboros itself and building infinite pressure in the engine and causing the engine to blow? Well, simple. In turbochargers, there is used to be mechanical, now it's most of them are electronic now. There's a wastegate system. So what happens is, the more air gets pushed through, and I also forgot to mention about the turbo inlet here, is that there's typically a valve here that opens up from the hot air from the engine, which will open. Instead of going to the exhaust initially, you'll push more air into the turbine wheel. So that when that gets opened up, that's all where the hot air comes from. However, if you don't want to have excess in there and causing catastrophic engine failure or turbine failure, there is a wastegate actuator. And this is a mechanical actuator or electronic actuator now, but it's still mechanical for the operation of it, where it has a valve that it's typically on top of here. And what will happen is once it reaches a certain pressure boost, there's a spring that will be kind of pushed from the said force of the boost, and that spring will slowly open up a little valve, which will allow air to escape, and basically it will control the amount of air that gets into the turbine that gets compressed. This stops the engine from being overpressurized. And then, of course, when you need to rapidly get off throttle and have that turbine slow down immediately so it doesn't blow up and it can cause the car to decelerate, and you won't have more air being compressed into it, you have what's called a blow-off valve. And a blow-off valve is when you get off throttle, all that air gets dumped rapidly through a mechanical process, and it gets shoved down. That's where you'll get the that's when people get off throttle from the turbochargers. That's all the air escaping from the turbo. that's a rough 2-minute explanation of turbochargers. Basically, superchargers kind of work in a similar way, but they're mechanically driven by the engine belt that causes the two turbines on top of the engine to suck in air mechanically through the supercharger, which gets compressed with two I forget what they're now called, because they're not turbines in that case. But they compress the air against each other and force it down, and there's an intercooler underneath the supercharger which cools off the air, and that sends it into the engine intake. Superchargers are great for low RPM because it's all mechanically driven. When you get to a certain RPM, typically around 5,000, 5,500, superchargers become negligible, if not detrimental to engine performance, because they will start tapping more power because they need something to drive them. And the air they're putting in is, at that point, negligible because the engine is basically working to keep itself powered. Turbochargers are not as great at low RPM. They're great at mid to high range RPM because at lower RPM, you have to build up the turbocharger to make the boost pressure. But when you get to mid to high range, you're already built up that point, so you can rapidly spin the turbine up and get it rolling. Now, of course, there's something called turbo lag. That's when the turbine needs, when you are shifting gears and you're in between gears, you need to get the turbine up to spool again. This is where a couple forms to respin the turbine come up nowadays. The initial system was to cause misfires, which would send high pressurized bursts of exhaust basically exhaust combusting inside the actual turbine here to kind of explode in here, which will create more gases to rapidly pressurize the turbine exhaust in between shifting and getting off throttle. This is what we call the misfiring system. This is where you hear the from an initial D, the misfiring system, and that's where basically the car is causing itself to misfire to generate more exhaust gases rapidly to spin up the turbine in between shifting or when getting off throttle to make sure the turbine's fully spun still. That's why you hear when people get off throttle from revving, you hear the pop, 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 bang, 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 bang as they roll down the road. Nowadays, cars do that with a tune, not to really act as a misfiring system, but for all noise and show and no-go. That's simply you hear the crackle, pop, and popcorn tunes on like Golfs and the Hyundai Elantra Ns. They're the annoying shit. Original misfiring systems are what you'd hear in the old rally videos. The other option is to have a buy system, which is where you have a supercharger power at low RPM, and then it gets mechanically or electronically shut down or like disconnected from via a mechanical clutch, and then the supercharger, which is already spun up at the time, will then have itself open up, and a valve would open up down the line, and that will open up, allowing the turbocharger's air to be forced in. That's where Audi's initial Quattro idea came up with in the Group B system. But nowadays, the ones that do it the most is Volvo with their T8 models of engines on the 4 cylinders they have nowadays on the SPA engines. The last option is now you're seeing more frequently is electronic superchargers, which now have besides being powered by the gas in the engine, have a little electric motor which actually spools up the turbine for itself, so it's always at optimal running point. This stops turbo lag from happening because turbo lag will slow down the acceleration, cause more emissions. It's basically a mix between lack of performance and for fuel economy and emissions, the reason why we were trying to solve ways and eventually came up with the electronic turbocharger to surpass or to basically overcome these issues with turbo lag. It's very interesting. Here's the thing too. I know a lot about turbocharged cars. I work on turbocharged cars quite frequently because they're very frequent nowadays for performance vehicles and for standard economy vehicles. I still prefer high revving naturally aspirated cars, but you can never deny that a turbocharged or supercharged vehicle, it will just outweigh it in performance metrics every single time. You cannot deny that.
Oxygen as possible.
Unless we're talking about E85, and that's just a whole different beast.
Plate fights back. It places a narrow throat, 34 millimeters wide, at the very entrance of the turbocharger. Every molecule of air the engine breathes has to pass through that throat. There is no other way in. And here is where physics becomes the inspector's best friend. When air is forced through a small enough opening at high speed, it eventually hits the speed of sound, Mach 1. And at Mach 1, something very strange happens. The air becomes, for lack of a less dramatic word, stuck. Mm-hmm. It physically cannot move any faster through that opening. No matter how hard you pull on the other side, Engineers call this sonic choke. The FIA called it a ceiling. And in 1995,
Yep. And that's why they built that restrictor plate. Because to get air past the speed of sound, you can't get it past that choke point. Because you have all that air. I'm doing a horrible way of explaining it. I prefer someone who actually has a degree in physics or just has like far more better comprehension of physics than I do. Because I right now I'm not in the best mood to explain it, but Bernoulli's principle. It kind of follows the Bernoulli's principle in that metric, or like a general guideline of Bernoulli's principle for that for airflow, where technically with Bernoulli's principle, you do want to have like points that do taper in to increase the acceleration of flow. However, you can't taper too far, or else you sort of choke out the car or choke out the flow of air, or Bernoulli's principle is used for hydraulics initially, or hydrodynamics, but when it comes to the airflow, for turbochargers, you can't. Once they made that choke point, of course, for the seal, for basically as a once again that's a restriction point. That's following Bernoulli's principle. That is how you have all that air coming in from that massive intake that gets just choked up in that tiny little air socket. Right? It just won't work.
If that ceiling was set at approximately 300 brake horsepower. Toyota, Subaru, Mitsubishi, Ford, the lot of them, 300 horsepower. And after that, may the best chassis win. For Subaru, 300 horsepower in a small, agile car was a gift.
Yep.
For Toyota, 300 horsepower in a heavyweight was a death sentence. The math.
By the way, conventionally, the Toyota ST205 rally car, I believe, weighed 2,700 pounds, 2,800 pounds, give or take. That's lightweight, unfortunately, by conventional standards nowadays. That was a fucking lead suitcase back then. That was a lead trunk case back then. And I really wish we could go back to small cars being light again. Because all the safety editions and everything else. Because we just watched yesterday car chase videos from police body cams. That heavy Tesla did not save its driver when it got careened by another heavy object. Right? Unstoppable force meets an immovable object. It killed them. Sorry. The only thing about making these cars more armored up and protective is that. Is the coroner going to have to pull you out with a soup ladle, or can they put you in one body bag? Is the question. That's why we make cars all the more armored up nowadays. Also, we're trying to compete with human stupidity. And by the way, there are some people who are so untermensch, and I just mean that as a general statement, that they will find Darwin's way will always find them no matter what, no matter how safe you try to make it for them. So stop trying to inhibit everyone else, like no child left behind. Just let the unfavorables die out by their own hand, essentially.
By the spring of 1995 was no longer in dispute. The Celica wasn't just losing, it was being out-engineered at a level that suspension geometry and clever driving could not paper over. And so, somewhere inside the workshop in Cologne, a small group of engineers sat down with a problem they were not allowed to solve and made a decision. They were going to solve it anyway.
Fuck a wee ball.
Before we go inside this device, you need to understand what cheating in motorsport actually looks like. Because what TTE built is the exception, not the rule. The vast majority of racing cheats are crude. A hidden ballast tank you can drain on the parade lap, an undeclared coating of brake fluid on the tire surface, a fuel additive the lab won't test for unless someone tips them off. The point of these tricks is to get
brake fluid on tires is a great way to get grip. It's also a great way to ruin your tires over time. But if you're doing racing, you're just doing, like, for example, drag racing, you needed that extra bit of grip for launch. Oh, fuck, baby. You do what you can.
Gain an edge and hide. They're designed to evade discovery. By being missed, by being mislabeled, by being too small to actually bother checking. What Toyota Team Europe built was not designed to evade discovery. It was designed to survive it. The TTE device was built around a single defining design constraint: when the turbocharger was removed from the car for inspection, which the FIA routinely did without warning. The
Exactly.
device had to look perfectly, provably, measurably legal. Every part, every dimension, every test needed to pass. And the only way to achieve that, the only way, was to design a system in which the act of removal physically erased the evidence of the cheat. They built a device that destroyed itself harmlessly, reversibly, the moment anyone reached for a wrench.
We ball.
Incredible. Here's what was inside. The 34mm restrictor, the FIA's mandatory throat, was not, as it should have been, a fixed casting machined into the turbocharger housing. Instead, it was mounted on a sleeve that was free to slide. Holding the sleeve in place, locked flush against the housing in its perfectly legal position, was a stack of 3 Belleville washers. Now, if you've never met a Belleville washer, they look like nothing. A dish, a shallow steel cone, no bigger than a large coin.
Yeah.
But they are extraordinary objects. Belleville washers are spring washers. But unlike a coil spring, which wants to extend over a long distance, a Belleville washer wants to flatten. And
It wants to contract. I have worked with Bellevilles briefly for some times. They are peculiar. But yeah. It is this, and I do mean this. These are team engineers. I know working engineer, we're thinking guys in white suits and white lab coats. They're like Q and James Bond. A lot of these engineers, they've gone to the top, top schooling for motorsports, for automotive engineering, mechanical engineering. These are still guys who will do redneck engineering in their in a back garage, to see what the fuck they can come up with. You would not believe the performance shit that in car communities that I've been around and learning from other car guys, people have come up with that is not pretty, not clean, and it's dirt cheap, but shit doesn't make power. And it's like, or it surpasses a common problem for a car to push it just that further over the edge, that bit further over the edge. It's truly incredible.
it generates ferocious clamping force across a fraction of a millimeter of travel. Aerospace engineers use them in landing gear. Reactor designers use them in pressure containment.
Yep.
They are fundamentally components for situations where you have almost no room to work with and absolutely cannot fail. There is no honest reason for 3 Belleville washers to be inside a turbocharger, but TTE put them there because they needed something that could hold the restrictor sleeve rock solid against the housing during an inspection, and then on command release it. And the trigger for that release was the most beautiful piece of the entire device: the intake hose, the rubber pipe that connects the air filter to the turbocharger. Boring, generic, the sort of part a mechanic would replace without a second thought. That hose was not what it appeared. Molded inside the rubber wall, completely hidden, was a segmented ring of steel, a reinforcing cuff. Industrial looking. If you ever saw it, you never saw it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Is Derek writing weird stuff again? It doesn't matter. When the hose was slipped onto the turbocharger inlet and the standard Jubilee clamps were tightened, the routine final steps of installing the intake, those clamps squeezed the rubber.
Right.
The rubber transmitted the squeeze inward to the hidden steel cuff. The cuff transmitted it forward to the Belleville washers. And the Belleville washers, exactly as they were designed to do, flattened. The restrictor sleeve slid forward by 5 millimeters.
Yeah.
A crescent-shaped opening, no thicker than a stack of business cards, formed around the perimeter of the 34 millimeter throat. And at that moment, the FIA's ceiling acquired a door. Air no longer had to pass through the restrictor. It could go around it. Sonic choke, the immutable physical limit that defined the entire 1995 World Championship, was no longer in the way.
it seems so simple. But if you saw that sample video on the corner there, now you hear me giggling, it's because I get so giddy over this stuff. It's simple. But dear God, is it ingenious. It is incredible that they just put this together. Just like, that's it. It's inexpensive and it hides itself, if not destroys itself in the evidence process. It's incredible.
Numbers after the FIA discovered the device were brutal. A 25% increase in air mass flow into the engine. Approximately 50 additional brake horsepower.
Yeah.
300 becomes 350. But the horsepower number, frankly, undersells it. Because in rallying, peak horsepower is not what wins stages.
No.
Mid-range torque is what wins.
That's what I'm about to get at, too. Horsepower, for those who don't know, I've always just heard the word horsepower and torque. People often just associate things with horsepower. Horsepower is the rate of work being done over a set number of time over the set number of work. Now, this is a old formula that you can look up, and you can get kind of lost in the sauce on it, but it's not hard to figure out. Torque is the rotational force of work being done on an axial load. And when you are in rally, it's not the amount of work you're doing. It's not the rate of the work you're doing. It's the amount of work you're putting out to get the grip onto the track or onto the dirt road to get that launch on mid-range. So when you are slowing down to hit that pivot point for the takeoff off a corner, your wheels dig in and more power gets shoved to them. And the more work and torque gets put to them. Horsepower doesn't matter. It only really matters when you're flying down long straights, but that's not typical with rally. Rally, it's all about torque, baby.
In stages. The brutal twist of the engine when the driver stamps the throttle exiting a slow corner. The wall of force that fires the car down the next straight before the next braking zone. The torque gain was estimated at over 70 pound-feet.
And this is what people also don't really about turbochargers. Because everyone who does turbocharging like upgrades, they're like, I want to make horsepower, bro. Turbocharging builds a fuckload of torque. Okay? And what people often forget, they often forget a lot of steps when it comes to turbocharging a non-turbo engine. This includes lowering compression, this includes getting forged components for longevity. Like, some engines you don't need to do as much on. For example, D16, D15 motors from Honda are fucking workhorse. They can take a lot of punishment. But it's what comes down the line afterwards. Not your axles yet, it's your transaxle or transmission. And typically the flywheel and your clutch, depends if they can handle that torque load, is what's the question. A lot of Japanese transmissions, from my experience, on transaxles, from my experience on compact cars, cannot handle high amount of torque. One of the few transmissions on a compact car I've seen handle fuckloads of torque without being opened up, except for doing a limited slip differential, is the Volvo M66 motors and M56 motors. Now, I know I'm playing for the home team here. I know everyone's going, oh, serious, Kovac, how dare you play for the home team? The only time I've seen catastrophic transaxle failure is from the fact that those transaxle housings do not like wheel hop, and that typically occurs with burnouts and people who lower the cars without getting proper spacers for the actual for the CV axles. Because when you lower a car, you change the geometry of your suspension. And those CV axle spacers are great to keep the original length of the CV axle without them pulling out of the transaxle bell housing. That will cause catastrophic damage, or cause constant seal changes, if not catastrophic damage, if wheel hop occurs. The only time I've ever seen a M66 fail is from some jackass who, on Sweet Speed, and because I am a Sweet Speed member, I'm part of the Volvo C30 community, I'm part of the Volvo community, I'm part of the Swedish car community. Some fuck off bought a V70 T5 and was complaining to us, you guys said it was reliable, you guys said it was reliable, and everyone dogpiled him. It's like, not because we're all fanboys, it's like, why the fuck would you wheel hop? Why the fuck would you do a burnout, an improper burnout, and wheel hop? You blew your transmission up. He was doing video after video of like, see guys, look how cool I am. And it's like, it took you that long to finally blow up the transmission. Blow up the transaxle. Like, and these things are hard to find, by the way. M66s are hard to find. Yes, the front-wheel drive ones are more common, but like, there's no rebuild kits for these things, really. Volvo never really issued rebuild kits for these things. So we covet and protect these things like they're our children. Especially the all-wheel drive M66s and the R ones, because they are fucking rare, they are expensive, and the Volvo community, we sell them to each other, but we baby them and we protect them, and we'll maybe buy new seals and we'll replace with what we can. There is no real rebuild kits, but there are seal kits for these things. We protect these things as much as we can because they are rare and they don't make them anymore. Going back to the case though, is most Japanese cars I've seen don't have the transmission to be able to handle it. Honda transmissions are fucking phenomenal to drive. They are incredible in terms of like response and feel and everything you want. But Honda transmissions also having great gear ratios for their low power vehicles. Honda transmissions though are also glass jawed. They don't like high horsepower. You have to build them up and get them strengthened to take anything more than 300 brake horsepower. Brake horsepower is what comes out at the flywheel of the engine, not at the wheels. Wheel horsepower is from brake horsepower, and then where it's transmitted through the transmission, the axles, and what you get the wheels is your actual wheel horsepower, which is often less than what you have to brake. I digress though. Your brake horsepower, a lot of these Hondas and Toyotas can't really take, like their transaxles and all drive systems can't really take a lot of power. Stock. So what I'm trying to get here is that these Toyota like transaxles, that shoot up in torque is fucking brutal on these, and these are racing transaxles, so they're not meant to last either. So it's basically move as fast as you can, win as many races as quickly as you can with this cheat, and pray to God the transaxle is the only thing that does not fail.
And in a sport measured in tenths of a second, 70 pound-feet of mid-range torque is not an advantage. It's another car.
Yeah.
Remember the weight problem from the start of the story? The 150 kilo deficit to the Subaru, the engineering wall TTE could not climb. 50 horsepower and 70 pound-feet of torque cancels a lot of weight. Not by making the car nimble, nothing was going to make the ST205 nimble, by making the car so violent off the throttle that nimble just didn't matter anymore.
Now, anecdotal story. I have an in-law who married to my family, and he's of Kenyan descent and aristocratic descent Kenyan. And he told me when we were talking, he said, when I was a schoolboy, I was at my boarding school in Kenya before I went to study in England. They had us learn. So they would let us out of school to go watch the the WRC rally. And he said, once again, the most favored car of the rally group for Rally Safari was always the Celica. The Celica, if you don't know, the whole generation, a whole family of Toyota's lineage, and people like to associate with the 886 rally car that had its very brief stint in the early 80s. The Celica in particular became, not only was it dominant on almost every other sport, but in the Safari Rally, it was called the King of Africa. This thing was literally called the King of Africa for a reason. Because it was just that much of a monster.
Here's the part of the device I want you to sit with for a moment. The part that, when you understand it, separates this from every other cheat in racing history. The springs were polished, not buffed, not finished, polished. Mirror finish steel. Because TTE's engineers were worried that an unpolished spring inside the airflow path might create faint, imperceptible turbulence, and that turbulence might register on a sensitive enough instrument as an irregular flow pattern, which might prompt an inspector to ask a question they otherwise wouldn't ask.
It would disrupt also the airflow to the compressor, which would cause turbulence inside the actual compressor wheel and would cause a lot of turbine shaft wear too, which would also be another dead giveaway if you're constantly replacing turbine shafts and turbocharger. But the fact they machined it to a mirror finish too. Dear God Almighty. I love that fucking attention to detail engineering. Because I recently had to hone, and Chad doesn't know about this too. In my T5, going back to my Volvo, my T5 motor, my B52547 motor, I actually mirror finished and polished my own intake manifold ports. I did everything myself. I cut it down a gradient and to spec of the gasket and of the new upper intake manifold. I then spent 8 hours on my own time with hand tools to the best of my ability, It's probably not a complete mirror finish, but best of my ability, a mirror finish polish on all 5 cylinder ports of the lower manifold. I haven't done the port of the engine yet, but I shit you not, I did that just so I have a nice flow of air, which would allow more air into the firing chamber, the valve train into the firing chamber as well. Any marginal increase in horsepower to me is just more than enough. I'm willing to sacrifice. People don't know about this too, and if there's any like, there's probably a lot of guys who are going to be watching. I doubt any women will ever watch my channel because I'm a car Vtuber. I deleted the AC on my car. I bought a bypass kit, and I got I sized up and got the right belts for it. I deleted the AC on my C30. It saved 40 pounds. It also stops sapping power from the engine to drive the AC compressor itself. Even though the clutch is disengaged most of the time, I wouldn't have the AC on. I still delete it to save weight and stops any engine power from being sapped. Even if it's marginal, like 1 or 2 horsepower, I did not want anything going to that fucking AC compressor. You want cold air? 65 air. Drop the windows, baby. Even then, keep the windows up. We're gonna floor down. We're gonna floor it. I want as much power in that car as possible. Once again, I follow Colin Chapman's approach to these things. Simplicity add lightness. You know how much weight I've pulled out of that car, and I've replaced it with like components to hide the amount of weight I pulled out of it. There's no more back seats. There is a bench back there now, a custom-made fabric-covered bench to conceal that. I've removed, I believe, about 250 pounds from that car, and I've covered it up and concealed to make it look semi-stock. I take great pride in these type of things.
They polished the inside of a cheat no one could see to prevent a question that no one was reasonably going to ask. That is not a piece of fraud. That's frankly a piece of art.
Exactly.
For most of the first half of the 1995 season, the Toyota Celicas were quietly underwhelming. Monte Carlo, a podium, but not a win. Sweden, a hard fight, but no breakthrough. The car looked, to the casual eye, like what it was advertised to be.
Yeah.
A heavyweight chassis trying to keep pace with smaller, sharper competition. And that almost certainly was on purpose. Because if you're running a cheat that adds 50 horsepower to your engine and you suddenly start dominating, somebody's going to ask why. But somewhere in the middle of the season, something began to change. And the change, in retrospect, was visible to anyone who knew what they were looking at. The Celicas got faster, not gradually, not in the way a team refines the setup over the course of a season. They got categorically faster. The kind of jump that in a sport this measured only comes from an engineering breakthrough or a fundamental change in the car. Juha in particular started doing things the Celica was not supposed to be capable of. Tarmac stages, traditionally his weakest surface, fast straights where the weight of the car should have been a handicap, stage times didn't reconcile with what anyone in the paddock thought the ST205 could do. And the FIA slowly, quietly started to pay attention. And then on a Saturday night in Perth, Australia, something happened that changed the conversation entirely. Rally Australia 1995, the super special stage, a short technical head-to-head sprint on tarmac, run under the floodlights with the cars launched in pairs. Television loved it, crowds loved it, and it produced on that particular night a piece of footage that the FIA's technical staff would later describe as the moment they stopped wondering and started investigating. 2 cars launched simultaneously. A Toyota Celica ST205 heavyweight, allegedly 300 horsepower. A Subaru Impreza 555 lighter, allegedly 300 horsepower. By every public specification, by every FIA mandated parameter, these cars should have been functionally identical down a short straight.
Right.
They were not. The Celica pulled away, not by a fender, not by a car length, by a margin that anybody with a stopwatch and a working set of eyes could see was wrong. And the FIA, watching the same footage as everyone else, drew the only conclusion the footage allowed. There were also rumors at the same time of an inside source. The historical record is a little bit murky. A
Okay,
Toyota
okay.
insider may have tipped off the FIA about what they were looking for, though.
And you know why they do that? An insider would do that? Who's not directly associated with the team? People who have the least input in the operation want to feel part of it. So they'll brag the most about it. Like a house of cards, the whole system will come crumbling on down. Because a bit of pride, a bit of ego from someone who had little to no hands in the pie, will claim the whole pie to themselves and will want to tell the story and break the news first. Or you give them a little bit of money to get some motion, and then you squeal like a pig.
The specifics have never been formally confirmed. What is documented is that by the time the championship arrived in Spain in October, the FIA's technical staff had instructions to dismantle the Toyota's turbocharger down to their constituent parts. Rally Catalunya, the penultimate round of the season, became the end of the line for a device that wasn't supposed to exist. But the discovery didn't happen in the way you would expect. There was no whistleblower memo dropped on a desk, no scandal-breaking press conference. The discovery, in the way that great discoveries often do, began with one inspector and a feeling. During the standard post-event teardown, an FIA technical official examining the Celica's turbocharger noticed something. Not a smoking gun, not a fault, a feeling. A fraction of a millimeter of play.
It goes to you. We're talking about cars. We're talking about something I'm very passionate about. Cheating.
In the restrictor assembly that should not have been there. Solid castings do not have play. This one did.
Yep. We love cheating. Oh yeah. But fucking hell. And this, you just came in. You're not hearing how much I've been splurging all over this topic because I'm not just a mechanic and tuner myself, but also because I fucking love machine stuff like this. It's so simple, but even the guy you're about to see, the inspector who found this out, basically just went, I'm not even mad. This is impressive.
Kept dismantling. And inside the housing, he found 3 Belleville washers.
Yep.
Industrial spring washers.
And that was causing enough compression to slide the choke forward enough that it just squeaked by with a 25% margin increase of intake air to the fucking turbocharger. Oh, I love it. It's so beautiful.
Mirror polished with a tension profile that no manufacturing standard could justify and no honest engineer could explain. Springs designed to do a job. And then, somewhere in the room, at some point during that dismantle, somebody made the connection. The springs, the intake hose, the clamps. They took a workshop tool, applied compression to the intake hose cuff, replicating by hand the squeezing of the Jubilee clamps, and they watched as the 34mm restrictor, the FIA's sacred immutable ceiling, slid backward by exactly 5mm and revealed the bypass channel.
It's so beautiful. Oh, I love it. It's so simple, but so masterfully done. Oh, man, I love it so much. It's just beautiful.
That had been hiding behind it for an entire racing season. The man standing in that inspection bay was Max Mosley. Oh, must have been like an orgy for Mosley. President of the FIA.
Yep.
A barrister by training, not a man given to sentimentality about technical infractions.
No.
And what he said on the record in a quote has lived in motorsport history ever since. What he said was this: "It was the most sophisticated and ingenious device I have ever seen in 30 years of motorsport."
30 fucking years. And mind you, that past 30 years of motorsport was the second golden age, right? Long since the advent of rapid engine technology post-Second World War, that was the golden age of countries and nationalities rising up and fighting against each other with their own engineering ideals and conceptualizations of what would make a car faster, and different techniques trying out all sorts of different motorsports, rapid change in engine development, rules and regulations for F1, for rally, for different forms of rally, for touring car championship, everything you can think of. Different engine platforms, different engine technology, electronic fuel injection taking over carburetors, turbocharged and forced induction outpacing displacement. Like, holy shit! And 30 years of that, and he's seen it all for extended fuel tanks, for large brake hoses, for everything in between. For just putting, as I said before, putting brake fluid on your tires for drag racing so you have better grip on launch. And this is the most ingenious design he's ever seen, and it's because of those Belleville washers. That they didn't need to do this either, but they machined it to such a degree that they could hide the airflow of it. Holy shit.
Inside, it was beautifully made. The springs inside the hose had been polished and machined so as not to impede the air that passed through. It was so well made that there was no gap apparent to suggest there was any means of opening it. He called it ingenious. He called it beautifully made. He called it the most sophisticated device he had ever seen. And then he banned them for a year.
That's where I take qualms with this part of the story that he might have gotten wrong. Because from my research or from my time of knowing this story, and I've gone back to review it multiple times, Toyota themselves were to get a temporary ban from the championship. Okay, they were to be banned from the Spain championship. The owner of the team, Alexander, I forget his last name, we just heard it. He was so insulted that he would not be able to compete in the championship after the whole season was done, that even though they weren't banning him for the next year, he packed up shop and called it quits for the team and for the Celica ST205. Not out of shame, but out of being dishonored that they would not be allowed to compete in the final championship with all the chips against them, and the fact that their car would be back to stock performance. They weren't even taking away, stripping them of the championship of that year, of the winning titles that year. They won them nonetheless.
October 25th, 1995. The FIA World Motorsport Council, sitting in Paris, handed down a sentence that, by the standards of international rallying, was nearly without precedent. Toyota Team Europe was banned from the World Rally Championship for 12 months. The entire 1996 season gone. Every manufacturer point that Toyota had earned in 1995 was struck from the record.
Did they seriously? I thought they kept that. That's what I heard.
Had every championship point from the season nullified. For Cancunen, that nullification carried a particular weight. He had been actively chasing a 5th world championship in 1995, a feat no rally driver in history had ever achieved.
Oh.
The fight that would have made him the most decorated driver of his generation. Erased. Not lost, erased. Removed from the record by an FIA stenographer in a boardroom on the Place de la Concorde. And then there was Ove Andersson, the Swede who had 2 decades earlier started TTE from a small workshop in Cologne and built it engineer by engineer, season by season, into one of the most respected operations in motorsport. A man whose entire professional identity was wrapped up in the team that had just been publicly destroyed. Mosley, in his ruling, was careful to draw a specific distinction. Toyota Motor Corporation, the parent company in Japan, was found to have no knowledge of the device.
Okay.
The cheat, the FIA stated,
So that's where the people I learned from got confused. I see.
was the work of the engineers in Cologne, operating without the knowledge of the head office. And here, fairly, you can ask whether that finding represents the actual truth or the most politically convenient version of the truth that allowed everyone to move forward. A multinational corporation discovered that its racing subsidiary has been running a sophisticated, expensive, machine shop grade fraud for a full season, and the official conclusion is that the parent company had no idea. Maybe. What is not in dispute, though, is what TT did with their 12 months in the wilderness. They did not collapse. They did not disband. They rebranded, becoming Toyota Motorsport GmbH, TMG. And they used the year of forced exile to do something the team had refused to do under competitive pressure. They started over. New car, new chassis, new philosophy. The Corolla WRC built
And this one was also fairly good.
from the ground up during the 1996 ban was everything the ST205 had not been. Smaller, lighter, designed for the new generation of World Rally cars that arrived in 1997. Toyota returned to
The maxi cars, and the maxi cars are their own beast of rally. And we'll probably watch that video, road rally with maxi vehicles, because they are something else.
championship in late 1997. And in 1999, with the Corolla WRC, they won the manufacturer's championship. Clean, undisputed, no asterisks. The full redemption arc. But the shadow of 1995 never quite lifted. It
No.
followed Anderson for the rest of his career. It followed Toyota out of rallying entirely a few years later to Formula One, where Anderson would lead the team's next chapter. And it lives now as kind of a footnote in every conversation about the most ingenious cheat in motorsport history. A footnote that ends every single time with the same observation. They almost got away with it.
Yep.
Honestly, I love stuff like that. That's class. And I didn't know much about this. I was quite young at the time. I was 6, so I wasn't a big rally fan. But yeah, an ingenious solution. And honestly, the one kind of feat where you're like, fair enough. Maybe we should just let them away with it. I know you can't, but you know
You really want to,
that kind of cheat.
because it's just so
I just want to say
beautiful.
that was fun. I enjoyed learning all about that. Really, really impressive from Toyota, who are kind of now coming back into Formula One with Haas. But I just want to say thank you to you guys who commented to kind of alert me to this one. Been fun to jump into, and I'll see you next week for another episode.
I see the video they have up here right now. We won't be watching it, but I know about the Lotus Carlton. The Lotus Carlton is its own history, especially the 40RA. That one is a very interesting car. So, what we'll do now is we'll move on to a video by Slap Shoes. Slap Shoes has also covered a video about cheaters. Or so he did one about NASCAR, about the worst sponsors, team owners, and track promoters in NASCAR history, which
If you follow Formula
is its own beast. Now, this video was made back in 2019. This was made 7 years ago. But we're about to get into something really funny here, because NASCAR is its own level of controversy when it comes to cheaters and liars.
If you follow Formula One racing in the slightest, you've probably heard of the debacle between Haas F1 and Rich Energy Drink.
And this is way back in 2019. So remember, this is like old news now, but this was big shit when it came out.
Oh, I'm sorry, now known as Lightning Volt Limited.
Yep.
Which may or may not be a money laundering scheme that may or may not actually sell energy drinks.
No.
It is a hilariously unfortunate series of events that
I'm glad
features-
Haas is doing better now, I guess. I mean, that means that's saying a multi-billion-dollar company is doing better, but fuck it.
former CEO of Lightning Volt Limited, Discount ZZ Top Guy, and some unknown
Holy
bombastic
shit, he
person
does
in
look like
charge of
Dusty
their
Hill.
Twitter throwing shade at Haas F1 in every way imaginable. It's hard to follow, confusing, but most importantly, hilarious. But before my fellow NASCAR fans start laughing too hard at the misfortune of this F1 team,
Jack and Jones, even that King sponsor Jack and
I
Jones.
feel like I need to remind you of NASCAR's own past with sketchy sponsors, team owners, and track promoters. Here's a short rundown of just a few of the worst liars, thieves, and lawyers to ever disgrace NASCAR with their presence.
Oh, I'm hearing a banger here. Okay. One of my favorite bands from the 90s, Al Rollins. Oh, if you don't know about Liar, I fucking love this song. 'Cause I'm a liar! Yeah, I'm a liar! I'll ruin your mind now! I'll burn your soul! Oh, I love
In the
Liar.
early days of NASCAR,
On
you
my
didn't have to-
playlist, it's the Race by Cake, Gob's what was it called? Give Up the Grudge. Liar by Al Rollins, and I have This Is My United States of Whatever on that playlist.
Worry about big companies trying to screw you over by getting free advertising.
Oh, by the way, too, for the people who've only watched cars and
in the early days of
kind of understand racing cars, this is what like apparently a lot of
NASCAR, you
VTubers
didn't have to worry about
are, Western VTubers are.
company.
The fabulous Hudson Hornet was, once again, voiced by Paul Newman, but it was based on the Hudson Hornet race car, which was a stock car based on a car called the Hudson Hornet. And Hudson is a long since defunct manufacturer that was folded into AMC Motors, which is also defunct themselves. By the way, AMC for a long time owned Jeep, Willys Jeep Overland. And it was pretty much the fourth trailing company of the big four manufacturers in America, in North America. And this is not a V8 car, by the way. This is an inline six. Hudson was still using a inline six they had made 2 decades prior. You think that's crazy too? General Motors did not make a V8 proper until the late 50s with the Chevy small block debut. They were still running what's called the Stovebolt inline six for any of their cars, including the first generation Corvette. It's a great engine to work on because it's so easy to figure out. It's just, God, they do not make power.
He's trying to screw you over by getting free advertising.
But the Hudson Hornet, they fucking made power.
Because sponsoring a race car was
For the
just
time,
kind of unheard of at the time. You might get some random mechanic shop on the hood,
Yeah.
or if you were really lucky, some oil manufacturer would wave a few thousand at you to put their decal on your fender. The
Yeah.
biggest thing NASCAR drivers had to worry about was track promoters just taking off with all the money after the green flag flew. It would really suck to spend.
Well, NASCAR promoters, this is before NASCAR became about, it was stock car promoters. That's why Bill France founded NASCAR in the first place, to make a organized professional sport of stock car racing, so people could actually walk away with their winnings.
All that money and time trying to get to the track, paying the entry fee, winning the race with your now banged up car, only to find out that there isn't a trophy and your check is probably going to bounce on Monday. It
Yep.
was fairly common practice in the wild early days of stock car racing. But once NASCAR took off in the 1950s, they did their level best to distance themselves from any tracks that didn't pay up. Even still, a few miscreants slipped through. Bowman Gray Stadium was paved in the late 1940s by the city of Winston-Salem, on the agreement that the promoter would share a portion of ticket sales revenue with the city. He held a few races, but when it came time to pay up, he skipped town with all the cash, and no one ever heard from him again.
Nope.
While track promoters and owners would avoid tangling with big NASCAR for the big shows, on the weekly racing scene, they were a lot more unscrupulous. There's absolutely no shortage of stories.
Someone's called weekly racing from my home track of Greenville Pickens Speedway, footage by Frank Murdoch via YouTube. No shit. I mean, I would never dox the racetracks I went to as a kid, but they actually were probably the longest running dirt/stock car tracks in North America, and they've never had scandals like this in their history, as far as I'm aware of, from what I've researched. They've been pretty much scandal free.
Of tracks just shortchanging drivers, and in general being cheapskates and jerks. So let's just focus on one for now. The Blackwell brothers, Tom and Pete, operated my hometown track of Greenville Pickens Speedway
Really?
from 1955 until 2003. My grandfather and uncle who raced there would often
It's a whole family lineage of racers in that family.
complain that if it even remotely looked like it might rain and scare off fans, they'd cancel the night's races in a heartbeat. And a former boss of mine who grew up in the same neighborhood as the Blackwell brothers told me that they were the biggest hucksters he had ever met. And that former boss of mine now works in management for a Fortune 100 company, so that's saying something.
Yep.
All manner of drivers from the lowest division to the highest have an endless plethora of tales of the brothers' conniving ways. But one story that always stuck out to
Shysters. A lot.
me was of a contractor they had brought in during the 50s to build a privacy fence around the track property. Now,
Right.
I can't confirm this story to be true. The Blackwell brothers
Thank you for subscribing. Welcome.
Space stoners.
Welcome. Thank you. How you doing? You crossed me over our cheating day where we watch NASCAR and race car cheats.
brothers have since passed away, but I've heard this story so many different times from so many different people over the years, and it changes so little from person to person that it must have at least some kernel of truth to it. So anyway, here we go. Legend has it that the Blackwell brothers hired a contractor to build this fence around the track to keep freeloaders from watching the races for free. Fair enough. But they
Okay.
told the contractor they'd pay him when the job was done. The contractor finished the job, but when it came time to collect, the brothers always had some sort of excuse.
There's so much going on the screen. I don't know if I should be happy about it or scared. Well, also I'm good. Just tired. What about you? I just finished up my working on my car a bit, so I'm a bit, not as chipper as I usually am, but I'm feeling fine. welcome to Series Kovac VT, where we talk about motorsports, racing, car tuning, and engineering, because I am a mechanic VTuber, and I'm legitimately an actual car enthusiast VTuber, because unlike other car enthusiast VTubers, I'm actually one who actually works on his own vehicle. We're watching a video by Slapshoes right now. It's an older one from 7 years ago about cheaters, liars, savages, and anything in the sports. Also graciously accompanied by the intro of Al Rollins' Liar, which is one of my favorite 90s songs put out there. However, you have come across my stream now where still have this setup, this older setup here. By the way, it will be changed over time. Don't wish to worry. This kind of how should I say? It's not grandiose. It's far from grandiose. My little setup here I have for stream will be changed in due time. I'm actually have a Live 2D model on the way, but back to the video here. We are watching all sorts of cheaters. Now, going back to what he's saying, though, about the screwing over the contractor. I mean, everyone got their special interest in fields. Mine's personal music, but it's interesting seeing car enthusiasts. Well, I don't mind people who call themselves car enthusiasts, but I also say for a lot of VTubers, the girls in particular will use it to garner attention. Because, oh my God, niche male hobby that's niche for women again too. Oh my God, I must say love her. Let's hopefully she gets her dream car that she'll turn to yard art because you'll never work on it. I am an actual mechanic by trade. I'm swapping over trade, but I am an actual mechanic, and I am a self-taught car tuner where I actually do engine polishing and machine work in my own house, kind of like a redneck engineering style, but I do shit like this. And I actually have a camera that I'm building a setup for to do hand cam streams where I can actually build an engine for my chat, because I want to build an engine with my chat and show them how to build a Volvo white block motor, put back a T5 engine for a Volvo C30, which is what I own. But right now, as he was talking though, because my family has worked in the construction field for a long time as well, and contractors skipping town is not. Thankfully, it's not something we typically deal with because we hound them through creditors, or if it was like a private company job, we'd hound them through creditors. But we'd also, a lot of us worked for corporate construction companies. But a lot of people do try to do this. And to grab it and to find shysters like this is not as uncommon as you think it is, but also to hunt them down, because a lot of them aren't that terribly smart. They just use aggression and like brute force. Yeah, bro, what are you gonna do about it? If they're like residential, it's like, oh, either the creditors get on your ass, cops get on your ass, and if you swing at me, I take you down. I beat you over the head with a monkey wrench, because you're the one here talking shit, but I'm the one here with all the tools. So swing at me and I will take you down. And then I'll get the cops and creditors on your fucking ass and sue you to oblivion. That's the way you gotta do it sometimes.
Oh, we're out of town right now. We sent it to you in the mail. You didn't get it.
Oh, you think I'm talking on my ass about this thing? No. I have had to stand my ground to get the pay I was deserved for the job I did. Didn't have to make threats, but I just said, all right, you want to make death threats at me? Put your money where your mouth is. Because I can revenue agencies on your ass. I get fucking everything on your ass. I have all the paperwork. And if you swing at me, I will take you down, because I'm about a foot taller than you. And the fat you have on your body, I have that weight of muscle. So let's not fuck around.
Office is closed at the moment. Try again later, etc., etc. Well, on one day, the contractor decided he had had enough and took matters into his own hands. He knew where the Blackwell brothers counted the money after the races, so one day after the events, he kicked in the door with 2 guns and said, I got 2 pistols, one for each Blackwell brother, and y'all are going to pay me what I'm owed, or you 2 are going to figure out whether or not these guns are loaded. They
Fucking based. Love that shit. I love that. I love that bit of Midwestern justice.
Sift through the money, he took exactly what he was owed, not a penny more, and left. They considered calling the cops, but if the contractor knew where the count room was, then he probably knew where the Blackwell brothers lived, and they figured he could find them before the cops could find him. They decided to let bygones be bygones and just let it slide. Hell, he didn't even charge him interest. I call that a win. Track owners and promoters have a long, tumultuous past in NASCAR, but perhaps the more well-known and better documented ne'er-do-wells are some of the car owners. Now, I'm not just talking about the cheaters like Junior Johnson and Smokey Eunuch.
We are going to watch a video on Smokey Eunuch. Just saying, I may be very unresponsive right now because it's 3:27 a.m. for me. I want to know I'm taking that info with my mind, but I can't really respond to anything right now. Don't worry, H. Faithful. I'm not going to look on you for content or like back and forth. We will watch a video about Smokey Eunuch later on, because Smokey is the one I really want to show you guys. He is, and by the way, this number 13 car, if the people who have watched Talladega Nights, which I'm not really a fan of the movie, Will Ferrell's not really that funny to me personally, and Will Ferrell's really good off the deep end. Will Ferrell, he was in this movie Talladega Nights, and if you remember the black and gold muscle car, it was based on Smokey Yunick's car right here. Smokey Yunick had that distinctive color, and the reason they chose that for Will Ferrell, I don't think Will Ferrell did it himself. I think it was the co-writers who helped him with that. Is because Smokey Yunick was one of the most notorious cheaters in NASCAR, but he's well respected because his cheating was so ingenious that people honestly had to respect the hustle.
I'm talking about the guys who cheated, were a pain to work with, torpedoed their own organizations, and maybe even committed a bit of fraud to make it all happen.
Oh yeah.
BK Racing, contrary to their name and paint jobs, actually had no affiliation with Burger King. Team owner Ron Devine was only a Burger King
They'll have it their way.
franchise owner, who had
Really?
finagled the licensing rights to run Burger King logos when no other sponsor could be found.
Oh, that's
It
bad.
was basically every single race. That's right, Burger King got free advertising from the team. As far as I can tell, they never actually paid the team a dime. Dr. Pepper, which is
What?
served at Burger King, also had a similar agreement. As it turns out, the team had used their questionable sponsors, quote-unquote, to lure in more loans than they could pay back. And before the green flag flew for the Daytona 500 in 2018, they had essentially said that they would be shutting down by the end of the year, as they battled a litany of court cases.
Oh, boy.
Somehow, they still managed to make every single race, and even though front row
You know, this reminds me of, and I should probably watch my mouth before I say it, because it reminds me of a certain guy who just ran for Ohio for the Republican Party seat against Vivek Ramaswamy, who, by the way, fucking hate Vivek. What is it? Was it Vivek? No, Vivek's FBI, right? No, it's Kash Patel. It's FBI. Vivek Ramaswamy. If you know about Ohio's run, there's a guy in there who was a car YouTuber who fell off the deep end and has lost popularity, and has a questionable history with a engineering automotive school that I nearly fell for 5 to 6 years ago. And let's just say he basically lampooned, torpedoed, and basically was just using the whole election thing to boost his social media presence, so he go back to doing trying to regain popularity he lost years ago, so he could keep making money by doing jack fuck all as a rich spoiled kid, flexing around in Vipers and everything. And by the way, we always talk about being a car enthusiast. He's not. He just wanted cars to be only for a certain level of sports car ownership, and you know, a certain income bracket, so that the average plebeian would be kicked off his precious racetracks, so he wouldn't have to just worry himself with, you know, racing against Honda Civics and import Volvos and Volkswagen GTIs. No, he could race with his Viper against Ferraris and other high-end sports cars. So the guy's a fucking asshole, in my opinion. And that's not going to what the litigations he has against him are. He got backed by Turning Point USA. He's completely just. If you heard about the interviews with like the people that worked with him, they're like, he's a fucking dick, and he was obviously scamming from the start.
Motorsports bought the
And now boomers voted for Vivek Ramaswamy. He's going to flood Ohio with a bunch of Indians, HB1Bs, basically illegal immigrants, to change and basically turn Ohio into what Canada became.
team in the later half of the season. The team still ran under the BK Racing banner all the way up until the bitter end. Michael Waltrip Racing had a turbulent lifespan, to say the least.
Really?
They started off by having all three of their cars make the starting grid for the Daytona 500. But then old Mikey's car, the Napa 55, got held up in tech inspection.
Oh, God.
Officials had found an unknown substance caked on the bottom of the intake manifold. After some testing, a few reports erroneously declared it to be jet fuel. But
I hate automotive journalists, I'll be real. So, another complaint I have, and this is being a car enthusiast, is that automotive and journalism and sensationalism is far. I mean, everything's got in sensationalism. This guy has like these false rumor mills. I feel as if for the gamer audience, for any gamers in chat here, you guys only got this through either Peter Molyneux or the biggest case of hyped up lies was typically found in the lead up to Cyberpunk 2077 release, where you had channels which would make sensationalist clickbait content about so-called rumors or just falsified stories of things that were going to be in the game, like it's the biggest game of all time. And it's a great game. I had problems on release, and they really should not put on Xbox One and PS4. But Cyberpunk 2077 was it had all these like lies about it and stories of fabrication about it. How does it relate to racing, you may ask, or cars? Well, every time there's a slight rumor mill, auto journalists will make sensational stories, and then even then, they'll make up stories too. I a channel I used to follow was called Sketch Monkey, and I don't follow him. I don't follow him because I dislike him. No, I quite like his content. It's just kind of like he's gone too busy and has kind of stopped making content as frequently as you would. And Sketch Monkey would reimagine fan favorite cars that were discontinued years ago or decades ago as brought back for the new generation. He would try to make it as reasonable as possible. When people do concept cars or anything of the sort, they always imagine, for example, like the Nissan Silvia as being a hyper super GT car. It's like, no, the Silvia was meant to be a secretary sports car. Or the Celica is like a mid-engine super world car beater. That's not what the Celica was. I remember in particular, a automotive journalist publication was saying, the Volvo C3 is coming back, and it was me with the guy who loves the Volvo C3. It's like my dying breath. It's my favorite car of all time. I have the 2 waifus based on her. All my 2 C3s I've owned. That's going to be in a channel art and possible merchandise if I ever get big enough. Long story short, I have a very much a deep love for the Volvo C30. And I knew it was bullshit. I clicked the article to see what the fuck they would come up with. And it was the most disgusting shit you could ever imagine. Because basically, they didn't even get the rights from Sketch Monkey. Because, they sold, the new C30 is coming out. The new C30 has this and that. Oh, by the way, this is actually not happening. It was just rendered by Sketch Monkey Garage. But we thought it was really cool. I'm like, you fucking stole Sketch Monkey's design photo that he'd used in Photoshop to reimagine the C30 as under the new Volvo design standards. And I just kind of went, I'm not mad even at Sketch Monkey. He had no fucking input in this. It was the publication. And they do this all the time. They make sensationalist shit. And the automotive journalist side of things is still eternally stuck, because it's mostly millennials. Mostly millennials are doing automotive journalism nowadays. And they are still stuck in the 10 to 12 years ago cycle where every thumbnail, every title's got to be hyper sensationalist clickbait title, which that's how you get clicks, but it's also the soy pog face, hands out cheeks, standing in front of a car, pointing, soy pogging at a car behind them with a title like, is it really the world beater? Is this the end of this? You see this with guys like Electric Viking or big channels like Car Wow and stuff. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ, you guys are literally cannibalizing your own industry. No wonder if some of you motherfuckers are falling off and are desperately trying to clamor for relevance nowadays. Like Collector Car Feed, I enjoy them because they just take the piss out of what's going on with the real life market. These other channels, they just they soy pog and do shit like this, and then they wonder why they're losing subscribers. It's annoying, and it's just like, cars, unfortunately, nowadays are not entertaining. There's only so many times you can talk about the next hyper supercar that's going to break the new world record. It's like, yeah, how many people are going to buy it? Who has the money to buy it? Not your average person, right? With the car companies, all we wanted was just make small, affordable cars that Americans want to buy. Lea Iacocca. No company does that anymore. Even plebeian companies like Ford, Hyundai, everyone's trying to go up market. Everyone's trying to be the luxury market. You're not. Okay? But we can't sell our little rinky-dink hatchbacks and make them fucking 3-doors. Make them ugly 5 doors that look like they're on stilts and about to roll over, right? We should be lobbying for government regulations to be pulled off compact cars and emissions to be pulled off of compact cars. Because we're already at this point now where we're still not at the full pinnacle, but we're reaching the pinnacle of what the ICE can do, and we're slowly transitioning to electric motors. So why the fuck are we still making these little, ugly rinky-dink cars that no one wants to buy when you can make them what people want to buy and affordable? I don't know. Am I a fucking genius? Or it's because these companies lobbied the government in the first place for not just more of these safety standards, but the truck standards, so they can make every vehicle an SUV and crossover. This is a truck technically, so they can sell vehicles at a higher price margin and force it onto you. Everyone talks about diversity and bullshit nowadays, but where's the diversity of choice? Exactly.
Actually, it was a lot closer to rocket fuel. It was an oxidizing agent designed to feed more oxygen into the engine for more horsepower. For his trouble, Michael Waltrip
Now this too, because they were like, oh, they had rocket fuel to their shit.
declared it to
It was literally just an oxidizer. It was literally an oxidizer.
be jet fuel. But actually, it was a lot closer to rocket fuel. It was an oxidizing agent designed to feed more oxygen into the engine for more horsepower. For his trouble,
Yep.
Michael Waltrip got fined at that time a record-setting $100,000 and was docked 100 points before the season had even started. And crew chief David Hyder and MWR director of competition Bobby Kennedy were physically ejected from the speedway and suspended indefinitely. Yikes. Michael Waltrip would fail to qualify for the majority of races that year, and his team was abysmal. Domino's jumped ship from the 00 team at season's end, and UPS did the same from the 44.
God damn.
Mikey could always pull some big money together, but a race team? It seemed like it would never happen. But then
Or-
in 2011
or
and 2012, they started riffing off wins, and even finished second in the point standings with
Oh,
Clint
yeah.
Boyer. And then Spingate. Whose idea this was and who actually orchestrated this is a bit murky. But we do know that General Manager Ty Norris and Brian Patty, crew chief for Clint Boyer, both gave their drivers clear and distinct messages to alter the end of the race. Boyer spun himself out on purpose, and Brian Vickers pitted on the restart to give their third driver, Martin Truex, a better shot at making the chase. All
Really?
three drivers were docked 50 points, Ty Norris was suspended indefinitely, and all three crew chiefs were put on probation until the end of the year. And Michael Waltrip Racing got bopped for another record-setting $300,000 fine.
Jesus.
They even lost a few sponsorship deals because of the affair, and that caused them to lose Martin Truex as a driver, and the whole team closed its doors at the end of the 2015 season. However, Clint Boyer still had 1 year left on his contract through 2016. And the way his contract was written, wherever the team and his sponsor, 5 Hour Energy, went, he went too as part of a package deal. Well, when MWR went belly up, H. Scott Motorsports bought up the team, and Clint had to sacrifice a year of his career driving for a backmarker team that had no idea what it was doing.
Oh my
He could have bought
God.
himself out of the contract, but there weren't any rides open at the time. So he stuck it out and took over Tony Stewart's old ride at season's end. Remember, kids, always leave yourself an out in your multi-year contracts, or you might just end up driving for Rick Ware Racing. Yuck. Nobody wants that. Driving for an unscrupulous owner can suck, so you might consider being an owner-driver. Going that route's a lot tougher but doable. But what if you didn't have the money to do that, didn't have any sponsors willing to back you, and you had no experience even being in a race car? Well, that would put a halt in any normal person's pursuit of speed, but
Yeah.
L.W. Wright was no normal guy. Who was L.W. Wright, you might ask? Well, myself
This story. Talladega. If you don't know about Emplement, we watched a video from Emplement about Talladega's long checkered history. This is where he comes in.
NASCAR, Sterling Marlin, and a few investors would really like to know that too. Black Flags Matter did a whole video on this guy, so I'm going to put a link to that video down below. But here's the gist of it. L.W. Wright convinced the head of Space Age Marketing in Nashville that he was a veteran NASCAR driver looking to start up a big league team, with the help of country music stars.
Now, the reason why this worked back then is because NASCAR was specifically a regional sport, mainly in the South, with a few northern stops. But it was not typically televised. It was usually televised locally, or it had highlight reels that were shared across like sports channels and the sports networks. NASCAR was not as big as it was. The biggest sports in America at that time, in the 70s, was football and baseball. Slowly rising up behind it was basketball and hockey. Motorsports in America was only for the biggest motorsports, and that would be televised like nationally across the country, like continental-wise. NASCAR was still very regional. Documentation paperwork was simply left for the NASCAR higher-ups and Bill France's in the France organization. A lot of paperwork was kind of like tucked behind the scenes, so no one really knows what these guys are. Certain motorsports like this, and for example, Monster Jam, especially because Monster Jam seems like it looks like it'd be staged like wrestling is. It's actually not staged. Surprisingly, I was shocked by that too. I always thought, even as a child, I thought it was staged, but no, it's not staged. It just seems like that is. It's more entertainment spectacle, but it's still a motorsport nonetheless, where it comes to freestyle and racing. But there's many cases in the 90s and 2000s of monster truck teams that just appeared and disappeared randomly. No one knows who the owners were or the drivers were. And sometimes the trucks they find abandoned in garage lots.
T.G. Shepard supplying the sponsorship. His first race was going to be the 1982 Winston 500 at Talladega Superspeedway. The first problem was when Nashville newspapers got wind of this, they reached out to Shepard to ask him what his expectations for the team were. And apparently this was the first time Shepard had ever heard of the whole deal. L.W. Wright saved face by saying that announcing the T.G. Shepard sponsorship had been a bit premature, and that it was still in the works. Wright had secured enough money from Space Age to buy a Chevy Monte Carlo from Sterling Marlin for $20,000. Damn, race cars were cheap back then.
Yep.
And he paid $17,000 up front in cash and wrote a check for the remaining $3,000. Sterling took the deal, but as the week's activities dragged on, he quickly realized that L.W. Wright was not who he said he was. Despite claiming to be a veteran NASCAR driver, he had no document.
By the way, that Wrangler car right there, number 15, that's Dale Earnhardt. That was before he got his number 3 Chevrolet underneath the Good Wrench sponsorship. That's Dale.
To back that up, which wasn't unheard of at the time, but no one could recall ever racing against him in the past either, not in any division. He struggled all week in practice, had a minor wreck in qualifying, and kept asking basic questions that anybody who had raced for as long as he claimed he did should know. Race day came and his engine blew after just 13 laps, and before the race had even finished, he had skipped town, left his car and all of his equipment at the track, and all of his checks to Sterling, NASCAR, and his business partners bounced. Arrest warrants were issued and the head of Space Age Marketing hired a private investigative team to find Wright and bring him to justice, vowing, "We'll get him sooner or later, he'll end up in jail before we're through." The only problem was that never happened. To this day, nobody ever found L.W. Wright or even knows who he was or why he did what he did.
And keep in mind, I know everyone like scoffs at private investigators whenever they hear it. Motherfucker, do you think a company like Space Age is going to use like some backwater private investigator? Fucking, was it Wizards of the Coast underneath? Was it Wizards of the Coast? They hired the Pinkertons to basically hunt that guy down who got the accidental early release of a set, and they find him and basically like shook him down for almost everything he had, even though he accidentally got the box and he didn't mean to. They sent the fucking Pinkertons with guns at the door to pick him up. Yeah, and the Pinkertons are in the Pinkertons, which people don't really think they exist. The only reason why most people know about the Pinkertons nowadays is because of Red Dead Redemption 2. The Pinkertons will find you. Like they are private. They are the Mossad of the private investigator world. They will find you. They are, and I don't. I'm wondering if they hire the Pinkertons or not, because I don't think the Pinkertons would have let this slide. Like they would have hunted this guy down. This isn't like dealing like a mercenary like Blackwater. No, that's like borderline intelligence agency to hunt people down. It's quite interesting. But I'm surprised they didn't capture him.
Random schmuck straight up defrauded his way into a NASCAR Cup
My guess, he's probably lived on the bayou somewhere. Or probably died out on the bayou somewhere.
ride. What a freaking legend. Car owners can be a bitch to work with, but sponsors are even worse. If they decide not to pay up or back out, it can basically blow up an entire team and end a few careers. Such is the case of Kevin Conway, Front Row Motorsports, and Extends. Extends was Kevin's primary sponsor pretty much through his entire career, and they were a company that sold male enhancement pills. I'll let you use your imagination to...
Oh, the gas station dick pill's my favorite. Has Royal Honey sponsored a car now? Because like people are like, serious, why are you like? Doesn't Viagra sponsor cars? No, Viagra is for erectile dysfunction. Enhancement pills are like gas station dick pills. And Royal Honey, if you don't know, is the concoction that is supposedly to act as an aphrodisiac for men and keep you erect for longer. It's kind of like having psilocybin and the honey pack popped in, as they call it. Does it work? I really don't think it does. It's mostly like pseudoscience, over-the-counter shit you can buy. I personally just find it funny. Like it's performance pills. You want to improve your performance in bedroom, gentlemen who are listening, and ladies, take this advice too. First off, everyone in general should take the first advice. Be in shape, be fit, be in shape. Both men and women. Get in shape. You will not be lacking in the bedroom. And ladies, get some cardiovascular system too. I can't be fucking you doing all the work and you're just like laying there or you're on all fours and taking it. No, I need you girls to be bouncing on that shit. Stop acting like you can bounce on it and actually bounce on that shit. That's number one. Number two, generally a good diet will help a lot of men out. Not just losing weight, but getting generally a good diet with like lots of whole proteins, animal proteins, and a lot of iron, magnesium, and zinc in the system is also great too. But boron doesn't help out. Doesn't hurt either.
Determine.
You get that typically from honey, like just eating whole foods, like natural whole foods, and not the whole food store brand, like just whole foods as a the concept. It's very simple. And diet of red meat especially is what really gets you.
Enhancement means. Conway was a terrible driver, finished poorly in nearly every single one of his starts,
Yeah.
but won Rookie of the Year honors pretty much by default as he had no competition. He got let go by Front Row in the back half of the 2010 season, and after that he kept driving for Robbie Gordon and Joe Nemechek. But then Robbie Gordon and Joe Nemechek found out the hard way why Front Row had booted Conway in the first place. Turns out all those Extend sponsorship checks ended up bouncing, and the two teams were owed millions of dollars.
Holy shit.
Extends never paid up because they were busy fighting court cases and dealing with the fact that their pills didn't actually make your pee-pee bigger. Turns out you can't just say that your product does one thing and then it never does that thing. Who knows?
Yep. Dead man WWE bullshit. You want to tell from experience? Yeah. If you want to make your schlong bigger, surgery is the way to go. Unfortunately, if you like naturally wise, like outside of losing fat, surgery. The average man's got like 3 to 4 inches inside their body. Though the surgery for that is very invasive and can lead to complete erectile dysfunction and failure for erections on the average man. Gentlemen, 6 inch, tell you this much, 5.5, 6 inches, that's more than enough, especially if you know how to use it. That is the average size. If you know how to use your tool, more than enough. Though for myself personally, I am thankfully gifted. As far as you'll need to know, very, very, very much gifted. So I don't need to worry about that. In fact, it's my caliber, and personally, and also, but just in general, whatever tool you have to know how to use it. You just can't be thrust PP hard. You have to know how to have to know sword play. Actually, that's the wrong word. That's a different type of innuendo there. But you have to know how to wield your Schwartz before you put it in, and learn how to work your hips. That's all you need to know from my end.
No. Everybody sued everybody and nobody won. Robbie Gordon and Nemco pulled out of NASCAR shortly thereafter. You might think that sponsors, killing teams, and pulling out of contracts...
And also learning how to control your inhibitions for release is another good idea too. Learning that is also a fundamental, because also knowing how to use your fingers and your hands as well is another great thing to know. A little bit of life advice with Sirius Kovac. This has worked on a nice little, not a double-digit count, but a nice little amount of women I've had to deal with, MILFs in particular. Trust me on this one. Trust the plan. Learning to be calm and just keep mind at ease. You'll know how to work her, and have her melt in your hands.
A relatively new phenomenon, since back in the day they used to just pay up with one big lump sum at the beginning of the year, and nowadays they pay on a month-by-month or even a race-by-race basis. But in 1998, Tabasco proved that even the lump sum approach is
Holy fuck, Tabasco sponsored?
rife with problems. You may recall Todd Bodine sporting these awesome paint jobs promoting Tabasco hot sauce to
Yeah, I remember these.
kick off the 1998 season, and people at the time touting that this would be Todd Bodine's breakout year. But oh man, those people were wrong. International Sports Management, or ISM, had teamed up with Bodine and Tabasco to create the 35 team, and they were horribly underprepared. They failed to qualify for 4 of the first 6 races, but did manage a front row start and a top 10 finish in Atlanta. Tabasco, however, didn't seem to mind. Instead, they had went all in on using the team as an elaborate marketing scheme.
Which, it is a cool design, but
promoted the hell out of the car, Todd Bodine, and their partnership with Pontiac. Hell, they even had a cookbook made. By mid-June, the car had only qualified for 5 of the first 13 races. The ISM wanted a change. They were here to race, not to sell hot sauce. They booted Bodine without Tabasco's consent and began hiring a variety of different drivers with mixed results. ISM eventually sold the team in the back half of the season, again without their sponsor's knowledge, to Tyler Jet Motorsports, who had purchased Darrell Waltrip's 17 team. Tim Beverly, now in charge of the 35 and 17 teams, merged the two and hired Darrell Waltrip to drive what was essentially his own car. And the team started doing far better. It helped having DW's championship provisional so that they could actually get into the race. They even made the switch from Pontiac to Chevy, without telling their big sponsor again.
Now, this is the year I'm thinking of post 2005. Remember, Waltrip was also featured heavily in the Cars movie as one of the announcers for the Piston Cup. So even for normies, by the way, who may not have been watching NASCAR, Waltrip's voice, visage, is just everything about him, just like in his name, was already attached to a very famous Pixar movie at the time, so it would help.
And Tabasco was furious. Eventually,
Yeah,
Tabasco
that
got
too.
the team to switch back to Pontiacs, which were horrendously slow that year. And
Ooh.
DW suffered for the remainder of the 1998 season. Tabasco was so upset with the ordeal that they backed out of the sport at season's end and never came back. They wanted their star driver results be damned. Instead, they had tapped 6 different guys to drive the car, and 4 of them had actually made starts with the team. And that is the tale of the Tabasco fiasco. Tabasco was fully prepared to dive headfirst into the marketing angle of the sport, but some sponsors are anything but prepared. Nature's Bakery signed on to sponsor Danica Patrick after their previous sponsor, GoDaddy, had left.
Oh. Now, we watched a video about Danica Patrick. And despite me being the misogynistic VTuber that I am, the king of misogyny for VTubing, as I will proclaim myself to be, because, Lord, I've made it very clear I can be a complete asshole, I never actually gave Danica a hard shake like everyone else does. In fact, Danica was a circumstance of her time and of the organizations around her. And she didn't really bite off more than she could chew. She was competent in what she was doing, but people saw her stardom and the fact that she was a woman and wanted to do that glass ceiling and also sex appeal, a weird blend between sex appeal and glass ceiling, and try to shoot her into the fucking stratosphere. But she was not ready yet. She was not seasoned yet for racing, for skill-wise. And the problem is, once again, when you're using both looks and the young, take no shit lady angle that they were going to apply to Danica, which was not her. Danica's actually a very timid woman from what I've heard and from what I've seen. Being young is what they wanted, for girl boss and for sex appeal equally. And that's what women don't have a lot of time to buy. And they pushed her really hard to try and get her up into the fucking stratosphere. And that all crumbled around her. And I don't hate her. In fact, I understand the problem she was thrust in too early for. And it's just kind of like, despite me being a complete misogynist, I mean, Christ alive, the stream title for this stream is literally me taking the piss out of fucking whore-tubers right now. With the whole drama going on, is that I don't actually hate Danica or take the low blow of shitting on her. I realized she was in a bad spot for that time.
The problem was Nature's Bakery didn't realize NASCAR was in a state of decline at that point.
Oh yeah, that was another problem too.
That they weren't getting the visibility that they were promised. Not to mention, Danica Patrick was also endorsing rival food products. So Nature's Bakery decided to just not pay up anymore. The problem was they were contractually obligated to pay up for the next 2 years, and nothing in the contract said Danica couldn't endorse other products. Stewart Haas Racing, made up by that same Gene Haas dealing with the same problem over in F1 right now, sued Nature's Bakery to the tune of $30 million plus interest, and eventually won. They put the money to good use too, and straight up dominated the 2018 season, with all 4 of their drivers getting wins and Kevin Harvick having one of the best seasons of his career.
Okay.
Then there's the electronics recycling service, Zloop. They sponsored a few tracks, races, and...
Do you remember when every new startup was using Quirk Chungus names for tech equipment? To try and hop along trends that had supposedly worked, but it was 1 in a million. Because that .com bubble funny name only worked up until 2001 basically. After that, you had to be a bit more serious. This is just pitiful.
Most notably the son of the company's owner, Justin Boston. In the early 2010s, Zloop kind of came out of nowhere and were flinging million-dollar checks left and right, but they always cleared the
This is money they didn't have, mind you.
bank. So nobody bothered to ask the Bostons how their little recycling service was making so much money.
Yeah.
As it turned out, it wasn't. Robert Boston, the company's owner, had defrauded investors of nearly $25 million just so he could fund his son's racing career.
Why would you do this? I get it, looking out for your children to make the best of, for their time, but this is just a spoiled brat getting into racing. went to private islands, luxury planes, luxury cars, a jet plane, a suite in the NFL stadium, and the funding of a short-lived NASCAR career. It's more just his son's NASCAR career, just like living high off everyone else's dime.
Spending upwards of $5 million a year just to get him rides with Kyle Busch Motorsports, Joe Gibbs Racing, and Venturini Motorsports, in everything from ARCA to trucks to Xfinity races.
What the
In court
fuck?
proceedings, it was revealed that Zloop was spending more in marketing alone than they had brought in total revenue.
Jesus.
I'm no business expert, but that does not sound sustainable to me. Robert
was
Boston
never meant
faced
to be.
criminal charges, was convicted in 2018, and was sentenced to 10 years in prison. But still, the question remains, was he the worst dad ever or the best dad ever? I mean, he did get his son some quality rides. But the absolute king of shady modern-day sponsors has to be DC Soul.
The best dad ever would be the one who worked his fingers to the bone to make sure his son gets, or offspring, because there were some daughter cases like where they also had to put the work in, but they got them the ability to be able to put that work into a field. That's the best dad ever. The dad that slaved over, like, if you look into like some of the hockey player, like for example, like NHL is probably my best reference, like Gordie Howe's father, or Wayne Gretzky's dad, or Marcel Dionne's like parents, or so many other legends across like NHL that were not from rich kid families. Like a lot of the really working class hockey players, their parents worked their fingers to the bone to make sure their kid could play hockey, and then when the kid had that talent, they worked extra hard to make sure that their kid would not would have to go work in like the coal mine during the summer. Actually, the founder of Tim Horton himself, the hockey player, would actually play for the Toronto Maple Leafs during the season and go work for his boss Conn Smythe's quarry in the summer to make ends meet.
Not only did they roll up onto the scene out of nowhere, start spending millions in the sport, and sponsored entire race teams and tracks, but when the chickens finally came home to roost, they ended up sidelining a driver's entire career, defrauded Warren Buffett of hundreds of millions of dollars, and ran a fraud scheme that was fueled by new investors and federal tax loopholes. DC Solar manufactured, sold, and leased solar-powered electric generators and began sponsoring Chip Ganassi Racing and a few other teams in 2016. And by 2018, they were pretty much the exclusive sponsor of their Xfinity program. Ross Chastain had won for the team in a storybook scenario that put the humble watermelon farmer straight to the top of nearly every NASCAR fan's favorite list.
And a couple of years ago, this was the same guy that did the slingshot maneuver against the wall. That clip that went viral, the driver that basically ran the wall to reach victory, that was this guy.
Things looked good, and there were really no signs of any trouble until one night just before Christmas in 2018, the FBI raided the home of Jeff Karpoff, the owner of DC Solar, and the company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy shortly thereafter. So what the hell happened? Well, of the 12,000 solar generators they had made, only about 3,000 to 5,000 of them were real. The other
Jeez,
7,000
it's a
or
Ponzi
so
scheme.
supposedly had GPS locators on them, but then it turned out that those locators were just buried in random locations across California, making it appear as though they had been purchased and set up. Warren Buffett had poured over $300 million into the company, but had made decent returns. But only because DC Solar was funneling money from new investors to Buffett. There's a word for that. It's called a Ponzi scheme.
Yep. And I feel like because here's the thing, Warren Buffett, there's a guy that Warren Buffett takes advice from, and that was Peter Lynch. And Peter Lynch would have smacked Buffett up the head saying, "What the fuck are you doing?" It's like Buffett's a shark when it comes to investing, but Lynch would have fucking known that, hey, Buffett, what the hell are you doing? That's why I don't read books by Warren Buffett. I read books by Peter Lynch. If you want like old school investing advice, or the very basics of where to start off with. Anything like after that, it's mostly like betting on horses and trying to be updated on the market as much as you can, which usually means you're on your phone at work. By the way, I don't do that because I'm a very much a respectable, integrable man, and also I'm very busy with school and work simultaneously, so I don't have time to be when the market's open. When I see people on their phones, they're like, "But bro, I'm starving, I'm hustling." It's like, I'll smack the phone in your fucking hand if you don't get off your ass right now and go to work. I can't be doing 5 minutes of work because 4 of you assholes want to be sitting around on your phones, right? You're not hustling. You lost more on crypto than you have made. So just get off your fucking ass and just put your money into something like a long-term account that pays up dividends, like fucking Garrett Motion or something of the sort.
DC Solar was funneling money from new investors to Buffett. There's a word for that. It's called a Ponzi scheme. You're not making any money, you're just shuffling it around to make it look like you're making money.
Yep.
At the time of the raid, they owed Chip Ganassi Racing nearly $4.5 million and still needed to pay up millions of dollars to ISC-owned tracks. With no sponsorship dollars rolling in, CGR nixed their Xfinity program and cut Ross Chastain, who proceeded to take any ride he could get and has since bounced back. Criminal investigations are ongoing in this case, but it's safe to say those pretty DC Solar paint schemes are never coming back. So there it is, a relatively short rundown of some of the worst fraudulent businessmen, hucksters, and schemers to ever show up in NASCAR. They've been here a while and they'll keep popping up, and with teams so strapped for cash these days, we can pretty much guarantee that NASCAR will be a good breeding ground for these types for decades to come.
And they always were.
I'm Slapshoes, and I'm sorry you had to watch this. Take it easy.
I love that song so much. Okay, I know it's an older video, but subscribe to Slapshoes. I love this guy. He's also done baseball videos if you're into professional baseball. If you want more motorsports, specifically like North American grassroots, North American dirt track motorsports and coverage, follow Slapshoes. I love his channel, love the guy. He's done great work, and I'll always endorse what he's done. I freaking love his channel. Now then, I spoke of a certain man that you guys would want to hear. But before we get into that, we're going to watch another one about more sponsors. But before that, we are going to look at Smokey Yunick Racing. Okay, because Smokey Yunick was the ultimate cheater of NASCAR. And we'll come up in a sec to that. But first, we're going to watch a video on the ridiculous sponsors of racing, which is another good one for business if you love business on this channel here. So away from the actual engineering of cars, it's a lot easier for people to get into. But while we saw Slapshoe's video on it, I feel as if there's a lot more than just NASCAR when it comes to weird sponsors. And we're going to about scam sponsors that they often shuck hilarious products.
America, a land of liberty, equality, and opportunity. Now, when you think of America, you're probably thinking of something more like this.
Yeah, it's okay. It's sometimes, but trust me, I don't buy the whole fucking propaganda about America being a hyper-consumerist. Yes, and okay, in certain parts of it is, but usually, typically the ones that are like this are decaying. You want beautiful America? Go to the Midwest. Go across to the more rural parts of Route 66. I still say America, despite what a lot of these like self-hating Americans will say, it's a far cry better from Canada.
True that the USA has gotten rather corporate over the past century. And what's more American than sticking your logo on every surface money can buy? How about putting it on a 750 horsepower hunk of machinery getting flung around a track? Okay,
well, smart guy, I'm going to be a bit critical of this video here too. Ever look at international like sports teams, like soccer, hockey, things that aren't typically American teams, right? Okay, like especially European sports teams, they're fucking littered in sponsorships. You can't even see the team logo. There's hardly ever a team logo. It's just like, this team is this club's team. What's the logo? Doesn't fucking matter. They're sponsored by BMO this year, or they're going to be sponsored by Air Emirates this year.
Blistering speeds. Countless name brands have taken the plunge and become renowned for their involvement in racing, which is why I'd like to commemorate them with this poem.
Oh, he's got Randstone like I do.
Budweiser, M&M's, Home Depot and Lowe's, Coors Light, Bass Pro Shops, and Domino's, Geico, Ritz, Skoal, and Haviline, Kodak, Ally, GM, and Valvoline, Interstate Batteries, Kellogg's, Sunoco, Hooters, STP, Tide, Conoco, FedEx, Target, Busch, and Napa, Mountain Dew, Pennzoil, and Coca-Cola, DuPont, Western Auto, Menards, and Clover, DeWalt, Hot Wheels, Folgers, and Kroger, 3M, Snickers, UPS, Taco Bell, Purelator, Cheerios, National Guard, Shell, Oscar Mayer, Gatorade, Loves, and Army, Monster, Caterpillar, Sport Clips, and Hardee's, Wrangler, Pedigree, Mellow Yellow, Oreo, Brandt, Burger King, Miller, and even Mario.
Okay, I'll mark it 8s too. Anyways.
Shame on me.
Sponsors truly are what fuels racing, sometimes literally, and companies enter the sport for a variety of reasons, but I think this scene from Ford versus Ferrari puts it best.
Yep.
It's because of what his cars mean. Victory.
Yep.
Indeterminate sponsor.
Wins.
Indeterminate race.
People, they want some of that victory.
Any company can
Ford vs. Ferrari definitely exaggerates some things, but it's a pretty solid movie outright. And I do appreciate that they gave John Bernthal the Iacocca's position, like for his role, because Bernthal may not have had the visage of Iacocca, but he carried the cadence and how Iacocca went about things. And Iacocca's a legend, except there's one smear on Iacocca, as much as I revere the man, his one smear is the Pinto. But that was mainly due to the bean counters that would basically just said it's better to pay off all the families of the dead than it is to pay off the repairs on the Pintos for the gas
their
tank.
logo on countless billboards, brochures, and blogs. But sponsoring a winning race team does more. It cements your name in racing history. When people think of Richard Petty, they don't just think of him, they think of STP.
Yep.
And I can't speak for every NASCAR fan, but whenever I go to the auto parts store, their logo immediately catches my eye.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
to the same effect that Wrangler or GM Good Wrench makes me think of Dale Earnhardt.
Mhm.
And Lowe's makes me think of Jimmy Johnson. DuPont, Jeff Gordon, Home Depot, Tony Stewart, Mountain Dew, Darrell Waltrip, M&M's, Kyle Busch, Budweiser.
Yeah. Even if I see logos nowadays of certain depends on the car or what I remembered. You typically will think of a race car that they sponsor. I mean, Marlboro, you think of their F1 career. You think of Red Bull, you think of F1, right?
Dale Jr. And the list goes on and on.
Yeah.
Times have changed, however, and some teams rotate sponsors even faster than they use up cars. With so many sponsors hitting the track on any given weekend, it's easy to find the throwaways that leave the sport just as fast as they enter. Sometimes it's because of poor representation or performance by the team, other times it's because of the sponsor's own internal struggles, and honestly, some sponsors find that they were just never meant to be in NASCAR.
I mean, seriously, what the hell is a Toco?
Either way, it's
What the
led to
hell?
some of the most interesting stories in racing, and most of them don't even take place on the track.
Nope.
Here comes Musgraves underneath Bobby Labonte coming off the corners. Dead heat coming down for the flag.
It is a dead heat. Kyle Petty wins it.
In the mid to late 90s, Kyle Petty is just past his prime. The Mellow Yellow and Coors Light days are now behind him, and with them, his trips to victory lane. NASCAR and World Championship Wrestling, on the other hand, are in a completely different state. NASCAR is on an uphill climb to become the second most popular sport in America, and WCW is on a similar path, surmounting the ratings of all other wrestling programs in the late 90s. Both
Right.
sports were quickly becoming household names.
This one WCW had taken over, was beating out the WWF before WWF became WWE, of course. But this is when they were winning at that point, because they still had, I believe, it was Hogan, and they had still Ric Flair and Randy Savage still on board,
And Ted Turner, the founder of WCW, wants to keep up with the
who died recently, by the way. Ted Turner, controversial man, by the way, business owner, has a lot of controversy behind him. And it sounds childish, but he also canceled a show that I enjoyed watching reruns of because I was far too young to watch it initially, but I was able to catch the reruns on certain channels and on YouTube. SWAT Cats. He's the reason why one of his best original cartoon shows in the early days of the Cartoon Network, or of Ted Turner's when he started doing his endeavor in cartoons. One of his premiere shows, and I do mean it was top of the charts, SWAT Cats. He basically canned it because it was too violent, and I think Plague of Gripes made the joke better, where it's like, get rid of the sexy cat lady show, because that was what he did.
hype. So he decides to sponsor a plethora of different cars and drivers, bestowing their flashy liveries on the likes of Steve Grissom, Jerry Nadeau, and a few others. The most interesting of these, however, had to be the Prince himself, Kyle Petty, who wasn't sponsored by the WCW per se, but was instead sponsored by one of their stables.
What? No! They were sponsored by NWO. That's fucking hilarious. No way. This was peak Gen X slop right here. I fucking love it.
Created in 1996, the New World Order was founded by Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, and Hulk Hogan, and for the short time they were around, they were a dominant force in professional wrestling. They even found themselves in a clash with the WCW itself, and it led to a situation where, much like the Batman v Superman cars in 2016, or the Lightside versus...
Okay, if you don't know, no, they did do the Batman vs Superman for that movie. No one really cares, no one really remembers or cares. There was a time with Monster Jam, in the world of Monster Jam, where a bunch of companies would sponsor and have their own characters made into monster trucks. Some of them were more short-lived than others, some of them lasted longer. Spider-Man, Wolverine, like Marvel had some of their premier characters before the MCU. Marvel was still struggling. They will sponsor monster truck teams. Spider-Man, Wolverine, Hulk. What else did they put in there? Iron Man was another one they sponsored. There was for DC, they had Batman, they had Superman. I think they had Wonder Woman briefly, but that was short-lived. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that was another one I remember as a kid. And Donkey Kong.
And it led to a situation where, much like the Batman v Superman cars in 2016, or the light side versus dark side cars in 2005, the rivalry found its way onto the track. In contrast to the WCW car, they went with a very simple design, creating a car that looks less like it belongs to a group of wrestlers and more like it wants you to quit doing drugs. In theory, this would lead to one side winning against the other, but while wrestling tends to have only one winner and one loser, NASCAR is very different. Neither side ended up doing very well in the end, but thanks to an unfortunate mishap in Kyle Petty's first outing for the NWO, we at least got this.
And I just wanted to ask you, Jason, at Charlotte at the Speedway, how did the NWO car do?
Macho, the only thing they hit was the wall. They didn't do too good.
They hit the wall!
The partnership.
I still love Randy Savage's clips. I miss that man.
Would be short-lived, however, as the WCW and NWO would leave the sport before the turn of the new millennium. And after having their television programs nixed in 2001, WCW would sell all its assets to Vince McMahon and the World Wrestling Federation,
Hell yeah.
which would later become WWE. Ted Turner wasn't done, though, as he had a whole empire of businesses that could provide sponsorship. And for his second horse in the race, he sent in one of his many cable TV channels, Cartoon Network.
Yeah, if you don't remember this shit, the Cartoon Network cars were fucking phenomenal. Actually, they are, I think that in diecast collecting, they are collector's cars to this day now. The original Cartoon Network run, because the Powerpuff Girl car in particular was fucking bitchin'. It was a bitchin' car. Oh yeah, they also had Johnny Bravo on some of the cars too.
From TV ads to computer games to Burger King Kids Meal
Okay, well, yeah, they had Scooby-Doo. I remember that one. They had
toys, CN spared no expense injecting their brand into every
the Flintstone ones. I remember those.
facet of NASCAR. That's
they had a Top Cat on that too.
Not to mention the boatloads of merchandise they sold.
Yeah,
most memorable about their campaign, however, were the cars themselves. Paint schemes were slowly becoming more extravagant, but were still somewhat reserved compared to the constant use of wraps we see today. Cartoon Network, not to be outdone, decided to get ahead of the curve and came up with some of the most outlying designs to ever.
Okay, let's go over this.
Network, not to be outdone, decided to get ahead of the curve.
Because okay, they have Wacky Races there, which by the way, I think isn't Japan doing an animation for Wacky Races now? They're rebooting it for themselves.
Came up with some of the most outlying.
It was so popular over there. I mean, for Christ's sake, the manga of Overrev, what's my favorite manga of all time, he literally did homages to Wacky Races on omakes for with his characters.
Designs to Network, not to be outdone, decided to get ahead of the curve.
So I want to see the Dexter's Lab. There we go. That's what I want to see, the Dexter's Lab one.
Designs to ever grace
Scooby-Doo, classic.
Stock car race.
Now this is the most pimped out one. I love this one the most. I love the Powerpuff Girls car. I think it was probably my favorite one.
Racing. They had no qualms about changing the characters.
Yep.
And the colors on the car from week to week. They even went.
They didn't care. They even put the Jetsons on that shit.
As far as to change the number font, which for the sake of brand identity is something teams very rarely do. They raced from 1996 to 2000 and sponsored a multitude of teams.
I remember when they used to also do like the integration with like live action or like bumper skits with Cartoon Network. As the years went on, and this is the golden age of Cartoon Network as well, they also had some weird subplot ones, which like Johnny Bravo at the Nighthawks restaurant, reminiscing how he got dumped by Velma was pretty funny.
Robert Presley, Lake Speed, Jerry Nadeau, and Wally Dallenbach taking the honor of being Cartoon Network's Wacky Racers.
They even named it after the fucking cartoon.
It's also a good word to use for their performance.
Though they didn't find victory lane under this moniker.
Hey, Sexy, what is the heart? No, that's not Hanna-Barbera. That is the Cartoon Network car. This is when Ted Turner was sponsoring a bunch of NASCAR teams. The Powerpuff Girl car is probably the one you remember the most. They just showed it here.
Was still a much more.
That's the one we all remember. Number 75 down here. The black one, the bottom one. That had Mojo Jojo. It was a Buttercup, and it had Blossom, I believe, in the back. And then I believe it was the Bubbles on the starboard side of the car. And then you had Dexter's Lab. Basically, you see all here, this is all the different fonts they had for their cars. A bunch of Scooby-Doo ones, too, but like... Yeah, the Jetsons here as well. Oh, there's another Powerpuff Girls. I forgot they had this one here too, but this number 75 was the best one.
Memorable partnership than most. And if anything else, seeing these cars can take us back to a time when life was simpler.
By the way, too, as I said before, Japan is doing a revival of Wacky Races. I'm not sure it's been released yet, but they are doing a revival anime of Wacky Races because that was actually very popular over in its prime when it was over there in reruns in Japan. And the mangaka of Overev, any Jabberjaw? No, not that I'm aware of, but they did have Top Cat though. They did have Top Cat in there, but Overev is actually the manga of Overev actually made an omake with his characters in the Wacky Race universe, which I think was kind of cute.
And the only deadline you had to meet was getting up in time for the Saturday morning cartoons.
Hell yeah.
Now you might be saying to yourself, these sponsors might be a little weird, but nothing too out of the ordinary. Well, how about a dwindling driver in the twilight of his career being held up by the goodwill of rock stars?
What? Oh, wait a minute. I remember there was a car when the band Alabama was doing their final, like, supposedly final tour. If you don't know who Alabama is, they were like a southern country rock pop band from the 90s. Their song, the song that everyone knows and the song I listen to is I've been in a hurry to get things done, oh why rushing till life's no fun. All I gotta do is live and die. I'm in a hurry and I don't know why. Don't bring in Roderick here.
Derek Cope, however, was no rock star. He had a standout year in 1990, winning the Daytona 500 and winning a second race at Dover, but beyond that, he was mainly a mid-pack driver who ran for backmarker teams, and in 2002, things weren't looking good. He struggled to find a full-time ride, which led him to attempt some races driving his own car, and another thing he couldn't nail down was a consistent sponsor, so naturally, as he jumped from car to car, he would jump from sponsor to sponsor. In these one-off endeavors, he would find support from some unlikely sources. Ozzy Osbourne's Ozfest, Poison, and
I'm sorry, what?
Their new album, Hollyweird, Alabama, and their farewell tour.
That's the one I'm talking about here. I remember this one.
Ozzy Osbourne's
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Ozzy, I get everyone respects Ozzy. Everyone has so much love for Ozzy and his boneyard and his... I think the biggest mistake was giving Ozzy the hyper amount of attention that he got because his family was insufferable, especially his daughter. Most families are pretty insufferable. It's just from my personal opinion. That's very controversial to say, but I don't care about celebrities. He was probably the premier of the rockstar celebrity culture. They parodied that in King of the Hill, if you remember that, the Ozfest mobile. But if you remember King of the Hill, they actually parodied that whole that rock star worship culture for reality TV shows when they made the one with Dusty Hill and ZZ Top, where they basically came in as Hank's cousin and Cotton gave his Cadillac to Dusty Hill over Hank. And there was a whole reality TV show shit. But in I like Ozzy for his music. It's cool. I mean, I guess he's okay, but like Ozzy, I feel was too full of himself because the two songs that really like, I guess two songs are stinkers that people might agree are stinkers. Ozzy did a cover of 21st Century Schizoid Man by King Crimson. And King Crimson is one of my favorite bands of all time, but 21st Century Schizoid Man is a very popular song because it was basically what Ozzy and Black Sabbath used to kind of pave their way walking into their metal before they released their first album, because King Crimson basically laid the roots for metal to be accepted when they revealed 21st Century Schizoid Man at Hyde Park. And basically, when people were like, oh my god, a music group stunned, like, oh, Jimi Hendrix would stun them. It's like, King Crimson terrified a bunch of hippies at Hyde Park by making a song that was more prophetic about the delusion of consumerism and the apocalyptic nature that was coming up in the disenfranchisement that would inevitably consume them and their children. Very hard and depressing song. The lyrics are depressing, but the song itself is really hard and rambunctious. Ozzy admitted that basically King Crimson was the reason why Black Sabbath was able to release their first album, because it was like, you paved the way that we could do what we did. But Ozzy's two songs that really like kicked me in the dick was when he covered 21st Century Schizoid Man. It only was a half-assed version of it, because that's when Ozzy was riding off his fucking high and thought his shit didn't stink. and it was absolute filth of what he did to the King Crimson song. There's far better renditions. Tool's Maynard from Tool did a far better rendition of it, and he actually got, I believe, Greg Lake to help him with the guitar work on that, because Greg Lake of Emerson, Lake and Palmer was formerly the lead singer of King Crimson for the first 2 albums. Ozzy also was part in a group called was it called Rap Rocks or Heavy Rocks, which was a weird collab between rap and metal and new metal, which, yeah, new metal is already rap to begin with, but it was a cash grab to take popular rap songs or rock songs or like metal songs and slam them together in the most horribly improvised way possible. And they decided to pair Ozzy with Wu-Tang Clan's For Heaven's Sake. And For Heaven's Sake is one of Wu-Tang Clan's best songs, if you've not heard it. Greatest like mic intro and set off. Greatest like instrumental for Wu-Tang. It's phenomenal. Ozzy's song with that is so god awful. You feel sick after listening to it. And you have the "I'm just a poor white boy paying my respects," and it's just, I'm kind of like, Ozzy, you're I don't believe in any of the white privilege bullshit, because like Ozzy was very much trying to sell that too, but it's like, Ozzy, you're a fucking multi-millionaire, but like in the hundreds of millions. Like, shut the fuck up, please, Ozzy. Ronnie James Dio, who came after you, I regard as the better lead of Black Sabbath and one of the better leads of the King of Metal. I regard Ronnie James Dio as one of the premiers of metal over Ozzy, because Dio, classically trained and just phenomenal vocals. I feel far and away better than Ozzy. Just Ozzy had the appearance for stage. Dio had the pipes and the guitar skills.
Best Poison and their new.
I might do that if you wish to link me in the future. I might do those. Oh god, H50, you do not want to listen to those. They're tripe.
Album Hollyweird, Alabama and their farewell tour, and best of all, Billy Ray Cyrus.
No shit. Don't play with my heart, my achy breaky heart. Fucking hell. Please tell me there's a Hannah Montana car. Please tell me there's a Hannah Montana car.
No joke, he did this to advertise his show Doc, where, surprise, surprise, he plays a doctor. I don't.
Wait. Oh fuck, there was a show called Doc with Billy Ray Cyrus? Like a doctor drama, hospital drama with Billy. Oh my god, that would be horrible. Like, listen, I don't like hospital dramas, and I guess it's controversial because, like, especially in VTubing, like I'm saying about the VTuber scene, I've noticed this, a lot of VTubers, and I'm not just about Iron Mouse here, a lot of them don't like House, but a lot of their fans do like House, because a lot of us recognize it's not accurate to medical, like, to be a medical drama, but House is such a uniquely 2000s show, and also being like a Sherlock Holmes of medical drama, where it's just like out of the blue, fantastical cases. My achy breaky car, my achy breaky twat, as my mom would say when I did not like hearing that. But I fucking love House. I'm sorry, House MD is still to this day one of my favorite shows, for like, just for the shits and giggles of it.
And if you think
Billy Ray gonna help the ladies cure their cancer. Oh no, he's from a heartbreaker to a heart saver.
this is the last time a 49 car is going to pop up in this video, think again. You
Nope.
see, I drive with the 49 in sim racing leagues, and one of those sims is NASCAR Racing 2003 season. Most of the time, everything is fine, and I can drive with my signature Ellie Productions or Hudson Hornet cars. But on rare occasions,
Oh, brother in Christ,
I can
what?
drive with my signature Ellie Productions or Hudson Hornet cars.
What the fuck, man? House is cool, yeah.
But on rare occasion, a server host forgets to load the correct mod into the server, forcing us to use the default mod from the original game in 2003.
Right.
Well, no problem, right? Just find the 2003 version of the 49 car and you're all set. What's the big issue? This
1-800-CALL at.
is the
I have to remember who that is.
the bane of my existence, the source of my nightmares. My skin
Who?
crawls
I recognize that visage. Who the hell is that?
every time I know that I'll have to fight for victory in this abomination. Assuming that I even want to show this thing off in Victory Lane. This was Ken Schrader's car that he ran for a couple of races with BAM Racing. Sorry, had to do that. And it features a smooth white bass, baby blue accents, the number for collect calls through AT&T, and to top it all off, the magnificent mane of Carrot Top.
Carrot Top. Oh my god. That's who it is.
the ugliest freaking cars I've ever seen. Holy shit.
They also garnered sponsorship from
Larry the Cable Guy too. Which, by the way, like I like Larry the Cable Guy is very much, he marked himself as lowbrow comedy. You can't deny that. For Cars 1, Tow Mater was such a charmable character. Like, you can't get around how charming Mater was in the first Cars movie. He was charming. Yes, had a lot. There was lowbrow jokes, like he did what in his cup for the Piston Cup joke. But to be real with you, I like how the story of how Larry was not even really concerned with getting the role. He was just like, I don't know if I'll even get it. Get her done, Bo. Get her done, Bo. But yeah, no, Larry here, apparently in his autobiography or in an interview, said, I didn't even think I was going to get the job. I just was a tow truck and they wanted me to do Larry. So he said, I just did what I usually do, my voice. And apparently that sold for the charming character of Mater. And really, I'm not being sardonic here. Mater was charming. I mean, yeah, as a kid, yeah, he's funny. Truck, as you get older, it's like, Mater's just charming in general.
The Cable Guy, and they almost.
It also gave us the joke of the from that Cars like shorts thing they did with like the, what are you talking about, McQueen? You was there too. If you ever seen those esoteric videos like, Mater, you were born in the 50s, right? Well, what did you do when you turned 18? I was no fortunate son, McQueen. Wait, what? Were you? You was there too. What? Just pops over in the Vietnam jungle and they shh, be quiet. McQueen, I think that tree just spoke Vietnamese.
Had Barack Obama too, which would have been the first time a presidential campaign sponsored a NASCAR race car if they didn't decide to pull out at the last minute.
No shit.
Campaign sponsored a NASCAR race car if they didn't decide to pull out.
This ended up being the first. My boy Donnie. I say that now. I'm off and on with Donnie Boy in the current version. I mean, it's fucking the current like installment I'm not happy with right now, because it's not for the reason that people would be thinking. I just wish they would do shit to get stuff done. But of course, they're politicians now. They're in the States. Apparently, JD is not going to run for 2028, which is a shame.
At the last minute. Safe to say that I'm going to stick with my own sponsors for the 49 car, but that doesn't mean the looming threat of Carrot Top won't continue to haunt my dreams.
Oh, he will be always there.
Now, this next example isn't necessarily a critique of one sponsor, but rather a compliment of many. Auto racing is a fiercely competitive environment.
True.
Marketing can be even worse. Many sponsors have absolutely no problem with
how'd that go for you?
Tanking an entire team at the mere mention of a rival product.
So sponsored after handing out Dunkin' Donuts.
Or just because they feel like
Yeah, BioEnergy and NASCAR involvement.
like it. It's a cutthroat world, so every once in a while, it's nice to see a sponsor less intent on tearing people apart and more content with bringing people together. The branches of the U.S. military have done this on multiple occasions, banding together a 5-car fleet in the 1991 Daytona.
Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Hello, Punch. I didn't see that name. I'm sorry.
500, and then a 6-car fleet in the 2007 Coca-Cola 600. Some others include Nickelodeon, who have sponsored entire race weekends and put the
Oh my god.
SpongeBob and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Do you remember when this version of Turtles when this iteration of the Teenage Mutant Turtles came out? I remember watching this when I was growing up. It wasn't a terrible show. I think it had some good segments to it. It was before the Quirk Chungus era, so I would say it was pretty solid. Oh, hang on. Kick is not showing on my end. There we go. Poochie Beg 7 Euro just followed. Well, I appreciate it, Poochie. How you doing? But yeah, I remember when they had this iteration of the Turtles back when on Nickelodeon. It wasn't bad. I still prefer. I do. 2011 was good, yeah, but I prefer Back to the Sewer. Back to the Sewer and the other ones from the early 2000s. I prefer that era of Turtles. The actual, not the 80s attitude. I'm talking about like the 2000s attitude Turtles, where they were still funny. They literally had a version of the South Park Make Love Not Warcraft episode, if you remember that. I do have gripes mainly because I like the more serious tone tales. Yeah, Back to the Sewer was bitching. But in Back to the Sewer, there was a joke episode where they had a parody. They had their own version of Make Love Not Warcraft. And it's where they get sent into the World of Warcraft area. But they actually team up with the villains of their... like the actual Turtles villains, without realizing they're with the villains, because there's a one person who's basically spawn camping all the new players that just want to have fun and like play the game, but that's like basically trying to steal all their loot and rip them of everything. So they have to team up with the Rhino and I forget like the Warhawk, but they don't even know they're with each other, and they're just being chill dudes. And the Ultimate Gamer, like, you know, the Ultimate Gamer villain, I think we call that episode was weird. No, it wasn't. It was weird, but it was also funny that the end was the Ultimate Gamer wasn't even like a stereotype of a typical fat gamer slob like he did with Make Love Not Warcraft. It was a Asian nerdy girl who had braces like, no one defeats the Ultimate Gamer, Mom! Han was a gamer, exactly. It was funny. It, like, to me, like, for a kid's episode, it was a good... It was this... I think it actually predates Make Love Not Warcraft. I think they actually got on that before Make Love Not Warcraft, which I think was funny. But yeah, no, it was basically them doing their own parody of World of Warcraft, but it was less like, oh, kid friendly, haha, we're so down with the kids. It was actually guys who played World of Warcraft in the writing team and animation department that was like, no, let's make this episode kind of happen and kind of make it more of like a joke episode.
Turtles characters on many different cars. The Muppet Show, who celebrated their 25th anniversary by sponsoring 8 different cars at the 2002 Chicago race. And
really?
Warner Brothers, who put the DC superheroes of the Justice League on 9 different cars during the 2002.
No shit, really? Now, as I said before, and I think H250 was here before you talked about this, they also, a lot of teams were sponsoring Monster Jam to have their own themed trucks for the series. And by the way, I have to reiterate to people, Monster Jam itself is actually not staged, if you can believe it or not. Monster Jam was, and the other Monster Truck League are actually not staged. They seem staged, but it's actually a still competitive motorsport, where there's actual payouts for performances and like basically what teams can do. Did the Flash finish first? I have no idea. But they used to have all sorts of themed trucks, and they even had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle themed trucks. I have a bunch of like little die-casts from when I was a kid.
To Michigan weekend.
Still in my basement somewhere.
Enough, the Flash ended up winning, but none of these quite
fitting. There you go. There's your answer.
Hold a candle to the 2021 Truck Series race at Las Vegas. You see, most of these examples took months of planning, organizing, contract agreements, the whole shebang. But Marcus Lemonis didn't want the small, underfunded teams of the Truck Series to deal with all that. He simply put up a Twitter post listing the payouts of the sponsorship, and within 4 days, he had 10 different teams sporting the Camping World colors for one single race.
What the fuck?
Good on you, Marcus.
Oh.
Now, we've seen wrestlers, rock bands, the damn US military, but come on, where are the real weird ones? Well, these next few don't have a lot of backstory, but they still strike me as some of the most ridiculous racing sponsors I've ever seen. Affliction Clothing sponsored Matt Kenseth for a brief stint back in 2011, and with their shirt designs looking like this, it had to have made for a pretty cool paint scheme.
Oh man, I remember. Oh Jesus, this is a brand I forgot existed.
Right? Not so much.
All that you say isn't staged, but they have to build a stage arena for the trucks to run up. Smart ass. But imagine being like once again Affliction. There's basically their whole style off the tribal tattoo style and like all like ornate graphics on their tees, and this is all you come up with.
In an effort to recruit more agents, the U.S. Border Patrol.
That's my boy. That's my fucking boy. We love ICE here. We fucking love ICE here. I hope they got a Hispanic driver, like a proper U.S. system that was a Hispanic driver for this one, because that'd be fucking hilarious. Because if you've seen the videos coming out of that came out of Minnesota earlier this year, that still come out from ICE protests, and there's the they them white liberals calling the majority Hispanic and black Border Patrol agents house knit or wet bat, yeah. The Wet Rider. you get some that would be quite nice.
Sponsored.
And I remember the one like person's like, trying to make it like right now there's a young Hispanic girl writing her own diary like Anne Frank, and then someone just like posts the fucking the scene from Inglourious Bastards where Hans Landa is interrogating the French guy, the French farmer, and like they're looking at them to stare off each other. You hear Despacito blast over the background, because if you know anything about living next to Hispanics, they don't fucking keep their music down. And it's just the Hans Landa just staring, just smiling, just going. You can't see my facial expression, but you know in the clip, the interview clip with Hans Landa. Oh, I have that meme saved. I gotta find that sometime, because it's still one of my favorite ones. Just the stare down.
Kenny Wallace for a few years. They sponsored him for most races, but coincidentally backed out for the one in Mexico. Alex Bowman and
You gotta go the full distance, man.
JJ Yaley must
Well,
have
maybe they realized they wouldn't be getting that they'd short the ticket sales.
a blast with this one. The BK Racing duo stepped up to help promote the Dumb and Dumber sequel with cars.
Oh fuck! I forgot this movie existed. I actually watched that movie. God, it was shit. Remember when they were doing sequels to hit comedies from the 90s and 2000s in the like early to mid 2010s? I think the trend completely died out, thankfully, when Zoolander 2 dropped, because everyone's like, God, this fucking sucks.
That looked like this, and fire suits that looked like this.
Okay, honestly, that is pretty pimpin'.
In 2019, Old Spice came back to sponsor Corey LaJoie's number 32, and to advertise their shampoo, they wanted the car to be lined with the luscious locks of Corey himself.
Okay, that's actually kind of funny. That is like a Shaq move. You're hiding Puerto Ricans under the flow bus, are you not?
They'd bring the paint scheme back at the 2020 Martinsville race, with the Corey car now sporting a face mask.
Lame and gay.
You gotta have humor about these things, right? In
I suppose, yeah.
2010, Kim Kardashian was debuting her new fragrance, and what better place to show off this beautiful scent than to put it amidst the burning rubber and gasoline of the Neon Garage. 7-year-old me actually attended this race in Las Vegas, and while I don't remember much, I do remember a bright pink car giving out and riding the wall in turn 2.
I'm glad they didn't put her ass on there. This is before, I guess this is before her ass photo. Zoolander 2 sucked. You never saw Zoolander 2 H50? It is god-awful.
NASCAR was Kim Crosby, who drove a few years in the Busch Series, but was most well known for her sponsor, Boudreaux's
Butt pace.
butt paste.
So, for the tie-in game for Speed Racer from the live-action 2008 movie by the former it starts with a W, Celine Bros. She was giving a head to that wall. Oh yeah, she was probably sucking off every driver in the pit lane. You know that. This is Kimmy we're talking about here. What the fuck did Kanye see in her? I don't know. I was thinking of watching them both. So Zoolander 2 is bad. Oh yeah, it's terrible. It's not even like funny bad. It is just god awful. What I was saying though is that in the tie-in game for Speed Racer by the Wachowski brothers. For the Wii specifically, no, Wachowskis. There was a couple drivers you go against, and in the Speed Racer game, they had, I must say, this, even though it was a tie-in Wii game, it sounds weird to say this, they had quite some attractive female drivers in the game. I will say, because I very much am for that androgynous punk girl style. They had a couple of those, but they had a couple drivers who were kind of pissed off because their sponsorships. One lady in particular, this kind of cute Chinese girl, her sponsor was a urinal cake company, King Crab Urinal Cake, and it was literally I think it was parodying this poor girl here with Bordeaux's butt paste, because they were a urinal cake company that was basically like, and she was infuriated the fact that she was driving with all the branding of a urinal cake company for her car. It was quite interesting, kind of like, if you look into it, it was quite interesting for those games. The amount of lore they put into it. And I think they recently remade all those tracks in Assetto Corsa because Assetto Corsa's modding community decided to basically take the bare bones of the Wii game and then try to implement it into Assetto Corsa's with its own driving mechanics to have you drive the Mach 4, Mach 5, or Mach 6.
Oh, and if you think that's good, you should see your other one, Visay Lingerie.
Okay. Fitting they at least got a woman driver for lingerie.
Who the hell are you selling to? Another woman in NASCAR who had
probably the fat chicks in the audience with their husbands. Trust me, the only hot NASCAR girls if you go to a stock car race, the only hot girls are going to be the girls that are in the center field. They're not going to be in the stands.
Slightly better career was Tammy Jo Kirk, who, for her time in NASCAR's Truck Series, drove the hot pink lovable bras.
Okay. I gasped for a sec because I thought it was gonna be something like a predate to Loveents, or the fuck that vibrator company is. At least it's Braziers.
Team.
See, we're laughing at sponsorships for NASCAR here, and with some sexual innuendos, right? The size Queens of Victoria, exactly. But keep in mind, who sponsors a lot of VTubers, by the way? Right? I feel like that's a lot more, outlandish than what these girls were driving for back then.
Ford. Yeah, laugh it up, but need I remind you that a few years ago we had a team called Furniture Row Racing take the cup. Just saying. For the 2013 Richmond race, when Pablo Montoya was sponsored by Depend Adult Diapers, which he may or may not have been wearing.
Try on Depend Real Fit for the Great American Try On. They're like real underwear, so COS joints.
In the car. Maxim magazine just kind of dropped.
I mean, that's kind of good for you. That keeps your piss in.
Dropped in from out of nowhere in 2015, sponsoring a few of the BK racing cars. One of the most.
Adam and Steve, yeah. Or, Adam and Eve, yeah. The thing is with, old Steve, okay, I know. That's the funny thing, is that Maxim, I'm not sure how a lot of these porn mags are still around, though a lot of them are dying out completely. The only reason why Playboy was able to stay afloat for as long as they did, despite having we're going to have our gender neutral and our mainstay magazine when it's just like, you could have just had offshoots, or we're going to do fat ladies be body positive. It's like, you're Playboy, you're supposed to have hot women in articles, and the articles that we all claim, that people used to claim to read. Hello, Flame Destroyer. Maxim being there, like Hustler or Maxim being there, is kind of strange to say the least, right? Because Playboy sells clothing as well. Like Playboy, the reason why Playboy is still afloat to this day is because the bunnies and the clothing. And their logo on the clothing and on their merchandising. The only reason why Playboy is still afloat today. Maxim and Hustler and all the other ones, the thing is weird because it's not necessarily smart. Exactly. It's more so like bikini shots and lingerie and mainly a lot of articles. It's like a men's magazine. It's got the enticement at the front, but it's mostly about, it's like it's got mechanics, it's got guns, yeah. The brand, yeah. That's why Playboy's still around. So,
infamous examples of strange sponsors, however, is Mark Martin and Viagra.
Okay. We actually, in our prior, in Slap Shoes, there was actually a scam one where Viagra actually couldn't, where it wasn't Viagra, there was actually a company that sponsored a driver that went under because of lawsuits because they were a dick enlargement company. They were a gas station dick pill company. So Viagra's not the most out there.
This car's merchandisers have always toed the line when it comes to using liquor or energy drink logos, but this took it to a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Thankfully,
by the way, they sell these diecast cars.
Toy brands and video game developers could
put Pfizer?
Just stick
I remember these Mentos cups, yeah.
The Pfizer logo on instead, not having to resort to something dumb like photoshopping the driver's name to look like the actual logo.
Right.
Oh my god, they actually did it.
Yep.
Now, usually when a team can't find sponsorship in time for a race, they'll stick the manufacturer on the hood, put on their own logo, or just run a blank car. Well, it's situations like these.
Plus, I got was Pennos releasing some comic magazines. Exactly. They should have just added some lesbo shit if they wanted it to be diverse. Yeah, but if you know anything about lesbians when the lesbians that buy pornography, then again, if you're making like lesbo porn, guys are going to buy that because it's a lot of the time it's very flowery. It's two women eating rug and beavers, and they're hot sexy women making out and then eating pussy and then double dildoing themselves. It's that stuff's more male oriented. If you know what actually sells for lesbian pornography, like to actual lesbians, brother, you do not want to see. I mean, Kirsten's talked about with the queen snake and that type of stuff. Like it's brutal. Like what actually sells to lesbians is not what men would want, unless you're into Riona.
That can force teams to get creative, and my personal favorite example comes from Phoenix Racing and Kurt Busch. In the 2006 movie Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby is left without a ride for the big race at Talladega. At the 11th hour, his crew cobbles together a car for him to drive, with a paint scheme calling back to the "I can only believe in me" line from earlier in the movie, as well as the cougar in the car.
If you haven't seen this movie, check it out. It's a lot of fun.
Phoenix
beg to differ.
Racing decided to take this idea not only to bring in some new sponsors, but also have some fun with it. They recreated the car, fire suit, and even recited some memorable quotes during the race.
Slingshot, engage. We copy down here, Ricky.
The pack is gaining on you guys pretty good there, Ricky. They're about a second a lap faster.
Yeah, 10-4. I don't want to bump into them and spill his macchiato.
They also partnered with the Armed Forces Foundation, headed by Bush's girlfriend at the time, Patricia Driscoll, who, fun fact, after dragging Kurt through months of court hearings and investigations, would end up getting arrested in late 2018 for wire fraud and tax evasion, stealing nearly $1 million from her own foundation. Yikes.
Jesus.
She's a real outlaw here.
Jesus Christ. Women, not even once.
The following year, Kurt Busch, now driving the Furniture Row 78, would don another paint scheme of Bobby's, this time getting actual sponsorship from Ricky's first sponsor, Wonder Bread. To this day, despite driving for 7 different teams across 2 decades, these easily hold up as the best paint schemes he's ever driven. It's worth mentioning that while this
I mean, I'm not gonna knock you for liking Talladega, man. It's my personal opinion.
car didn't run, it was an equally creative move by Brandon Brown to put a giant for sale sticker on his hood and sell
that is kind of funny.
Sponsorship like a hammy car salesman.
You could sponsor my rear end. What the fuck?
There are
My man.
rare moments, however, where instead of teams chasing sponsors,
What's a Scooby-Doo? Coming
the
after
sponsors
you.
chase the
We're gonna
teams.
solve this
This
mystery.
is Dogecoin.
Oh, god damn it, Elon.
It was originally created as a joke cryptocurrency, but over time, ironically, it would become a hot commodity itself.
Now get a white woman to drive the Wonder Bread car. And have it in front of a bunch of, and also have a lumber company sponsored too. You gotta add the deforestation industrialism to that one too.
Wise and PPR, on the other hand, were a cold commodity, at least until they could find
And one thing also, just for my chatters who don't know about this, that is based on a guy called I believe Merlot. Merlot was this guy's name, who would sponsor that pseudo fetish art, even though he never thought it was fetishistic himself. And people will say, well, he was so infamous that even Shadman did not want him to draw, didn't want to draw his commissions. He didn't get Shad to draw. Shad did not want to draw his commissions, not because it was degenerate, because, I mean, Shad has no qualms against all sorts of shit. I mean, we know who Shadman is. He crossed lines that, legality-wise, I am fully on board. Like, guys, yeah, you should be arrested for that shit. For some of the shit he did. Shadman didn't want to draw that stuff because he saw no pornographic value in it. There's nothing pornographic that he saw in it, so he didn't want to draw it. That's why he turned down the commission.
solid sponsor. Enter Reddit user Dennis Pavel, otherwise known as Unicorn Butt Sex.
That's Redditor, all right.
Ah, you gotta be.
He had seen the effectiveness of online fundraising.
Doge theme, yeah, document internet currency funds. Jamaica's. No shit, they sponsored the Jamaican bobsled team. Did they at least do a cool runnings joke, please?
Campaigns in other sports and wanted to see if it could work for a struggling stock car team. The problem was that NASCAR's subreddit was small and wouldn't garner nearly enough attention for a full-scale sponsorship. So instead, he relayed the idea to the Dogecoin subreddit and effectively began a widespread fundraising campaign, not fueled by cash, but by Dogecoin.
Oh my god.
It's believed that because of the efforts of him and the entire Dogecoin community, as well as a user accidentally putting too many zeros in their submission, the community raised over 65 million Dogecoin, or about $55,000. The moon rocket took center stage at the Talladega Superspeedway, and while it only ended up finishing 20th, more people could probably tell you about Josh Wise than whoever won the race.
It was Denny Hamlin, by the way.
A couple weeks later, the team would attempt to make the All-Star race, and while they couldn't race their way in, there was another way, the fan vote. Thanks to the dedication of keyboard warriors all across Reddit, Josh won the fan vote by a crushing margin over Danica Patrick.
Oh shit.
And the Doge would ride once again. Wise also became heavily involved in interacting with fans on Reddit, and would end up running the car a few more times as a...
I would want to kill myself if that was ever a logo. Not just the Doge shit. I would kill myself if I ever had this on any form of sponsorship car.
Thank you for their support.
I would do a full blown private pile in front of no, not a private pile. No, I would do that. What's that one senator's name that killed himself on live TV? I would do that. I would do that in front of everyone.
Plus, this would
Do people still use crypto? Yeah. Ethereum, Bitcoin Bitcoin sell down a lot more, but people are still the next Bitcoin is on its way. Now Bitcoin's being stabilized is more so just a common change of currency. The gold rush is over, but it's now just commonplace currency. That and Ethereum. Don't get into crypto investing. Get into crypto crypto is for transactions. That's it.
Springboard the involvement of social medias like Snapchat.
What about Aaron Bushnell? What's Aaron Bushnell? Oh yeah, him. I technically almost pulled an Aaron Bushnell by accident when I was working on exhaust work in the garage with an oxy-acetylene torch. Though at least I had the knowledge to not do it on purpose and also stop, drop, and roll.
Thank you for that.
I only got a little bit of a cooked right arm. Very minor burns, but I smell like pork. Once again, the human body smells like pork when you cook.
their support. Plus, this would indirectly springboard the involvement of social medias like Snapchat and TikTok, as well as other cryptocurrencies like Voyager and LGB coin. Into the sport. As a good boy once said, such a maze, much wow. Now, sponsors are a staple of NASCAR racing.
Also Monero for criminals and privacy freaks. Yeah, I've actually put money into Monero before.
On the cars and for the races themselves. The Daytona 500, Southern
Didn't really get anything out of it.
500, and World 600 are all names synonymous with the biggest events in American motorsport. But there are a few others that turn heads not for their prestige, but because they sound f***ing ridiculous. From 2010 to 2016, the Xfinity Series Texas race was deemed the O'Reilly Auto Parts Challenge.
Yeah. I remember that one guy who made that old man that made the joke of like the race tier list, and it was like, these races, I think they're all the same. You can't tell me otherwise. But the Ford Xfinity 500 series, it was basically the bait and switch of like, you think he's going to talk about like actual like ethnic races, but no, he was talking about NASCAR races.
Why the name change? What about this race was so distinguished that they needed to call it a challenge? Well, I don't know. It was just a 300-mile race, and that was about it. They even changed it later on to just be called the O'Reilly 300. It was a pretty ridiculous name in hindsight, but truth be told, watching an entire race at Texas is a pretty big challenge. Earlier, I talked about how Nickelodeon sponsored entire race.
Oh no. Not NASCAR Small A.
Weekends, and when they did it well. The SpongeBob SquarePants 400 was my personal favorite.
Yeah, I remember this when this happened.
As they painted the walls of Kansas Speedway with SpongeBob's yellow texture and gave this terrifying trophy to Jimmy Johnson.
Ugh.
The TMNT 400
bitchin'. Okay, this is actually kind of bitchin'.
Were also good, with my favorite driver winning both consecutive races and getting doused by green slime.
Oh, I forgot they were doing the slime shit back then too. Oh no.
Victory Lane.
I still have that one edited image of Jeffrey Epstein covered in the slime. That is still a fucking horrible thing I have.
The Daytona 500 has always held the same name. Its second-tier counterpart seems to change names just about every year. The EAS GNC Livewell 300.
What the fuck?
Hershey's Take 5 300. What the hell? The Alert Today Florida 300. PowerShares QQQ 300, NASCAR Racing Experience 300, and now...
You didn't think the drivers actually care about the cups? No, they just do it for the money. You gotta remember that.
The Beef, It's What's for Dinner 300. Another race that's had some interesting titles is...
I mean, technically, if you go to a NASCAR event, you are gonna need some bomb-ass barbecue. Show the image series. I have to search for it amongst thousands of images I have, like of shit posts I have saved on my computer. I'm not doing that.
At Indianapolis, which is kind of sad, really. The Brickyard 400 used to be a marquee event, but it slowly became less and less special, and now it technically doesn't even exist. Starting in 2005, it was called the All-State 400 at the Brickyard. Okay, nothing too out of the ordinary. Then in 2011, it was
all bricked up, boy.
Called the Brickyard 400, presented by BigMachineRecords.com.
What?
Interesting brand implementation, but I'll allow it. Then for 2012, they gave it the longest name I have ever seen for a race. Crown Royal presents the Your Heroes Name Here 400 at the Brickyard, powered by BigMachineRecords.com. What the fuck? The Watkins Glen race has also had some strange names, originally being called the Budweiser at the Glen, and then moving on to become Go Bowling at the Glen, and then the Hell of a Good Sour Cream and Dips at the Glen.
What?
Might sound pretty ridiculous, but still, all of these absolutely pale in comparison to the greatest race title of all time, the Bushy McBush Race 400. To raise money for the farm...
I'm sorry, what?
Farm rescue charity, Bush Beer put up an online survey where, for just $1, fans could submit a name for the race. They whittled it down to just 4...
That car, the Cubs, the Bush Latte for the farmers, Bushy McBush Race, the Bush Latte. Nectar of the Cubs. I try to sort my memes now. Fucking... I'm sorry, like, Bush for the farmers 400, okay, Bush Latte, that's, okay, whatever. You know, the Bush McBush Race will win. Nectar of the Cobs, I feel like should have won. That is absolutely, that's hilarious. Nectar of the Cobs.
Finalists, but there was clearly only one winner. And wouldn't you know it, a Bush would end up winning the race too, with Kyle taking the checkered flag on his 36th...
Attaboy.
How fitting. The weird world of sponsors doesn't just stop at NASCAR, though, as many other motorsports have seen brands that are just as, if not
there we go,
more,
Indy 500.
Now granted, they are a bit tougher to come by in open-wheel racing, as sponsorships tend to last the full year and are thus a lot more reliable and concrete. Of course, there are cases like Rich Energy, where an otherwise unknown entity somehow weasels its way into the Premier Racing League, but there are still plenty of sponsors that have good intentions, but just don't belong. The 1976 Formula One season was huge, as it featured one of the biggest championship battles in history between Niki Lauda and James Hunt. The press caught on to the hype, and viewers were flocking to their televisions only to find that the races weren't being broadcasted. Why? Because of condoms.
Oh no, talk about a Trojan horse.
Let me explain. The Surtees F1 team signed with Durex for the full season, but the BBC didn't think these cars were family-friendly enough to be put on the air. So when they asked John Surtees to take the...
Please, John, think about the children. I think this line in particular is bad to use with specifically the BBC or anything relating to the British government, considering what they help facilitate with the invaders, and considering what the BBC had with Operation U-Tree. Jimmy Savile, Gary Glitter. Wasn't there recently that one guy who was like pushing for hyper lefty shit and liberal shit, and he got caught in like a massive child pornography bust recently, like just a couple months ago? Yeah.
Decals off and were met with a hard no. They just packed up and left. As the season rolled on, however, the hype was becoming too big to ignore. So for the final race in Japan, BBC conceded and broadcasted once again, allowing British F1 fans to see their driver win his first and only championship. Still, the fact that most people didn't see this season because of safe sex is hilarious. Despite this season-long drama, BBC would have no such reluctance towards the Penthouse magazine cars from Hesketh Racing, often featuring paint jobs like this.
Okay, no, slow down. I know you quickly skirted by.
Reluctance towards the Penthouse magazine cars from Hesketh Racing, often featuring paint jobs like this.
Okay, so I need everyone to hear me out here, right? I love bomber pinups. I love classic drawn pinups like this, right? It's not distasteful. It's not hypersexual. Oh, it is very sexual, but it's not like grotesquely sexual, right? I think bomber pinup stickers should be a thing. Like, once again, also for the VTuber market as well. Like, once again, I know I've talked a lot about like whore tubers and V-whores and stuff like that, because basically a lot of them are just acting like cam girls, and it's kind of like ruined the whole mystique of VTubing. For the women's side and the Western side of things. My thing here is like, you can feasibly do burlesque pinups like this, and I'm like, I have no problem with that. As you also have like the YouTubers, if they stick their own guns, just don't keep that shit around children. But of course, we have the fans like for 13-year-olds apparently at, off Kai. What I'm saying is that for these pinup stickers here, right, or pinup decals, I feel like VTubers are missing on a massive segment, or like merchandising companies. I want to get in touch with PK Patchwork sometime, because it's like, listen, man, I know you do patches, but do you want to do decals with like this type of pinup on it? Like, there's no nudity, there's no full frontal nudity, but it's like bomber pinups, like painted. Well, get some classical like Dojin artists or like something of the sort, and do classical bomber pinups. This is the shit I want to have, like for my channel girls, which I've revealed on channel before, for Victoria and Roberta, and for the upcoming couple that are based on cars my family and myself owns. I want to have them as made into pinup girls, essentially, for the channel. That'd be sell for merchandise.
They also didn't care much about the many tobacco sponsors on track, but
yeah, no, here we're talking about the tobacco sponsors.
Fortunately for the teams, some of the countries they went to did. Advertising laws are stricter in some countries than others, so to account for this, teams often had to find loopholes and workarounds to make their cars legal. Some removed the logos, others replaced them with their team or driver names,
right.
Some replaced them with barcodes.
So if you don't know about the barcode thing, is that at the certain speed that the cars will be going at, and I believe I forget what the effect is called. Is it Doppler effect? No, it's not. The Doppler effect is for sound. What's the visual effect for this type of thing? Because at a certain velocity, the barcode would form Marlboro to be spelt out at a certain speed that the Team Ferrari shell would be going at.
That look a lot like the NASCAR icon, and some made a joke out of it, putting on parody logos or just giant question marks. In 2006, a permanent ban was put on these tobacco companies, who could no longer overtly advertise their product through F1, but that still leaves some wiggle room for sponsors like Mission Winnow and Ferrari. Now, I found this sponsor really strange at face value, but after reading about it, it's a whole lot more interesting.
Yeah, ABBA.
Carl Slim Borged is my hero. He may not have been that successful on paper, but if there's one person who's had the career of my dreams, it's him. Now, it's one thing to be a drummer and a race car driver, and it's another
Oh fuck, this was a drummer from ABBA.
thing to be ABBA's session drummer and a Formula 1 driver. He managed to do both within quite a short amount of time, might I add. To try and reel in some new sponsors,
Show the Joe Camel card, or they won't.
he convinced ABBA to let him put their logo on his car. The cost? Nothing. He just did this to try and bring in some new investors. Sadly, this wouldn't end up pulling in very much money, and it would bring a speedy end to his F1 career.
Pity.
Don't let his time in F1 fool you, though. He won a lot of races, including the Swedish Formula 3 Championship driving an old Ralt Toyota. And
Jesus.
he played for a bunch of different bands, including one of the greatest pop groups of all time. As far as I'm concerned, his career path was perfect, and maybe someday, when I grow up, I can be just like him. Some other strange sponsors include Aerosmith and IndyCar,
Okay, that's actually pretty bitchin'. Super Mardex, the Paris Hilton.
Paris Hilton and MotoGP.
Oh no.
Some other strange sponsors include Aerosmith
Honestly, I do like the Aerosmith car. That's pretty cool.
and IndyCar, Paris Hilton and MotoGP,
Ugh.
Sativa Cannabis and the Ginetta Junior Sports Car Championship,
Okay.
Which was driven by a 15-year-old, by the way.
Hatsu
Oh, here we go. Okay, Atasha's. So, let me pull something up for you if I can find it. Because people thought Atasha was like, okay, guys, it's a subculture in Japan. They have been putting Atashas on race cars for decades. Hatsune Miku is like, yeah, the most famous one, but Manga Drift Car Team. So Manga Cross sponsored a team with my favorite manga's second series, which is Cross Overev, and he sponsored. I gotta find it somewhere. I think I have it somewhere stored. I have to find this quickly. He sponsored a team in the Korean D1 circuit, the drift circuit. So if I can find it here, I'll have to go to my storage quickly. Let's go picture shortcuts, thumbnails before, download. No. On that one, nope. Not thumbnails, nope. GIFs, nope. Memes, nope. Not ship post. It's not in here. Okay, it's not there. I'll find where it is. Stream. Let's go here. Nope. Okay. Where the fuck did I store it? I had it somewhere. It's somewhere in my files. I don't know if I can find it. Let me just do a quick search. Rev. I gotta find it. I know I have it somewhere. O-board? No, it's not there. Shit. I can't seem to find it. It was somewhere in my files here. It was that Cross Overev actually sponsored a car. Okay. Sponsored drift car team by manga. I know it's around here. I guess Katsumi Yamaguchi, the series fictional. Okay. Oh man, I wish I could find it. So apparently, Overev had actually sponsored a team I can't seem to find photos of, but they had sponsored. They've had a history of sponsoring smaller drift teams. One of them featured Ryoko Shino, but the most popular girl they put on the car is Sawako Morita, who is one of the protagonists, one of the main girls of the series. But Sawako is more the sex pot of the series, and they've put her on multiple drift cars as the decal and sponsorship for the car because she kind of fits the pinup girl look for the series. She's been on plenty of drift cars for Overev.
Miku and Super GT, Pornhub and Super Sport.
What?
Yep, which was driven by a 15-year-old, by the way.
Hatsune Miku and Super GT, Pornhub.
God damn it.
And Super Sport.
Yeah, I'm not terribly happy with that sponsor.
Pussy Energy Drink and the U.S. Modified Touring.
Okay, like U.S. touring modifying is very lax in what they allow.
Series, yeah, that's really what it's called. The Ueno Clinic in Le Mans, Livestrip.com, and F3 and F2.
That's fucking hilarious.
And Taylor Swift in NHRA.
Kill me. I feel bad if you have to be. I recently saw a sticker of like cars with like it says Taylor's version on it, and I'm just like I groan every time I see that shit.
And NASCAR. Still, the absolute king of anomalous sponsors is Hollywood.
Yeah.
Even in Formula One, a sport where most teams keep consistent liveries throughout the whole year, movie titles tend to make one-off appearances surprise.
That's actually kind of awesome. Well, this is Disney Star. Well, actually, Powered by the Dark Side. Oh, Powered by the Dark Side. Ooh, this is the old Red Bull Racing. Okay, now this is from the 2000s. This is 2000 Star Wars.
Surprisingly often, whether it be a tiny logo.
The Kingsman. Okay.
On the side or an all-consuming design alteration.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
Movies have also had a huge effect on NASCAR, both in design and in some cases in the actual race. Some of the action shots for Days of Thunder were filmed during the 1990 Daytona 500, where the cars of Cole Trickle and Russ Wheeler were sent out onto the same track as the real NASCAR stars fighting for the sport's biggest prize. They did their best to stay out of the way as to not impact the real-life race in any way, but this didn't stop Dale Earnhardt and Bill Elliott from storming past them in the corner. This same practice was repeated in 2020, where a car with fake decals was sent out during a race at Michigan for filming of the Netflix TV show The Crew, which, in my humble opinion, is one of the most god-awful shows ever made. So you get Crew, which with fake decals was sent out during a race at Michigan for filming of the Netflix TV show The Crew.
Kevin James. I fucking groan every time I see Kevin James's face.
Which, in my humble opinion, is one of the most god-awful shows ever made.
Did you get the new Cardi B? It's pretty sick.
Yeah, it was a Disney Channel show too.
What a journey. We've seen drummers turn drivers, and racers turned wrestlers. We've seen everything from cartoons to cryptocurrency, concerts to condoms. We've even found ways to make something out of nothing. But what's the point? Should sponsorship go exclusively to manufacturers and motor oil? Of course not. Like I said earlier, sponsorship
Anyone should be able to sponsor
makes the cars go round.
Depends on the company too.
Which is why I love seeing new brands dip their toes into auto racing. Sure, some of them have absolutely no business even being in this business, but at the end of the day, that's not the point. The point is that they're willing to support the sport that we love, and in return, we should want to support them. But hey, maybe you don't agree with that. Maybe you're one of those people who wants to
saw the foundation of big business in half, even if it takes an eternity.
and that's fine. But until that happens, I'm going to keep watching Cartoon Network in my NWO shirt, listening to ABBA, and investing in Dogecoin. Thanks for watching.
You know what? I appreciate it. I came in a little bit sideways at the beginning of the video. LA Productions, I really appreciate that, man. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break, and I'll be right on back. But that was the most ridiculous sponsors of racing by LA Productions. Make sure you go like, comment to the original video, and follow the original creator. Be right on back. right, we're back. We're back. And I just want to check how many, if we have anyone still up and running here. We're gonna might just keep on a few more React videos. However, we might just jump over to Persona 5 because I feel that'd be a semi-good idea to do. So live on Kick, we're good here. Check my YouTube, see where we're going. Anyone live on YouTube right now? Concurrent viewers, 3 views. Okay, we're still live. Okay. Sorry for taking so long, chat. I just had to go to the washroom. How we doing? We need a few more React videos on engines, but we'll find something else here quickly. So I talked about cheaters in NASCAR and racing, and one of the most revered cheaters I have remembered was a man by the name of Smokey Eunuch. And Smokey is a legend of the early age, or not the some. It wasn't really the early age. It was like of American racing. It was one of the legends of basically just fucking around with cars to see what you could do in terms of modification to hide from the judges. And Smokey in the 70s and late 60s was a god of this redneck engineering, as some people would call it. Jerry rigging, hick rigging, you name it. And Smokey, I know a couple of his tricks, but people don't realize just how ingenious this man was. Because earlier on, we talked about cheating with the Celica being the most beautifully machined cheat. Smokey Eunuch may not be the most prettiest in terms of cheating, but he was a legend for a good reason. So we're going to show you why he's a legend.
In the world of NASCAR, few names echo with the rebellious brilliance of Smokey Eunuch. To fans, he was a genius. To officials, a nightmare. To history, he's a man who blurred the line between innovation and violation, and did it with a cigar,
The patron saint of flexing on the rules.
in his teeth, and a smirk that said, "Good luck catching me." Born Henry Eunuch in 1923, Smokey wasn't just a mechanic. He was a mechanical savant. A World War II bomber pilot, he brought precision and...
By the way, Carroll Shelby was also a bomber pilot of the famous, if people know about the Shelby G, the Shelby nameplate. Carroll Shelby, larger than life, his name really kind of oversells what he did, but in his heyday, Carroll Shelby was a legend. And before then, and after the war, he would go on to become a Texas chicken farmer to help fund his mechanical engineering dreams. But before then, he was a bomber pilot as well as Smokey was. And a lot of American pilots would end up being in some form of mechanics, engineering, or motorcycle culture, one way or the other. That's where we got a lot of the early outlaw biker groups that would later on become the Hells Angels. But the early outlaws were former bomber pilots.
Guts from the skies to...
Kind of like how in Japan, the Bokuzoku were former trained kamikaze pilots that never got to go see their divine mission and were forced to pull back.
The garage. After the war, he opened Smokey's Best Damn Garage in Town in Daytona Beach, Florida. That wasn't just a slogan. It was a challenge. Smokey quickly made a name for himself building stock cars that didn't just win, they embarrassed the field. He wasn't interested in playing fair. He was interested in playing smart. To Smokey, the NASCAR...
And I said before, is that when it comes to cheaters, it's a hard line to cross. Because in terms of a lot of sports when it comes to cheating, it's usually something that is dirty. It's very much a known negative you should do. It's not bending the rules. It's completely just violating them openly. And in cases where it's also favoritism with judges, paying off, money for terms of punishment, or just looking the other way, those are the worst cheats. Those are the ones we all hate. Motorsports cheating, for the most part, is actually like a desperado, kind of like rogue. It gives you like a rogue's persona to you.
Our rule book wasn't law. It was a puzzle. And every vague sentence, every undefined measurement was a window to exploit. "I didn't cheat," Smokey once said. "I just found creative ways to interpret the rules." And the thing is, he wasn't lying. If the book didn't explicitly
Silver-tongued
ban
devil.
it, Smokey did it. Fuel lines the length of a garden hose.
Yep.
Cars that passed inspection, but turned into rocket ships once they hit the track. He was a master of loopholes and illusion.
One of his other tricks he would do was acid dip his cars to shave weight. And the one time he got caught, I believe during the Grand Am series, was when a fucking judge leaned against the car with his bulk on the roof of the car, with his what's it called? I forgot the name of it. With his clipboard, and it dented the roof of the car because it was so thin from the acid dip.
But Smokey wasn't just gaming the system for fun, he was pushing the sport forward. Many of the techniques he pioneered were eventually adopted by NASCAR teams after being banned for years. Cooling systems, aerodynamic body tweaks, engine placement tricks. He saw what others wouldn't even think to look for. And while most builders feared officials, Smokey thrived in confrontation.
He's always wearing some big-ass hat. He's never wearing the gallon hat. He's always wearing a cowboy hat or some paradise hat. And he's the embodiment of just dudes rock.
He dared inspectors to find his tricks. He called out their ignorance publicly. And when they did catch him, he'd drive the car out of the garage without a fuel tank.
That was the basketball trick. He had a fake float valve that would basically get past rule books, so he would put a basketball there, then the basketball would be deflated and taken out of the fuel tank, and he'd be able to skirt past the fuel tank amount and basically get over on the judges. When they found that out, they said to him, "You have 27 violations." And then they removed the fuel tank from the car. I said, "Make that 28," and he drove off without the fuel tank because he had made the fuel lines, I believe, I believe they were an inch, wide. He was basically carrying another, about 12 gallons of extra fuel in the lines alone. Fucking madman.
Prove a point. This wasn't just a mechanic. Smokey Eunuch was a one-man revolution. And over the next 9 tricks, we'll show you exactly how he outsmarted NASCAR and became the outlaw king of racing. This is the story that defines Smokey Eunuch's legacy, the moment he turned a rulebook loophole into NASCAR folklore. It happened in the 1960s, and it started with a simple truth. In racing, fuel equals power and strategy. More gas means fewer pit stops.
Yep.
Fewer stops mean more laps in the lead. And Smokey found a way to make that happen without breaking a single written rule. At the time, NASCAR had a strict limit on how much fuel a car's gas tank could carry: 22 gallons. So, Smokey didn't mess with the tank. He simply extended the fuel line. While most cars had a few feet of hose running from the tank to the engine,
not a hose, metal. They didn't use rubber hose. They were using metal lines.
Smokey coiled 11 feet of 2-inch wide fuel line through the car's frame.
It held
over 2 extra gallons of fuel, hidden in plain sight. This meant his car technically had a 22-gallon tank, but in reality, it carried nearly 24 gallons. During a race, that tiny advantage meant staying out longer, gaining positions, and, most importantly, winning. When NASCAR inspectors caught on, they were furious. They pulled the gas tank out of the car, slapped it on the ground, and declared the car illegal. Smokey stood nearby, grinning. Then, in a moment of pure swagger, he jumped into the car, now without a gas tank, and fired it up. The engine roared to life, and with a puff of exhaust, he drove the car out of the...
You know why he was able to do this? Because the vacuum of the tank, of the lines, because he had the actual pump, wasn't in the tank. This before the integrated fuel cell of the way we have today, where the pump is integrated into the tank. He had the pump external of the tank. So he kept a vacuum in that fucking thing and was able to run into the carburetor. Is this Smokey from the Smokey and the Bandit film? No. This is Smokey Eunuch. This man is a fucking legend of North American rule bending and auto racing. He did redneck engineering. May sound all like, that sounds rough and tough, but not clean, but he was a genius.
The inspection area. Without a tank, remember. Just on the fuel still left in the line. That single act wasn't just bold, it was defiant genius. It exposed how...
I wonder if they'll get to it too. There's also a case where he basically caused NASCAR to have a standard of how tall your fuel tower can be, because remember they store fuel in those like cylinders nowadays. They're like on stilts. Smokey built a 20 to 30 foot tower by his pits to fuel his car. Now, if you don't know about fuel when it comes to gravity, is that the faster the flow you can get, the higher up you are, and the moment you open the tank and the vacuum is released and the fuel flow will begin, through physics alone, the gravity and also the accelerated height will cause the fuel to slam into your car, right? Just like to accelerate faster to get into the tank. Basically, they would watch him, and the moment they hooked up the fuel, they knew how to it was up to the fueler of the pit crew to know when to cut the valve, and they only had like a couple seconds to do this because they would watch his car. The rear suspension would just drop as the fuel slammed into the tank, and they just had this like within 2 seconds the hotter the gas. No, it's through atmospheric pressure, through atmospheric pressure alone of the ambient pressure. 30 feet up is enough to get just that point of it being able to have a faster flow rate. And he would fucking drop into his car, and they said they just watched the ass end drop down, and it would basically bounce as the fuel slammed in and filled his car up in like 5 seconds. Like a full tank in 5 seconds. It was fucking nuts.
How sloppy NASCAR's rules were and how far ahead Smokey was thinking. After that, NASCAR rewrote the rule book to limit fuel line volume, line length, and even placement. All thanks to one man who played chess while everyone else played checkers. But Smokey was just getting started. By the mid-1960s, Smokey Eunuch's reputation was notorious and well-earned. NASCAR inspectors had begun to scrutinize every inch of his cars, but Smokey wasn't just one step ahead. He was 5, and nowhere was that clearer than in the case of the legendary 7/8 scale Chevelle. The 1967 Chevrolet
So I believe this is the acid dip story.
Chevelle was a fan favorite.
So you're saying Smokey let his gas pipes slam into the back of his car? Yes, you can make that joke.
And Smokey saw potential, but also a challenge. The car, in stock form, was a little too boxy, a little too heavy, and not quite aerodynamic enough for what he envisioned. So he decided to shrink it. Subtly. Carefully. Just enough to matter. He rebuilt the car slightly smaller than regulation. About 7/8.
Oh, that's not the acid dip story. Okay, well, if you don't know, I'm not going to tell the acid dip story yet, but it would only... Basically, automotive manufacturers and engineers would only start to worry about aerodynamics into the fuel crisis era. And that would be the late 70s to start caring about aerodynamics. Before then, they didn't give a shit. But guys like Smokey were already using early wind tunnel testing to make their cars faster.
The size of a stock Chevelle. Not enough to be noticed casually. Just enough to cheat the wind and hug the corners better. Every panel was hand-fabricated. Every angle adjusted. Every curve reshaped to make it look stock, but move like something out of science fiction. When Smokey rolled it into inspection, it passed. Officials measured from bumper to bumper, but not every cross-section. they didn't measure width or wheelbase from enough reference points.
That's where he got him. Shorter wheelbase. And if you don't know about shorter wheelbase too, is that it may not seem like you need it on a NASCAR track, but it increases your agility. With a wide stance and a short wheelbase, it looks slick, yeah. With a wide stance and a short wheelbase, you have better agility, right? Now, if you're turning left, that may not seem like anything special, but when you're ducking and weaving out of traffic like they do when it gets to the middle of the race, Smokey had not only had the power and not only had aerodynamics and power to do it to match the probably lightest car in the field. He was also one that could be chucked around and be able to hold tight evasive maneuvers at high speed.
Smokey had anticipated their laziness, and he'd built the car to exploit exactly that. Once on the track, the Chevelle flew. It had better speed, less drag, and tighter handling. Rivals couldn't believe what they were seeing. The car didn't just win, it embarrassed the competition. When NASCAR finally caught on, they couldn't prove it. The car had passed all their checks. Smokey just smiled and said, "I didn't cheat. They just didn't measure it right." The Chevelle became the stuff of legend, and NASCAR again
Absolute
rewrote
pimp.
the rulebook. Smokey's message was clear. If the rulebook doesn't say you can't, then by all means, you can. Fuel. Again. But this time...
So, it's also true, I guess, and this is way off topic from cheating, because this type of cheating is honorable. But when it goes to actual criminal law, it is also kind of the same thing too, because for example, in some states, people were often, there's for a while, it was on the early internet, I heard about this, and I remember hearing about this, because if you remember the Mr. Hand's tale, Washington State didn't have any criminal actions against bestiality, apparently. It's because, or specifically with horses, I believe, it's because they didn't think anyone would actually do it. Even though it was very commonplace and common knowledge, I suppose, they didn't think anyone would actually fucking do it. Now, Mr. Hands didn't cause that law to be passed. It was just a case of people realize the further we march on, the more connected people get, the more we realize there's a lot of degenerate, sick fucks out there. So we have to make laws for things we never thought we'd have to make laws for. Or like in Germany, where it was self-suicidal cannibalism, where a guy let himself be gently killed by a cannibal to be eaten. Because it was cannibal's desire, and the guy's desire to be died by cannibalism somehow. No one ever thinks it's just possible until it happens. Now that's with federal criminal law. That's where things get scary and dark. But with Smokey, going back to Smokey too, with motorsports, it's all about the ingenious factor of no one thought you could do that, and he just did it.
Smokey didn't bother with lines or tanks. He looked at the structure of the car and asked the question no one else dared to. What if I filled the roll cage with gas? In most stock cars...
I'm sorry, what? That's... Smokey, what the fuck, man?
The roll cage is a system of thick metal tubes designed to protect the driver.
So Mr. Hands made Washington State criminalized bestiality. I don't think he was the reason why, but he was probably one of the leading factors that led to it.
In a crash. They're hollow, normally empty, but Smokey saw an opportunity, another place to store unregulated fuel. He welded the tubing airtight, fitted a hidden inlet, and filled the roll cage with gasoline. The result? A secret auxiliary fuel system that couldn't be seen, couldn't be measured, because no one even thought to look there. During a race, the fuel would be drawn out from the roll cage to supplement the main tank. Once again, Smokey had found a way to run longer, stop less, and win more. And again, NASCAR had no rule against it. Not at the time. Eventually, an inspector noticed the unusually thick smell of gas around Smokey's car, even after it had run dry. They followed the scent, traced the lines, and finally figured it out. The officials were stunned. Smokey just shrugged. There wasn't a rule against it.
I love that. They're Smokey, what if you crash? Dude, you gotta remember this. So let me put it simply, this H250. NASCAR was one of the last motorsports, in racing, where drivers would opt to not wear seatbelts, often be flung from the cars if they were ever in a crash. I know it's weird because it's not open top racing, like the Le Mans disaster. But basically, it'd be I just get killed instantly as opposed to being burnt alive. Smokey, they did not give a shit, and basically it was just I have to win to make this money. It's good pay. It's the South. We don't have a lot of good jobs. I have a lot of technical ability. This is what I'm good at. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna do anything I can to win. We ball.
From that moment forward, NASCAR implemented regulations about what could be used to store fuel.
Really?
And where. But once again, the sport had been outfoxed. Smokey Yunick wasn't just building race cars. He was building challenges to authority. On 4 wheels, under pressure, at 200 miles per hour. And the rule book? It was just his playground. By now, Smokey Yunick had built a reputation not just as a mechanic, but as a master illusionist with a wrench. If a car looked legal from the outside, most inspectors gave it the green light.
Right.
Smokey counted on that. And in one of his most cunning stunts, he exploited an idea that would give him a huge advantage: body offsetting. The concept was simple. Shift the entire body of the car slightly to the left on the chassis.
Yep.
Why? Because...
Remember, they're always turning left, so that extra weight anchoring you on the corner allows you to turn in better for sharper angles. No extra fuel outside of the tank hides fuels in his left sock.
most NASCAR tracks at the time were oval and left turn dominant. A car that was weighted and angled left could corner faster, stay planted, and reduce tire wear on those endless left-hand turns. So Smokey did just that. He mounted the body off-center, but subtly enough that it wouldn't be noticed without precise measurement. To the eye, the car looked normal. From the side, it appeared balanced. But in motion, it stuck to the low line like glue. This off-center setup changed the car's center of gravity, increased downforce on the inside tires, and gave his drivers razor-sharp handling in the turns. Competitors couldn't believe how hard his cars could corner without sliding or losing grip. Of course, NASCAR eventually caught on. They began measuring chassis alignment relative to the wheel wells and suspension mounts. Cars had to be centered to strict tolerances. But the damage...
If you think about this, too, I get Smokey was trying to win. I get he's bending the rules. Smokey subsequently is also making racing safer at the time because of how cunning and flagrantly he disregarded the non-stated rules that the judge would go for tech inspection. He basically ensured that an amateur or half-assed stunt would not be pulled off, so they wouldn't lead to the fatality of a driver or possible fans that was chucked into the catch rail. He did things that increased the vigilance of the tech inspectors, subsequently making the cars safer. That's when stock cars were still mostly stock cars. So any tech that gets proven on the grounds on the track would subsequently slowly trickle its way down to the cars that were sold on the road. So he was even making those safer by proxy and perform better by proxy. I get trickle down economics is a laughing joke, but trickle down like engineering like this is truly a wonder.
Was done. Smokey had already used the trick to steal wins and rewrite the rulebook. Again. In a post-race interview, when asked about the legality of his setup, Smokey quipped, "Well, the rule says the body has to be on the chassis. It didn't say where." He didn't just build cars, he built puzzles. And every time NASCAR thought they solved one, Smokey had already built the next. While Smokey Yunick was known for big, bold tricks, some of his most effective cheats were almost invisible. Aerodynamics weren't well understood in NASCAR.
This is where we're getting to it, yes.
And Smokey knew that. so he exploited it with small, clever body modifications.
Remember, it was a revolution to everyone watching and the drivers when the Daytona and Superbird were debuted by Chrysler Motor Corps. And even though Richard Petty is forever placed in the visage of the King from the first Cars movie as the Plymouth Superbird, Petty said that was his least favorite car to drive because just how terrifying it was, because it was early aerodynamics and it was a very unstable car, but it could fly. It could it was literally out trying to get airborne when he was driving that thing, but it was fast. 200 mile early 70s, 200 mile per hour plus supercar, essentially. And they were still running tires but their suspension and brakes were the same setup they were running on the NASCAR Challengers and Roadrunners. Sorry, Chargers and Roadrunners. So all that extra power and speed, but with less of the catch fails.
That added up to big results. He would tilt the windshield a few degrees farther back to reduce drag. He would tuck the front bumper in slightly and smooth the undercarriage to let air flow faster beneath the car. These weren't flashy, but they made the car slice through the air like a missile. Then there were the massaged panels. Smokey would subtly reshape the metal bodywork, pulling in the sides, curving the rear quarters, and narrowing the roofline by millimeters. All of it gave his car a smoother aerodynamic profile, without ever drawing attention. These weren't violations of written rules. They were violations of expectations. Inspectors didn't bring wind tunnels. They brought tape measures. And Smokey knew how to beat both. At Daytona, one of his cars clocked top speeds nearly 5 miles per hour faster than the rest of the field. No one could figure out why until years later, when engineers finally understood what Smokey had done. He also added kick-ups, tiny bends in the rear fenders that worked like rudimentary spoilers. NASCAR had no concept of
So almost like a rear diffuser, but in the rear fenders. Good Lord, that's ingenious.
this in the 1960s. Smokey did. He was years ahead. Eventually, NASCAR created a template-based body inspection process to standardize car shapes. But only after Smokey had embarrassed them with science they didn't yet grasp. He wasn't just breaking the rules. He was writing the future. Among all of Smokey Yunick's mechanical marvels, this one borders on science fiction, the so-called vapor carburation system. In theory,
I'm sorry, what?
It was a way to vaporize gasoline before it entered the engine, allowing for more efficient combustion.
Sequential fuel injection. Goddamn. He made sequential fuel injection.
Better mileage and higher performance with less fuel. Most internal combustion engines burn liquid fuel. Smokey wanted to burn vapor, a fine mist, perfectly atomized and distributed. The result? More power, less waste, and a dramatic drop in fuel consumption. In the 1970s, during the height of the fuel crisis, Smokey reportedly installed this vapor carb system on a Pontiac Fiero prototype. According to witnesses, the car achieved over 50 miles per gallon, unheard of at the time.
Yep.
The system used heat from the engine to convert liquid fuel into vapor, which then entered a modified intake system. Smokey's claim? The car could drive from Daytona Beach to Detroit on a single tank.
Why not?
Naturally, the story drew skepticism. Big oil, big auto, government regulators. Everyone had a reason to discredit him. The system was never commercialized, and Smokey, frustrated with the politics, eventually walked away from the project. NASCAR caught wind of his vaporization idea.
Do you know what it actually is, man? He was almost on point. It's not heat, though. It's pressure. High pressure. Atomizing fuel through high pressure with an atomized nozzle at the fuel injector, using sequential fuel injection and electronic fuel injection, is what we have today. That's basically what Smokey was doing. But we use pressure without the heat. Right? He's using the heat to vaporize the fuel. We use pressure to vaporize it. It's kind of simple if you think about it. But it was very early, forward thinking.
Earlier in his racing career, and quickly banned any such system from competition. But they never explained why. Today, the vapor carb system is legendary, not just as a racing hack, but as a possible key to the future that was buried before it had a chance to change the world. Some call it a myth. Others say Smokey simply invented too fast and scared the wrong people. Either way, it was classic Smokey. One part genius, one part rebellion, and always ahead of the curve. By this point in his career, Smokey Yunick had already proven he could outsmart almost anyone.
I'm actually kind of seeing what he's doing here. Okay, I spoke too soon. He wanted to completely negate any liquid mist or spray of atomized fuel. He wanted to completely make it a airborne gas. Like, instead of being like liquid fuel, it's a gas. It's a gaseous vapor. That's what he was aiming for. I'm curious that could actually have worked, but then again, too, I'm also not one to fall for new technology like, oh my god, next best thing. There's a right amount of skepticism, there's also a right amount of enthusiasm behind it.
In a garage. But when NASCAR began cracking down on fuel tank size and race distance, Smokey devised one of his boldest and most ridiculous tricks yet. A magnetic fuel pickup system designed to fool inspectors right under their noses. The problem? NASCAR officials were inspecting fuel tanks before races, making sure cars didn't carry more fuel than allowed.
Right.
The solution? Smokey rigged a magnet-based system that would deactivate part of the fuel pickup line during inspection. But once the race started, and Smokey's crew removed the hidden magnet, the remaining fuel freely flowed back into the system.
Oh.
It gave the car several more laps of fuel, all completely off the books. Smokey's cars could now outlast the competition without an extra pit stop, often just enough of an edge to steal a win or grab the lead when it mattered.
I will admit, Smokey had the Hollywood smile, I will say.
Most. When NASCAR caught on, they were furious. The magnetic trick wasn't technically illegal at the time.
No.
But it was dishonest. And more importantly, it was working.
And it was Smokey who did it.
Revise inspection protocols and rewrite yet another rule just to stop Smokey's latest sleight of hand. The beauty of the magnetic pickup wasn't just in what it did. It was in how perfectly it aligned with Smokey's philosophy. If the rule book doesn't say you can't do it, you can. Smokey wasn't just racing cars. He was racing minds and winning. One of Smokey Yunick's most famous and subtle innovations was a trick involving suspension height manipulation, a way to beat NASCAR inspections without anyone catching on until it was too late.
Okay.
Here's how it worked. NASCAR rules dictated that a car had to meet minimum height requirements during inspection.
Okay.
This was meant to ensure fairness, prevent illegal lowriders, and make sure no one was gaining an advantage from underbody aerodynamics or excessive cornering grip. Smokey's response? He built a suspension system that compressed after inspection. Using a combination of pressurized components, specially tuned shocks, and heat-sensitive materials, his cars would sit at legal height when cold and static.
Thermodynamics. Fucking hell, man. You crazy bastard, you.
But once the car hit the track, warmed up, and experienced lateral forces from high-speed turns, the suspension would settle lower, dropping the car just enough to improve aerodynamics and center of gravity. The car hugged the track tighter, took turns faster, and sliced through the air more efficiently, without anyone ever seeing it happen. Officials would recheck the car after the race, and by then, the suspension had cooled, rebounded, or reinflated to regulation height. Smokey had created a disappearing ride height trick, one that fooled inspectors, confused competitors, and led to yet another rule rewrite. Later in life, when asked how he pulled it off, Smokey smiled and said, "Cars have feelings too. Mine just happened to feel taller when the heat wasn't on."
Son of a bitch. You son of a bitch.
The disappearing suspension wasn't just mechanical wizardry. It was psychological warfare. Smokey was winning races before the green flag ever dropped. If there was one thing Smokey Eunuch hated more than rules, it was outdated thinking. And nowhere did he push boundaries harder than under the hood.
That's my man.
One of his final, most ambitious projects? An engine so far ahead of its time that NASCAR didn't even have a rule against it because they didn't know it was possible. Working closely with General Motors, Smokey developed a radical new engine design that featured variable length intake runners, reverse flow cooling, and experimental valve timing.
No fucking way. No fucking way he did that. Holy shit. Now, H250, if you're wondering why I'm getting all like this, all beklempt, he basically designed a primitive version of variable valve timing. This time using cam lobes or different cam runners to change the pitch and elevation of the cam on these push rods. So at lower RPM, he can conserve fuel and keep the car at optimal running point, and then it'll change over through hydraulics, usually through oil pressure, to move the cam lobes enough that a second set will come into play and will lift the lifters higher for higher performance, higher RPM use. So basically, similar to what VTEC does, but in a much more primitive format. Basically making two engines in one. Now, granted, this is all prototype hearsay. But fuck me. Son of a bitch. This is why I love this man so much. This is why I love... Like, Smokey is up there for my favorite drivers and favorite personalities of motorsports. Yeah, I get Max Verstappen right now as the golden boy of the memes and everything, but when it comes to actual engineering, it was in racing, it was Paul Newman, it was Smokey Eunuch, it was... oh god, what was the other ones I've had? The guy who ran Wolf's Lamborghini racing on during the Can-Am series. Just... names upon names upon names. Like, you've heard me mention the acid dip trick, too. I hope they cover this, too. The acid dip trick was its own, like, long-running thing, but it was a thing you had to get right.
The engine promised higher power, better fuel efficiency, and greater temperature control. A trifecta no one else could touch. When he debuted the engine at a test session, officials were stunned. It didn't just outperform the competition, it embarrassed them. Rivals protested. NASCAR panicked. Not because Smokey broke a rule,
No.
but because he built something the rule book had never imagined. Instead of approving the technology, NASCAR banned it outright. They called it unfair, even though it followed every written guideline.
You gotta kiss him goodbye then.
The real issue? It gave Smokey a lead no one else could catch. In interviews later, Smokey said, "I didn't cheat, I just read ahead in the textbook." This wasn't just another loophole. It was the culmination of everything Smokey stood for: innovation, defiance, and an unshakable belief that progress shouldn't wait for permission. To this day, many of the features from that engine have shown up in modern performance designs. Smokey Eunuch didn't just build illegal motors, he built the future of racing. And by the time the world caught up, he was already gone.
Rest in peace to a real one. Hail to the king, rest in peace to him. Thank you, Revved Up Reveals, for that video. It's a little bit emotional. I get there's the emotional music that goes along with it too, but goddamn do I ever. I love Smokey. Okay. Well, I've done a couple React videos. I feel like it's time we get into some Persona. Either Persona or some card games. See what's going on. I want to see if Rue is still up right now. I just want to check on how she's doing on Kick here. So on Twitch. See if my my favorite little moth girl is up here. That's Rue. My favorite little moth girl is up here. That's Rue. Let's see if Rue is up. Rue. Let's see. Is Rue. More. Yeah, she's still up. Okay, good. Yeah, they're still chilling. They're playing their own games. Stream's going well. Just popping. Just saying hi. Saying hi to my little favorite little moth lady.
Or not anymore?
No, not.
Okay.
Are you serious? Stream
Probably
is
try
going well. We are at hour 16.
We're missing
Oh,
a moth.
thank you for the follow.
Where's the Mothra? Oh wait, no.
All right, so I just had to say hi to Rue. Great, love Rue there. Apologies if I just got home and came exhausted. No, I imagine you are. What should we do? Some Persona maybe, or Poker Night of the Inventory? Nah, I think we'll just do some Persona. I've missed out on some Persona for this week, so we'll get into that. Thieves Guild? No Thieves Guild. Welcome to Players and Pimps. Oh my god. Okay, don't care. Fuck you, Baltimore. Alright, here we go. Load game. Certified Buck Breaker, Certified Thug Shaker. Let's go. We back in the class. Get up 10 o'clock in the morning, woke up, got up. Oh, clockwork. What the hell's this? It's kind of dumb. It is dumb. I want to beat the show, Mishima. I really want to do. Alright. Which one of you hoes is on my line? I want to go to the palace, what you up to? Go to the palace, Players and Pimps. Alright, Alan, very, very nice. Oh, hey, Ryuji. Can I call you the N-word, Ryuji? Anyways, let's go to the rail map. Young and Jaya, let's go to the clinic. Perhaps we'll go to the clinic. Let's get me. Yeah! This is how you remind me of what I really am. It's not like you to say sorry. Shall we begin? You changing something? Alright, let's see the log. Should be helping me see the reactions from external variables. Okay. It's today's menu. Aren't you lucky I have such a cooperative test subject? Really artful. Now let's strip in and go for a little swim in that lake. What? Only kidding. Oh, you don't want to see my my pecs, boys. We got 2 months left to get absolutely yoked for the summer, and for the 0 bitches we're gonna pull. Only kidding. We're gonna go do a control test and work some data with you. So,
then
run about 5 kilometers to do it. Not kidding this time. I'm
grateful.
I appreciate it. Can I call it? Can I get some of that shiggy wiggy?
You got that?
Yeah, okay. You got it. You're gonna play it. Where have you been? Been searching all along. Oh, hello. Okay. Where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter. Those masquerade. Face in mine. Shapeshifter. How's my skill item stats? No. Should I get pimped and cleaned up? Yeah, let's go to the bathhouse. I need to charm up. I need my riz. I need to be the Rizzler. Moments of calm. Sure.
What do you want to do?
Let's go in. Oh great, old men at the fucking onsen. Jesus. Reminds me of going to the gym. That's why I don't go in the gym locker rooms anymore, because it's like, once you've seen one leathery bag of balls, you've seen them all. You fried chicken there, boy? Oh, more handsome. Oh, ooh, kill him. Ooh, kill him. Kill him. Ooh, kill him. Kill him. Ooh, killed him. Lame.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah.
In the end.
Alright, should we pimp out and go get Madarame's ass whooped?
Jeez.
You know the arson Lupin's by Maurice LeBlanc? Maurice LeBlanc? LeBlanc is once a famous detective. Series. Another bunch of you going. I know this one. Sherlock Holmes.
Do you know the answer?
Arthur Conan Doyle.
This is it.
Well done.
You got hotter by being near old men. What would happen when you bathe with women? CH250, I'm not trooning out, so I don't think they'll allow me in the women's washroom yet. Japan's not that, insane yet to allow that to happen. Oh, do you like the mystery novels? Yes, the answer is the Arthur Sherlock Holmes, Arthur Conan Doyle, see? The answer was Ian Fleming. Bon Jovi, that's James Bond. No, well, at the sky fall, when it crumbles, I will stand tall, waiting for all. To Sherlock Holmes. So he just moved the S and started his last name. They have mixed bathing. I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't, man. Like, here's the thing, like, I get it, like, once again, I'm not even going by sexual nature, I would not feel comfortable, personally.
Nice going.
Then again, I also don't like bathing with other people either. The idea of a public onsen's not my thing. I get people will do it, it's different cultures, of course, it's just my personal predicament is I just like to hit the showers and clean up and, be my own man. Snows with the Phantom Thief, he's recognized all the world.
Yep.
Alright. Who wants to talk? Plans for today? Right away. Alright, I'm gonna go, I'm gonna lead you on, and then I'm gonna cheat on you. Talk.
Hey.
Think of today. Let's hang out. We've got plenty of time.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We did something fun last time. Let's go have some tea. On's finished though, so tea. Well, actually, no. Finns make some good tea. I've had some finished tea before.
Let's go.
Trust me, you guys do not want to try maple leaf tea. That is not the best. Oh hell yeah!
Bye.
Hell yeah! Players and pimps.
You're back.
Alright. What can I do for you, boss man?
You got time right now?
Teach you the ropes. Help them out. Let's do it, boys.
All right then.
Let's learn to pour some coffee. Switcher's guy is extremely precise. He did just as he told me. So, shall I brew you a cup of Java?
Thanks.
I would like to brew you some coffee. You fucking asshole. Grandpa Freeman, can I have some coffee?
Hello.
Oh my god, it's Matt Mercer. Hello. Oh my god, it's Leon Kennedy, but gay. Hello. By the way, I saw a big sign for the Matarame exhibit over here. Can help remember that repugnant hurt, so we must eat distressed world. Then we go to the palace today. Let's go.
Indeed.
Indeed, we'll find the treasure soon. Can I? You got it, playa. Alright. Players and pimps.
Let's go.
Let's do it, boys. We fuck.
We still need to explain the basics to you, don't we? Oh, you mean about the metaverse and the nav? Yeah, I guess that stuff is pretty important.
Please elaborate.
He won't get it.
Let's start from the beginning. First, the metaverse spots where we act as the Phantom Thieves are called palaces. Palaces are worlds that take form from someone's cognition, a materialization of their reality.
I see.
So do we each hold palaces within ourselves as well?
No, not just anyone will have them. It's primarily those with strong, distorted desires.
They basically gotta be criminals. Real bastards like Kamoshida or Madarame.
On the other hand, palaces can't exist within persona users. It's just impossible for them to form.
See, that's where you're gonna be wrong.
Basically, your persona is the true feelings of your heart, which arise from accepting your inner shadow. Then, since you have full control over your emotions, there's no way your desires can get distorted.
So that's how it works.
Obviously, I knew that. Oh yeah, and we use the Metaverse Nav app on our phones to get into that world.
It's actually pretty simple. Just say a person's name, location, and distortion, then you're in.
Location?
So like, Madarame's would be Shack. Then his distortion is that he thinks it's a museum.
How do you know what their palace is going to look like if you've never set foot in it before?
Don't keep asking questions, Leon Kennedy. Just look pretty and shut the fuck up. Do a
it's kinda
backflip or
like
something.
A quiz or something. It'll probably get pretty tricky from here on out too.
So On's place was the Playboy Mansion. That was Kamoshida's. I don't think On sees herself as like a harlot or a bunny. Like, she is a model, I get it. I don't think she sees herself as one. Her friend, I think in Persona 5 Royal, her coworker who doesn't really like On has her own like minor palace, but no, not a palace, like her own like confrontation, but I think it's just
I feel as though I have a good grasp on the basic concept.
because like On knows she's attractive, but she's also On recognizes too that she's not a whore. She's very much against that, so she wouldn't see herself as like a madame or anything of the sort.
If anything arises which I fail to understand, I'll rely on those more experienced than myself.
It'd have to be like a heartbreaking bitch, essentially, that would have that palace, I believe.
I got you covered, newbie.
You should probably ask Morgana if you need anything.
Thinking back to Madarame, though, I can't believe he'd consider pressing charges.
Yes, I've never seen him show such anger before. He is most likely quite serious about that.
Her. But she dresses like a panther dominatrix, or her palace is the jungle, or his palace, or her palace, or is her palace the jungle in Africa? See, I don't want a blonde white girl like On being anywhere near Africa. But my thing here is that On's persona is based on what's her name? Fuck, we just had it before, and I remember reading the book. Oh boy, what's the book? Because she's dressed up in a panther as a cat suit. Remember, she's a cat burglar, like the femme fatale, like literally like Catwoman, as like the best example. She's a cat burglar, right? We've seen that with what was that series that Almighty Lolly really likes? It's what runs along in parallel with City Hunter. It's about those three cat burglar ladies, the opera singer. Carmen, the opera singer. Yeah, Carmen is a heartbreaker femme fatale. She is a woman who basically lures in men, like kind of having control of herself in a weird way. But like, remember, Carmen was never meant to be a hero of her story. She's kind of like a siren, I guess. But I don't think I think On's take on it is a bit more personal. Yeah, cat's eye. So I wouldn't say a jungle palace. It'd have to be some, like, and she's not distorted, so with On, I don't know what she would have. It would be something because Dominatrix seems more like Psy, where she demands control and demands obedience. So On likes French anime. I mean, On is literally a hafu. Though she's a Finnish girl who likes her Nordic countries. And I guess maybe some British, like probably she's all into Britpop, right? If you want a hafu with a francophile affinity, go read Overrev H250. Sari Tachibana is a fully Japanese girl, but she's a francophile because her father was a Japanese diplomat to France in that series, and he was a former motorsports enthusiast who would sponsor rally teams that Akioka, who's Ryoko's boss, the main character's boss at the junkyard, used to work for. And Sari is a full-blown francophile. She's ditzy and a bit of an airhead, but she's a full-blown francophile. Her car is literally a Peugeot 106 GTI Rally, but she dresses up in French, even French burlesque when she works at a maid cafe. She's quite cute, I will say. Like, when I say cute, she's not sexy cute. She's very adorable. She's got like the Osaka eyes from Azumanga Daioh. She's very, very ditzy, but she's a fun little character.
What should we do?
What should we
There's
do in
no
this?
way we'll be able to win if that happens.
He likely won't act on that threat until the final day of the exhibit, June 5th. Simply put, I doubt he would be so foolish as to taint his name with a trial during his exhibition.
Alright, so we just gotta steal Madarame's heart by then? There's no way we're gonna let him press charges. We'll show people who he really is.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Let's just say we ball. No, I gotta get around the curse problem with the The lions, because that's my problem.
Oh yeah. We haven't decided on the new...
It has to be Kitsune. You know, with that...
Hell yeah.
Are you talking about me?
What do you want your name over here to be?
I'd say Da Vinci.
Nope.
Nope.
Well, you've got that mask like on set. All right, you're Aburage.
Very well.
He's agreed to it?
My boy Leon Kennedy. No, from here on out, your secret codename will be David Duke. So it's Ryoji's palace, like the palace of the biker racetrack, Da Vinci. Oh fuck. I'm sorry. All I can think of is the world peace bit with the restyle, and it's where Sam Hyde is like, you know, your secret name will be what is it? Fuck, it was will be Tennis, but the secret name that only I and Nitro Dubs will call you will be Moon Man. But the secret name that neither I nor Nitro Dubs will call you will be David Duke. Just the fucking crippled in the wheelchair is like, what? I fucking love the just Sam Hyde looking at the camera going, David Duke. It's the fucking best.
It's decided then. Aburage.
Nuh-uh, not happening.
What do I call you?
Do you have any ideas, Joker?
Foxy Lady? No, that doesn't work for you, Leon Kennedy. Clown. I'm sending the clowns. Where are the clowns? They're already here. Ooh, Foxy Lady. Fuck it. Do a barrel roll, my boy.
Oh, just keep it literal.
What do you think?
It's acceptable.
Thank you, Leon. I'm not gonna call him I'm not gonna call him Yusuke. I'm calling him fucking Leon. All right, let's roll.
By the way,
Starting lineup?
yeah. Now that Fox has joined us, it'll be harder to considering how we've operated.
And I guess we always gotta have our leader with us, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. My homie got shots to save him. He lived. His kick is. Get the fuck out of here. Bushi, get the fuck out of here. I'm sorry, man. No.
Exactly.
And what should the backup do?
No.
Hang on, chat. We're gonna take care of some business. Fucking taking care of some business here. You fucking cocksock. Here. You know what I think to that? One. We only have one rule here. Yeah, fucking join May 30th ban. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of here. I don't want to hear it. Sorry there, man. We had a fucking Twitch we had a kick we had one of those kick spam bots.
Lineup is the first wave of our
Fuck off.
infiltration force.
Get the hammer, I already did it. Oh yeah. You know the problem is HG50 as well. There was I forget if he died recently or had his birthday, but there was a Japanese VA that recently got on the news because like for his either death or a VA or birthday. And he was famous for a bunch of other roles that a lot of guys in the whole server were excited for. Except for me, because there was one he voiced that I recognized. And he was Godfoot from Initial D. And if you've not seen that episode with Initial D where it was Godfoot and Godhand, literally that was their nicknames. Godfoot, when talking with his... When everyone's talking about him, it's like, he has a tendency to scream when he drives. He keeps screaming, Doria! Doria! Every time he breaks, like, it's really weird. And you see him screaming the shit in the car to keep his focus up. It's also funny because I think in the Omake bonus scene with Sayuki and what's her face? Impact Blue, the Team Impact Blue team, he kind of gives off a slight flirtatious like vibe to not like really hitting on her, but to whatever her face is from Impact Blue. Not the Sayuki's the navigator. Oh yeah, man, she was kind of my crush back then. But yeah, no, she has her own mocking. Not the weirdest thing to do. Exactly. And funny thing is that OVA is kind of controversial amongst the hood weebs, because of course the hood weebs fucking joined in for Initial D, because that scene has a bathhouse scene where Mako's name is naked in her bath and showering, and you know it's a tender scene and whatever, and then Sayuki kicks down the door because she was trying to blow Sayuki off. So Sayuki kicks down the door and goes, screams the top of her lungs, and Mako fucking loses her shit. Oh, it's such a good series. I love. I'm not a fan of Initial D as I used to be as a kid, but I still love that. I still love that OVA. It's so good. It's a gem.
Well, we'll leave the team composition to you, Joker.
All right, hell yeah. I want to talk to Leon Kennedy. Hello, Leon.
May I get a word in?
Please let me join the Vanguard Joker on the pros. Actually, stay here. I'm counting on you.
Sorry to cause you trouble.
Hey.
You want to fight? I'll be counting on you.
Thanks.
Okay, Morgana, stay the fuck here.
Joker.
Yeah. What's up? What's up?
Fuck that. Fuck that noise. Oh my god, what's up, player?
Do you need something?
I see also, men cannot appreciate good art. Hood weebs can't appreciate good art, they're subhumans. Somewhat.
Now.
Justine, I like you. Caroline, I'm gonna pull you by your hair against the cell and beat your ass in.
Listen up, inmate. Farewell.
Don't I have them?
Hey. It seems you brought the specified persona.
Thank you, Justine.
Fine, I'll take it.
Caroline, I wanna punch you in the stomach.
By the way, your personas are super weak. Not that I'm surprised, inmate.
What, you wanna throw fisticuffs? Funny thing, you can switch out your partners not only for comms, but also for the teammates need to rest or you need one of them back up. The good news is you can switch them out in combat.
Though I guess you deserve at least some praise for finishing your penal labor.
Caroline, when I say I'm gonna give you correction, it's not what...
Complete your rehabilitation.
Oh, screen's black. Forgot about that. Fuck me. I'm so sorry, players and pimps. Anyways, I was saying though, is that Justine, I want to give you... Sorry. Caroline. I want to give you correction, but not the way you're thinking, not the way chat's thinking here. See, I want to take you, and I want to beat the shit out of you. You are a brat who needs actual discipline. Now, here's the correction you're going to get. We're going to go to the garage, alone. It's going to be 2 o'clock in the morning. And you're going to find me my 10mm socket, my 15mm socket, my 60mm socket. You're going to find me a 6-inch extension. You can find me my 3/8 ratchet wrench. And together, we are going to change spark plugs. In the dark. And you're going to help me. And if you fuck up, you get no ice cream. And you get punished. And we're going to stay out there as long as we need. Until you figure it out.
In order to promote that process, we would like to offer you the use of a new facility. It's rare to see you smile, Justine.
Maybe because you're always around, bitch.
You are the smiling one, Caroline. Me?
Yes.
Hey, are you laughing at...
I just want to agree with you. I think Caroline will fight dirty. Good thing I fight dirty too. We just watched a whole video about Smokey Unique and we watched a bunch of cheaters. Do you think I played nice? Besides, Caroline, she probably weighs next to nothing, right? I could probably just yeet her across the fucking room. It's like that one photo of Broly chucking Aqua from Konosuba, the two figures, and she's just about to throw her. Yeah, that's probably what it would end up being. So if you want to pull rank, you gotta get your back broken. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. What do I tell the girl? You have a coat smile.
Know your place, inmate!
Do you want head pats?
As wardens, we simply feel satisfaction in seeing your rehabilitation progress.
Oh great, I pissed off Justine.
That is the extent of it.
I think you need to be head patted.
I find it upsetting that you would see... It's like you forget where you are, inmate. You've got some real guts, though. With that spirit, you should have no trouble making progress.
So Caroline, what were you doing during 1945? Where were you in 1943?
Very well, then. If you have the will to continue your
Tsundere
penal
Dere.
labor, we can grant you greater freedom
Listen, man.
in this prison.
I'm not even here to pull the weird rank of like, yeah, bro, I'm gonna like, you know, I'm not even doing like, oh my god, how disgusting is Persona. I don't, you know, I'm not a Didier Blood, or I'm not doing the neither am I doing like a chibi reviews and like, you know, oh Lolicon, oh needs correction. I legitimately am trying to act like a big brother to these two. I'm not even doing the fucking full social, like I just want to act like a big brother.
It is a
You know, I always hated being the youngest in my family, man. Like I want to be like a big brother.
The inmate. Not like you have the right to turn it down, though. Hard work is what you're meant to do, inmate.
Work is never finished. Massa got me working. Someday Massa set me free.
I am that. It shall with the birth.
Neat. So, Sai, you want to hear about these two fucking little girls that were trying to shove a stick up my ass, and President decides to staring there at the cross table going, yeah, it's Sai, and it's just like, she's across the table from me, and it's just like, I'm telling her, like, yeah, so I had these two wardens that were like, I think they're like two 11-year-old girls or some shit, and they were like trying to shove their nightstick up my ass, and I just, like, I don't know, man, that was weird. I just Sai's just kind of sitting there going, just fucking hands on her face, and just begging for the sweet release of death. Meanwhile, we're pissing in the air, we're doing challenge pissing, because I'm keeping Charlotte Mao's skit going.
Now, it's time for your next task. Farewell. Hey.
You're an asshole.
What? What?
Sure, let's do it. Let's throw some fisticuffs. Yeah, let's do it. Alright. Welcome to the Players and Pimps.
Looking cool, Joker.
Who's got fire? I guess. Beat her ass, boy.
Looking cool, Joker. Looking cool, Joker.
Persona! I am thou. Goemon!
Zesty. Throw him back to me, boy.
Not over yet.
Get some motion, white boy. Get some motion. Alright, alright, alright. Oh, I fucked your shit up before. I want to analyze.
Shadow's weakness is ice.
Nice. Okay.
It's weak to wind. This one's strong against gunshots. Don't waste your bullets.
Wind. Fuck, I don't Morgana.
You're mine. Persona! Goemon, strike!
Zesty ass motherfucker.
This is my other self. Goemon!
That hit his weak point. Persona going, Fox.
So you can switch around. Oh yeah, right. No, not a special battle. Don't. You.
Eat this! Keep shaking.
All right.
Persona! Ravage now!
Fox is scared. He might bolt.
I am thou. Goemon, strike! Last one.
Atta boy.
This is my other self. Tenacious.
Go white boy, go.
Nice going, Skull.
Persona!
Go for the kill. Yeah, that's my white boy. Let's go.
Mission complete.
It could be better. We keep rolling and rolling. So in this case, Joker needs to compensate for the weakness, exactly. Look at that visage. This is, gotta get him with the light skin scare. What was, what do the kids do nowadays? They mew and they mog on TikTok, so I gotta give him the thirst trap look. Alright.
What?
What do you want, mate? I need to beat your ass. I'm going to leave now. Can I go home? Igor.
Do you have bid?
You'd like to read the compendium? These are the paths you have walked. Is
Oh.
this what you want?
Ooh. Can I use them? No. 5%. I don't think I can use them yet. Right?
Is this what you want? You can hold no more personas.
True.
This persona?
We have Orpheus.
Is this what you want? Is this what you want?
Fool, Orpheus Picaro. Huh.
These are the paths you have walked.
I am a fool. My actual tarot arcana is the fool. I should have mentioned that beforehand. Jack Frost.
Is this what you want?
Silky. No. Hero, Lovers, Chariot, Athena, Picaro.
Is this what you want? This person, such rudeness.
Not being mean.
Is this what you want? This persona?
Angel, not a fan of her.
This persona? Such rudeness. You lack patience. You lack patience. Such rudeness. Is this what you want? You lack patience.
I'm just trying to piss her off.
This persona?
Ooh, that's quite nice. But not wind.
Is this what you want?
I don't have anything that has power of wind. Do I? Wapow.
Is this what you want?
Wapo.
Is this what you want? This persona?
I don't.
Is this what you want? persona, you can hold no more personas.
Damn.
This persona,
Kanye Quest, do my Kanye best.
this persona,
I'm good.
this persona, you can hold no more personas.
I call bullshit on that.
Registration,
And my list is a bit full. Cute and Pixie, Sparus. I need someone that can do Curse and... Can I...
the inmate needs our guidance. Let's execute him! What path do you want?
Paul, Orpheus, no. Pixie.
Excessive power only leads to destruction.
No.
Excessive power only leads to destruction. Excessive power only leads to destruction.
It's a curse.
You can't handle this.
You say I'm on my Kanye Quest, do my Kanye best here.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
Weekends Curse.
Looks
Kami.
pretty tough.
Not yet.
You okay with this?
No curse.
You okay with this?
Why do none have the ability to do curse?
You okay with this? Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
No.
You okay with this?
No strange.
You okay with this? You okay with this?
Nah.
You okay with this?
No, I'm not okay with that.
Not terrible, but not impressive.
No.
You can't handle this.
I can handle anything I put my mind to.
Excessive power only leads to destruction.
Huh.
Excessive power only leads to destruction. I see. A strong persona indeed. Select the skills you'd like to inherit. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
SP, nuke skills by half, no.
Looks pretty tough. Select the skills you'd like to inherit.
No.
Let us begin the search.
Andric, Orpheus, Apsaris.
I see. A strong persona indeed.
I mean, Mandrake I'm not really a fan of, but I don't want to get rid of Orpheus. Nah, not yet.
You change your mind? Done already?
Yeah, get me the fuck out of here. I want to go back.
It is time, inmate.
So imagine if I pissed off the twins one time, but remember, I'm still standing here, zoned out. The team's waiting for me, and all of a sudden they just see a nightstick slowly metamorphosize out of thin air, but it's up my ass. Right? And I'm just kind of like standing there without wincing. All of a sudden I come back to it and I start screaming. You got money left over? I have not bought anything. Actually, I didn't see any personas with any curses. Plus, I have no interest. You resummon any persona you had. I know. I just don't... None of them seem interesting, right? I need someone with a curse. Nothing on the list there had the ability for curse, which I need to get rid of those dogs. Money. Get money, motherfucker. Money, 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 motherfucker. Oh. Yes. Oh my god, he's so based and red-pilled. Oh. Fine washi. Nice. I want us to power up. Plant bomb.
Show me your true form.
Not dark / death spells, yeah, unfortunately.
The first move is on.
Let's go. Take this! Someone finish it! One move persona! Captain Kid!
You did it, Skull!
Persona! Get wrecked!
Attaboy. Quickly now.
We're done here. Let's go. A spectacular victory.
Okay. Man, that was easy.
Yeah. Tell me about it. That's what it should be. What the fuck aren't you hiding? No, 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 no. Ah, my fucking mouse. No, 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 no.
I am thou. Goemon!
Ah, nice one, Fox. Nice one, Fox.
This is a bit higher below, so I have strong magic use. Okay, talk. Give me your power. See? I got a little bit of motion. I have some motion. Those are a bit higher level pistols. If I not say I have a strong magic use and all inherited. You need to catch up a bit on the stream, man. We're way ahead of that.
All right.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Racial slurs. My favorite. What's this? No, nothing.
You are unforgivable.
I see. Hey, you motherfuckers do anything stupid, I'm gonna beat your ass in, okay?
I'll reveal your true form.
Gotcha.
That one is no joke. Be careful.
Alright, gun.
Oh, nice.
This is my other self. I lend it. Tenacious. Persona! Captain Kid!
You did it, Skull. Enemy defeated. Skull, get me more.
I want to kill you. Are you fucking kidding me? Like Agilio instead of Agi, yeah. But I just use Mudo as a term because it's a higher spell because I have a higher like to while Mudo and Mudo suffix.
Alright, let's go.
Yeah, you need heal up, baby girl. We can wait for you later. No.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance to
Persona! Die! Surprisingly tough.
Panther's in trouble! Someone heal her!
Shut up!
Nice one! They're at your mercy!
Yeah.
How about this?
Heal yourself, bitch.
Joker took one out! Alright! Only one more.
This is my other
Let's
self.
go!
Tenacious.
You know, Morgana, I left you behind for a reason, so you could shut your mouth for 5 seconds. Why can't you hear you talk? You show me an item.
An item that was worth all that talking.
Oh, we could have Anne as a pocket healer as well. She can do offense and healing. That's what I'm kind of doing for this now.
Yeah! Victory!
I switched her in a moment for healing, okay.
Okay.
And you're gonna heal us up, by the way. There are guys here. Better against the wall. It reminds me of another piece I saw of you on, but it's the 3 of us, and, well, you were being held down with a camera, and Morgana was watching in the corner. As you should be. Keep rolling. Okay. Sure. Ooh, money. Yeah. You know the piece I'm talking about. Anything that puts Mo on the cuck chair is my favorite thing. Where to hide? Uh-oh. Okay.
I'll reveal your true form.
Give me your face. Bring me that ass.
There's a dangerous one in there.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Loaded.
I am down. Someone finish it.
Persona!
Two full slashes. Let's do this. You're so close, Panther.
Let's swap her up for Pixie, I want to say? I want to use Pixie. Where's my Pixie? Where's my Pixie? There's my baby girl. Yeah. 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 Get your ass out here, baby girl. Oh, you resisted to that shit? It's funny. Okay. Fine, we'll... Foul odor. Well, she is a succubus, so no wonder she'd have foul odor, Jesus. Are you fucking serious? You are a woman and a half.
Victory is ours.
A spectacular victory.
Splendid kill. Alright, good job, on. We'll just use her dead body for purposes.
I think we had trouble against the likes of that.
Don't worry, I'll heal her up. Item. Yeah, I'll use this. I'm gonna leave that off for a sec. You were fucking useless on. Yeah, I forgot we haven't opened that up yet. Do not cross the fucking line, I swear to God. There we go. What the hell is going on over here? Fine. Amethyst. Bitches. Dude, love me some amethyst. I guess anywhere. Okay. First safe room. Okay. Okay. Get money, motherfucker.
There's a shadow. What do we do?
Ryuji, you fucking idiot! Okay, how do we get up there? Okay.
Focus. Hope there are no intruders. Please.
Okay.
I'll reveal your true form.
Get on top of these boxes somehow. Oh. No. Item. No. Fuck you. I don't have many of these. Fuck you.
Persona! Persona!
Eek.
Serves you right.
Going, Skull.
Talk. Give me. Give me, give me, give me.
A spectacular victory.
On will hate you, by the way.
Okay.
I'm gonna just demean on every chance I get, just to make her feel all the worse. You did that to Shiho, it's all your fault.
Focus.
I lied about everything I said, just wanted to use you. Anywho, how do we get up there is the question. There's gotta be a way up here. No. No. That? Door? No? Okay. Ventilation shaft? No? Okay. Come back to that later. Alright, we ball.
Show me your true form.
Not my lady on. Everybody gets. Everyone makes fun of on. He's resistant to that. Shit. Please, baby girl. Burn her alive. Kill him. My eyes. Actually, I want to see what outfit I can put Yusuke in. Hang on, I gotta find like there's like a Leon outfit. They got like a yes. Menu. Equip. Outfit. Let's go Yusuke. Outfit. Okay. No. Let's see Shadow Ops, and we'll see. Yusuke, you feel pimpin'? Nah. Not. That doesn't suit him. Menu. Equip. On. Alright, on, since you're now, or we don't need you anymore as we normally would have. Put on the swimsuit. Okay. Melee, I kinda... Put my boy in the Lynx camo. I'm sorry, what? Hang on, you're going in the pajamas. Alright, we're looking. Oh my god. I think you two maybe glitch in my or like light buttons or wonky them. Ideally marking them at the least. Okay. On Jamie Ann Coz. Jamie Ann Coz. Well, she ain't wearing her jammies. Where is her shit? I want to see if I can. Why is she in her bikini? If I put her in a bikini, I naturally did, but. Leave her like that. Hang on. I want to see. Can I put her in the jammies? No. On. Morale boost. Get in the morale boost now. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's not conspicuous. Alright.
That shadow's bad news.
Cool. Don't care.
I hope there are no intruders. Please, no.
Alright, not yet. Nah, certain places can give you certain looks, I see. That does not take us where we need to go. Okay. Gimme. Right on. Nice. Beautiful. Alright, Morgana's not gonna fuck anything up, is he? Booty, 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 booty.
It's somewhere.
Okay. Okay, we're just here. Okay. Team's following me. Like, if you give them DLC costumes, those are different look, and then you can choose the OSC Demonicas are cool. Okay. Let's just take a look around. Let's back to the security room. No, that doesn't get us anywhere. Okay. Huh. Can't jump across. Good, she's got some physics.
I can feel it.
Nothing up there, no. It's always worth a check, right? Where's have you yet to explore, though? Have you opened since the last visit? No, I've not, so... Oh boy. Not yet, no. Okay.
Focus.
Got to go through here again. To bum rush this motherfucker. Alright. We're in it for the win.
Be careful.
Oh lordy.
This is my other self. I lend it.
One enemy remaining.
If not, map time.
A spectacular victory.
See, we're keeping his morale, okay? And for healing.
That enemy was really weak.
Alright, go into the women's washroom, fuck you. Oh, she doesn't say the line again. God bless Lady On. You're just like white women, that's your problem. You see yourself in the mirror? You gotta be kidding me, I can't even see myself in the mirror. Can't look at the man in the mirror. Can't pull off what, but Michael Jackson said so.
It's somewhere.
Anything else around here? No. You.
I'll reveal your true form.
All right. The first move is off.
No. No. Moggy.
See that again, Wizard.
Persona. Yeah.
All right.
Cool.
Persona. Tenacious. Persona. Ha! Tough. Persona.
Can we just burn? Oh, fuck my shit up. No. Weak.
Still gorgeous, Panther.
Quiet.
Pass the baton and follow up. Cool, Joker.
It's time.
Hmm. You also get Medea, okay. Okay.
All right. Thanks. I am thou. I lend it.
Good.
2 enemies remaining.
Do what you gotta do. Yeah, okay, let me your power. Or diorama. Now, see, if On would come up to me for the baton pass for the hand, you know, for the high five, it wouldn't be a high five, but you gotta be giving her, you know what I'm saying?
All right.
Anyways, I can't wait to cuck her with all the older women I'm about to pull. You're next. It's a dark alleyway here. Oh, a dark alleyway. It'd be a shame something happened.
That one is no joke. Be careful.
Heal yourself. Stand down.
This is my other self.
Nah, I'm good. Baton pass that shit back to on. Could be a volleyball slap. Oh yeah. Hit him, girl.
Not move a muscle.
Words aren't getting through.
Ah. I'd rather play it safe.
Now's the time to retreat. Another tool for our mission.
Torunda, okay, great. It's nothing with the cures. Okay. All out attack. Yes. Well, I didn't do it. Okay.
Focus.
Would be a real shame if something happened here.
You're there, right? I can see you. Just kidding.
Oh my god, who fucking caught me? Sucks to suck. Nah. Oh god. Clench my ass cheeks. Sunday, boy.
They spotted us. We should be more cautious.
Can do, can do. Alright, baby girl. Oh yeah.
Hey, we can get. Show me your true form.
I gotcha. Yeah, baby girl. Heal yourself. No.
I am thou. Persona.
Nah, I'll just go for the attack.
Persona.
Have fun, Aki.
You're mine.
Looking
Serves
cool,
you right.
Joker.
Give me your power now.
Now's the time to retreat.
Yes. Players and pimps.
Okay. I'll reveal your true form.
You're mine. Oh, oh.
Be careful.
Well, this I can work with.
Very nice.
Let's go. Die!
They have no choice. Yes, I am thou. Thou art I.
Can it be used for anything? Nothing. Yes.
Your power's incredible, Joker.
I leveled up. Okay.
Okay. Next room over. Oh no, this takes us back down the alleyway, the hallway. That moves on. Okay, that's the main entrance to the palace, which we're not going for just yet. We're gonna keep exploring. Get the safe room belong to us. I think it had nuke, but I'm not sure if you need to know. It's like something for later. Maybe.
Yes.
Alright. You. Lady.
Let's get back.
Alright. Now. Gonna pimp my boy out. I need to get my boy Yusuke to do something. What do you got? What do you look like in this? Oh my. That's that is actually rather pimpin'. I love that. Let's go over here. Whip. Yusuke, I want you to look bitchin'. Let's go. No. No. Ultramarine? Oh my. You looking pimpin' out there, boy. But I want my boy Yusuke to look something nice. There's like there's nothing that really fits like a Leon Candy look. Maybe Jai's uniform? Jai's coat? What do you look like? Oh, that's my boy Leon right there. Okay, we got him the Leon. We got him the Leon drip now. That's my boy. All right, keep rolling. You get up higher. Get up there, boy.
There's a strong shadow ahead.
Yep.
We should be careful.
That we will be.
Show me your true form.
Who are you? Oh my god. Fire?
Let's go. Take this! Someone finish it! Nice. It's time.
What can I do to kill this thing?
Pixie! Go down! Persona! Out of the way! Persona! Something else. Come! Jet Frost! Ravage Snap!
We can't take physical.
Oh, you want more?
Let's go.
You fucking bastard. Okay, no.
What's my next move?
Revive turn. Get my boy up.
Screw that up. I am Zhao. Someone finish it. Persona! Ravage now!
All right.
Woo! Persona! Die!
You want motherfuckers just hit him with something that can actually stick? Yes!
Persona!
Nice one.
Persona!
Pixie, get out of here.
Pixie!
Get him, girl.
Come on, Joker.
How the fuck did you miss Joker?
This is my other self.
Goes out. We've got to help him.
Persona! No. Persona! Victory is ours.
A spectacular victory.
Took a while, but fucking hell. My boy got upgraded. Everybody in this bitch get tipsy.
Shoot, that was close.
Item. Okay. Okay, life stone restores 30 HP. It's a good waifu, but you are gonna need a stronger pixie. Okay. It's one ally. Hit Yusuke with it.
Look, a treasure.
Beautiful. Head beyond the courtyard. Okay. Nothing. Tin clasp. We've already been there. Cleared house there. Oh no.
Hey, we can get it from here.
So yeah. Well, I'll find someone better than Pixie sometime soon. Okay. I'm going here now? Nice.
Yeah.
Huh? What do you mean by that? Don't worry about it. Come on, let's keep going. Where's this take us? Nowhere. Nowhere. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's bad. Oh, again there.
It's somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Get in here somewhere. Good idea. What can we do? This is on. No. Anything around? No. Nothing we can use. Shit. No, we're just even do offline fusion if you want. It's a good method of upgrading your personas as well for better new recruits. Okay. Oh my god. I couldn't fucking catch him off guard. Damn it. Oh, this is bad.
Persona! Goemon, strike!
Ah, nice one, Fox.
This is my other self. Die! Not bad.
Fox, you gotta eat.
Persona! You're mine.
Persona! How about this?
Good job, girl.
Woodland Persona! Let's go, Captain!
Did it, Skull?
Okay.
Persona! Bam! Tough! Too slow.
If you need evasion, I think Sugiyaka can help. Okay.
Let's go.
Garu.
Goemon!
Ah, nice one, Fox.
Persona! Goemon, strike!
Ah, nice one, Fox.
This is my other self.
Ufu.
Surprisingly tough.
The enemy still got the advantage. Give it all you've
Go
got.
down.
Persona!
Aki.
Go! Yeah. We're on the defensive. Watch out!
Get wrecked! Not bad.
Alright, bad idea. That's bad.
Get down. Keep it going, Fox.
It's time. You're mine.
Fox is going berserk. Hey, listen to us. Persona!
Hey, politics boy. Hello, Yellowstone.
Eat this. Such a pain. 2 enemies remaining.
Persona!
Don't let your guard down.
Eat this!
Keep it going, Fox.
This guy's shocked.
Fox got shot. He can't move.
There!
Should have done that. The younger Dryas? Don't know.
Take this.
Persona! Bam! Tough!
Unconscious. This is bad.
Time.
Oh, suppose that lower stats comes return boost success normal. Yep.
Ravage them!
We're on the defensive. Watch out.
I want you to heal me up.
All right.
Heal me up, pretty lady.
Only one more. Let's go.
Get wrecked!
The enemy still
Persona.
got the advantage. Give it all you've got.
You're mine.
You know, Pixie's still the best option. Dear.
Go. One enemy remaining. This is the last one.
Headbutt. Useless.
Panther's mad? Oh, wait. Calm down.
Alright, calm her down. Busy Vile.
Calm down. Let's go.
Okay. Hunger, no. No. Lucky. Do nothing with your head. What do you do? The rules suddenly drop by 18 Fahrenheit. I don't give a shit.
You're mine.
All enemies defeated. Just what I'd expect from you, Joker.
No, I won't give a shit because I just, at this point, I don't give a shit about what goes on in the rest of the world, okay? All I care about is what's going on in my life, yeah. Not usable, but you aren't any above 50 plus. Use a stats boost. I know. Here, let me just heal her up. Item. Get better. This is your life. Sure. Meaning it affects you. This is global. Yellowstone, sometimes I often wonder why I keep my own rules of freedom of speech if you're just gonna constantly be a complete faggot about shit. For sure. Say one, yeah. Because, like, what are we talking about politics here for? Like, you see what we're playing here? We're playing a video game, right? Do you see we're enjoying ourselves?
It looks like.
Do people enjoy you being around in their lives, or do they just try to avoid you as much as possible? Oh my fucking Christ. Yeah, you must be real fun at parties. I'm not in the mood to talk about this shit right now.
The shadow is near. Take caution. There's a shadow up ahead. The decision is yours.
Very good idea.
There's a shadow. What do we do?
Sword Damocles. You allow as much freedom as you can, but also to bear with the consequences. I'm quite aware. Yeah. Damocles. It's unfortunate I let myself be so just sworn freedom of speech because you deal with this type of shit all the time. So yeah, whatever. I was thinking about my pronouns. Good for you.
There's a shadow.
Well, it's gonna be the Shim Shady. Are you transitioning now? Whatever.
Joker! A chest! Talk about luck!
What the fuck are you so upset for? Because I have to deal with your bitch ass all the time? Try and enjoy a nice little stream here? Okay. Around this. So I think it's like cool and people speak the money. I will, it's just, I'm not gonna, it's probably best I just don't respond to half these people here. No, hang on. My game. Tab, full screen. Oh, the electric fence, yep.
Somewhere.
Oh, wait, hiding. Get back to hiding. Okay. I mean, laser fence, yeah. Okay. So when he turns around, I'll just go for the charge.
Show me your true form.
Gimme. That's what we want. That's what Daddy wants.
I don't know their weakness. No weaknesses I can see.
Did we fight these already?
Ah, nice one, Fox.
This is my other self. Goemon.
That's it.
Ah, nice one, Fox.
Just stay there.
Oh, what's that? Zesty ass boy.
Okay. I could have handled that myself.
I think you did.
I have something.
Okay. See, this is nice. That's not terribly hard. That one allows me to get through. Okay, I make moves.
Alright, a chest! Joker, it's a treasure chest!
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Somewhere.
Yeah, we're not going there. Okay. Special battles do not register, unfortunately, so if you figure out weaknesses, they won't know until you find the palace's mementos. Well, at least I have a strong memory to remember this stuff. Okay. Jump his bitch ass.
Show me your true form.
That's grand.
Alright, the first move is ours.
Hmm.
Let's go.
I know just attack.
No sudden movement.
I could have just gone Jack Frost though. I realize that now. Not bad, not bad.
Alright.
Good work. Keep it up.
I can see it.
Okay. Okay.
I can see it.
What could be behind that? I wonder. Yeah, but you don't have any room at the moment. Exactly. No. I mean, I have Jack Frost in my already lined up. I forgot I could have just grabbed him for the points, the XP that I could have used. Okay. Seems to me that to get around him,
Focus.
it wants me in this room, but that means I have to go against him. So there gotta be a way around him.
Hey, there's a...
His stance conveys the notion that he is...
I think the control room's behind him. However, we'll need to forcing our way through. Hey.
Alright, let's go. Yeah, let's rock.
You expect...
Well, that's new.
Shadow's weaknesses.
Nice.
This is my other self. Goemon!
Oh, nice one, Frost.
I am thou. Goemon, strike!
Oh, nice one, Frost.
This is my other self. Goemon!
That hit its weak point. Persona! Keep it going, Fox.
Alright. What's his name again? Monk of the Valley.
Ready when you are.
Let's see what we can do for this guy.
Flawless victory for Hyperborean space.
Welcome, welcome. Yeah, no, I see that. So we're gonna have to with everything down. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Huggy. I think this might be a raid. Yeah, it is raid. We got subscribers coming out the wazoo now. Great.
Let's go. Strike.
Nice one, Fox.
I am thou.
Let's do this.
Okay, Tarunda, going down.
It's time. Not this.
Knocked down. That was incredible, Joker.
Oh, right. It seems to be.
Nice one, Fox.
I am thou.
Item. I wanna. I'm seriously gonna get the Twitch Buckaroos. I hope so someday. Who am I gonna hit him with? Rancid Gravy? MRE Ration? No, these are all YouTube guys. Oh, it might be delayed from YouTube. Oh, I see. Might be YouTube delay. Non-stack gun, magic ointment.
Persona.
A shocker with the good old pixie. The pixie pussy poppin'. Bad move to do that.
Nice going, Skull.
All attack. That's how we're gonna kill him. This is how you remind me of what I really am, bitch. Pull back your foreskin, check it. Check your balls. Hell yeah.
Whew. It really was on a totally.
Skills cards.
What's this? Ain't it just some kind of?
Let's take a look afterwards.
There's a treasure chest.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
Oh.
You know the chest. Bitchin'. Who wants a sword?
Oh. Okay. Indeed.
Ooh, door. No. Oh.
Focus.
Just need a password. From whom? Ah, from him, probably. Password intel. I'd have to imagine that. Oh, the statue. The statue.
I have something.
I know where to go now. Statue.
I'll reveal your true form.
What the fuck?
That one is no joke. Be careful. Shadow's weaknesses.
Nice. The top pass. Go get him, white boy. Fuck. Item? Do I have anything? Fuck, I don't have anything for SP.
Awaiting orders, Joker.
Free spray. Item. Free spray.
I'll try this. Not move a muscle. Slice you to pieces.
No, you have no mana. That does a job.
Well, on to the next trial.
Spectacular victory.
Nope.
Okay.
That was easy.
Yep. Sure was. So it's Madarami's Tootsies. One Ray alones with a 2 deft hands dungeon. One alone.
Nice.
1120. Can I swap out for Morgana? Probably can.
I have something.
We're rolling. Go get him, white boy.
Yes.
This is amazing.
What happened? Super Mario 3. Woohoo! Oh, my ass is clenched. You can check party and then swap between mode and switch someone else. Okay. Hang on. We're gonna kill this guy first.
I'll reveal your true form.
Now's our chance to slay. Let's do this. Go. Dance, Carmen. Let's see that again, Wizard.
Sass, I think.
Don't use ice skills. Use wind to hit its weak point. Persona.
Let's go.
Not this one.
It's not like I have anything that can really go at him.
Persona! Tough!
Weak.
This just got worse. Brace yourself. All right.
Face down, ass up.
Someone heal her.
No.
Keep it going, Fox.
All according to plan.
Nice work, team.
All right, level up.
All right.
All right. Okay, we're done. Let's go.
Let's heal up.
Oh.
Yeah, let's open the chest. Okay. No. Temperance. Temperance. I need to get something more for SP. I need to figure out where I can get more SP shit. Oh, not there. I am curious.
I won't forgive you.
Oh. Joker.
Yeah, I need to be in the safe room.
How foolish.
Focus.
Oh, vents. Say it on, say the line.
Hey.
Don't go stir my butt.
I should have known.
What are you talking about? That's my boy.
The cognition here is weak. There may be a safe room nearby.
That'll be nice.
I have something.
I want to get rid of him.
I'll reveal your true form.
God damn. Freeze spray. Pixie. Useless. I'm actually gonna run away now.
It's time.
No.
Persona.
Never give in, never surrender, boys. Oh, she gonna die. It's over, bros.
I ain't afraid. This is my other self.
Not bad.
You got it.
Persona.
All right. Time for a counterattack.
It's time. That's not right. Persona.
Hit him with a bufu.
Joker took one out. All right.
Persona. You're mine.
Fucking useless. It's over, bros. Oh man, I think I will. I'm feeling a little bit tired myself. I might call it a night.
So what?
I'm gonna just. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, I think we're gonna call it a night. So, I'm gonna rate us out on Twitch, find someone who's alive, and head on over. So, let's see who's up and running. Yeah, Rue's still up. We'll raid a Rue. Alright. You guys have a good night, okay? Also, did we save? If we did, we did. If we didn't, we didn't. I can always go back to the beginning and just do this all again. It's fine. Ciao.